Hello, everybody, and welcome to North American Challengers. Still week 8, but it's the last day. It's week 8, day 3, and we're starting it off with a little bit of a match that should, in theory, go one way over the other, although this is a match which might be a little bit closer than a lot of people may be expecting. We're seeing G2 Esports versus Mad Lions. Now, the reason I'm saying it might be closer than people are expecting is because G2 really hasn't looked that strong this split. And of course, it's the third week. They've had so much time to prepare at this point. But if we just look at G2's match history, it's 1-2, 1-2. And this is 1-2 against OR Esports to kick it off. And then against Moist Moguls, you could say, all right, yeah, maybe they, a loss there is to be expected. I mean, blah, blah, blah. But 13-9 is the map that G2 Esports gets. And then the map that Moist Moguls wins goes 13-4. And then on Haven it goes 13-5. So these are not close maps that G2 Esports loses against Moist Moguls. Now, against OR, it's a little bit of a different story. But at the end of the day, Lotus, the third map, didn't even go close to the way of G2. And the other map that OR won, Haven, wasn't as close as maybe you'd hope. Sure, Split was still dominant from G2, but that's what we expect. We expect a dominant Split from G2. So the fact that we're not seeing that here is a little bit of a, the fact that we did see that isn't really like see, they are performing well. Because it's like, well, no, that's their standard, and they're not performing well on the other maps. Now, that being said, this should be an easy win for them because they're up against Mad Lions. This is a team which nearly has a flawless loss record, the only win being against OR Esports at the end of Split 1. But if you can sort of do the math here, they are 7-1. 1-7. That's their record. They have lost 7 matches and won a single series. They've won only one. And if you look at the performance against Moist Moguls, I mean, it wasn't even close. It was dominant from Moist Moguls to an embarrassing degree for Mad Lions. So, again, this is going to be, I mean, it should go to G2. I'm just saying it might go to Mad Lions, or it might be closer than I think a lot of people are anticipating, where we might even see a 3-map series, just because of how poorly G2 has been playing. That being said, Mad Lions themselves are also not playing that well. In fact, I'd say Mad Lions still looks worse than G2, even though both of these teams are not playing at their peak right now. Or, I mean, for Mad Lions, this might be their peak, but at least G2 is not playing at their peak right now. And we'll see if this week they're going to do to Mad Lions what Moist Moguls did to Mad Lions last week. We'll see if G2 can destroy Mad Lions here. And if you're a fan of G2, or if you know G2 at all, they should be able to do that. It should be a pretty open and shut, let's destroy Mad Lions type of situation. But I don't know. We may see a little bit of a closer match than I think a lot of people would anticipate. I still am on the side of I think G2 is going to win. If you look at my pick'ems, I'll pull them up here. I did have G2 beating Mad Lions. Now, a lot of my pick'ems have not gone the way that I thought they would, but that is something that did go the way, but a few of them have, and I have a 50% win this or prediction being correct this week. So, you know, I'm a little bit off of my game, but I think this should be a pretty easy prediction where G2 should just easily take Mad Lions here. I forgot to pull up
Let's be fair too. Chamber was he was like a
this. I'll do it
authentic
now.
listiator. He was
Here
like,
you go.
yeah,
We'll
you
do
can
our
come in
Chat
here,
GPT.
duelist and ascendant. You
What
can
does
have a
Chat
little bit of
GPT think? So we'll
every
go
single
who
bit with the way that
will
his year has
win
played out. But let's take a
between
look at the map pool. The
Mad
series is going to be
Lions
going into a best of
and
3, and obviously that is incredibly important. And with
G2
the scary sort of
Esports.
start here for Mad Lions,
Then we do one of
we kick
these.
things off on Split,
Now,
and
it
this
should
one
be
is,
said,
yeah, I
I
think you
was
just
thinking about this.
summed it
I
up
don't
there.
actually
There was that
specify
Peter
what
Griffin
game,
hitting his shin on the first snap of
what
the
game
match.
I'm referring to here, so it
That's
could be taking
brutal
games
that
from
they have
or
the game
matchups
to
from
come in
other
because they're
video
afraid to
games to
play
try
that
and
map
make a
on
prediction, but also I
neutral,
think it's
which
random.
means they
Let's go ahead and
have
take a look
to
at the
run
map
Split, which
select
is a
before we
city
get
that
into
do
this.
play really
Looks
well
like
with us.
Split will
Oh
be
yeah, I
picked by
mean there's 6
G2.
to
I
1 on the
expect
map.
a
The only bonus
dominant
they have
split
is
from
the
G2
oxygen.
per the
Just either
usual.
depending
A
on
lot
you
of
know the
teams
form
don't know
that
how to
they
play
decide in the
well
first
on
half of
Split.
their midseason face-off matches, but
And
outside of that,
G2 is one of
they
those
have
teams
an
that has just
86% win rate on
figured
the
it
map.
out. I
They
think
are
we're going to be
near
seeing Split a
70%
lot more.
win
I
rate
said this yesterday,
defensively.
but I do think
They're
we're going to be
near
seeing Split a
65% on
lot
the attack.
more
They have
than
the
we do
composition to
currently.
be
And
very
so
comfortable playing. You know,
a
ultimate
lot of
over
these
on the
teams
Cypher,
should
lurking
start to
outside of the map. You know, this is where Oxy
a
used to
lot of
play the
these teams do
Raze
need to
and
start
is
trying to figure
very,
out
very
how to
effective in it.
play on Split,
So they are an insane
especially
squad that
knowing that G2 is just going to
seems
keep
almost
picking
unbeatable.
Split
I
until
mean,
they
outside
can't.
of
Like,
Icon One's
you're either
flaws
going
is
to have to
that
choose to
they have
ban it
been
against G2
beating
every
some
single
really
time,
good teams. You know, they
or you're going to
beat
have
the
to figure out how to
Guard, they
play it
beat
for
Moist
yourself.
Moguls, they beat
Mad
actually
picks
the two
Pearl
times that
here.
they played them.
I think
So yeah, they
that's
are
a decent
steadfast in their
choice
Mad
here.
Lions to a Mad Lions team who has only played
It's a
once in
map. I
Split. It
think
was a
they
pretty
did play
lopsided
against
loss to
Moist Moguls
face.
on Pearl, if I am
I am excited though
not
because I think with this
mistaken. Let me
map
pull it
pool,
up
not that Mad
here.
Lions specifically look better
If
on
I
Pearl. I
can,
think
here
it's
we
a
go.
better map for
Did
them.
they?
And we've only got
No, they
Bind
didn't. It
once
was only
this
loaded.
week,
So, okay, never mind.
with it
So I'm
being
not
Mad
entirely well
Lions.
versed on
So with it being
how
Map 3, I do think that
Madeline's
there's a world that we
record
get there.
on
It all comes down
Pearl,
to
but
you know, who I
considering
think
they've
everybody
lost
has to
most
win this, right?
series that they
Into the
play,
split, we
I
take a look
imagine
at
it's
number
not
15 they're
great.
going to smash everybody.
Obviously they're
They
picking it
look
here,
great.
hoping it'll
Then
be a
we
little
get
bit of
here,
a
we
more
think,
confident
what
map pick,
G2 are we getting on
but
the
it
day? And
probably
I think
still
that's
won't go
going
their
to be
way.
the
And then we've
decider.
got Bind. We haven't
G2
seen
picks
Bind
up
in a
with a
while
very
from
decisive
either of these
victory in map
teams.
1. I think they carried in the map
And
2.
the changes,
And we
I don't
will
think
see
they're
in map
big
3, but if
changes.
it
I think
looks a
it'll
little
stay
rough,
around the
like we've seen
same
from the last couple of
sort of
weeks,
play style. But
I
yeah,
definitely see
it's
this one
still
being a
going to be
three-mapper where we
interesting
head out with
to
Bind
see
with
Bind
Lions
if
and
it
then
goes to the third
G2.
map, which I think it might.
Yeah,
I don't think
this
it
is just a
will,
tough
but
one
I think there is a
because, you know,
chance it
G2
could.
banned out Mad
Um,
Lions' only real
More so
split has been Fracture. That's the only
than
map that they have a positive
I
win rate
think a
on.
lot of people would
They
have
won the
said
last
coming
couple
into
games in a
Split
row.
2,
They had an
especially
0-2 win
considering
over FaZe in this
G2
split.
was, you know,
That's like the
second
one
place
map where they
in
seem
the
like they've
midseason
been really well
face-off.
put
It's
together.
just that coming into Split 2,
Going
they
into
are
Pearl,
not
they're
playing as
0-4.
though they were
I mean, they
second
haven't
place
even
in the
really been that
midseason
competitive
face-off,
outside of the
if
match
you get what
against
I'm trying to
FaZe.
say
Like
here.
they were
But let's go ahead and ask
nowhere near double
ChatGPT what it
digits
thinks
against anyone
about
else that they played.
who's
Now,
going to
granted,
win
one of those
between
matches
Mad
was an
Lions and
80,
G2
who was, you
Esports.
know, a cream of the crop team, but they're the
G2
losses aren't
Esports
too
will
tough to
come out on
stomach.
top. All
Smart
right,
Esports from Split
pretty
1,
safe
who
assessment.
were both pretty good
In a
teams in
game
the
like
first half, if
Valorant,
we're being
anything could
honest.
happen. As long as
Obviously,
my
Smart Esports
prediction
is
is
kind of
that
getting better
G2
matchups
Esports
today in
will
this
win
split,
in a
but
hard fought match.
yeah, it's tough for me to
Yeah,
see
like I
Bind
said, I
taking
think
the
this will
third
be a
map when
harder fought
G2
match or
are
a
playing their
closer
normal
match
game.
than a lot of
They're
people are
just a little bit out
anticipating.
of it
I
after two
don't think we'll see
losses.
a three
Maybe
map
we see
series.
Mad Lions somehow
But
sneak
I do
something in
think
there
that the
towards the third
maps,
map, but
although I
I
do
just
think
can't see it the way
it'll
this
be a
pool is
2-0
laid
from
out.
G2, I think
Well,
those
on
maps will be a
progress,
lot
that's
closer than people are
13-5,
anticipating just because
then
it seems like
13-6,
G2 is
then
not playing at
13-8, then
maybe
13-10.
the
They're
level we
inching
would
towards a
typically expect
respectable
from
map
them.
here on Pearl. Maybe
What
a
I will go
climbing
ahead and do
lead,
now
but
is
a
we'll
team may
unmute these
find their
casters,
way.
hear what
Maybe
they
they'll
have to
just go to
think
OTN
a
and
little
throw the
bit,
classic NA beat. We're
get
going to go
their
ahead and give
take
things
on
a
it.
break.
But for the
When we come
most
back,
part,
we'll
it's
be sure to
pretty
get you back on
again,
the
it's a
line.
pretty done done deal here. G2 is going to win against Mad Lions, and it should be dominant. Oh, it looks like we're going to a break. Maybe a little bit of tech issues before we get into it. Which team had a 6-map win streak on Split? V1. I think I've already done this one. Yeah, I mean, other than that, there's not a whole lot of news within the industry as far as within, or not within the industry, but within challengers, North American challengers, as far as what I can tell. Obviously, if you didn't see it, Disguised Toast did tweet saying, like, he's still proud of his team no matter what, and it's a difficult position to be in because he feels like he's partially responsible for the poor performance of his team, seeing as he signs off on all the, the changes that they make. And then everybody was like, dude, like, you're still like doing some crazy things for the industry. So it's really really cool. Still, nobody has decided they want to purchase Turtle Troop. Still nobody has looked into the purchasing of Turtle Troop. Looks like I imagine based on everything that happened, I think XQC was getting ready to buy them, and then because they didn't qualify for mid-season, he was just like, all right, I'm not gonna do it. So, yeah, so Turtle Troop is still Turtle Troop, and yeah, still no purchasing of them. If they make it to playoffs, we may see somebody pick them up, but even then, at that point, because of how how little time they'll have, because here's the thing, it's like, think about it, like, I don't think XQC is gonna try and re-enter a contract with them. Like, I don't think XQC is gonna be like, oh, you made it to playoffs, I'm gonna buy you now. No, I think XQC is done trying to get into esports, right? I think what we might see is some other org decide, oh, you made it to playoffs, we'll buy you. But also, the reason we may not see that is because Turtle Troop is, like, if they do qualify for playoffs, it'll only be a short amount of time that they will have that brand name, representing them, right? So let's say, for example, XQC did purchase them if they make it to playoffs. It's only going to be like 3 weeks, and where they're, or not even 3 weeks, like 2 weeks, where they will be representing the brand, and very likely Turtle Troops is not going to make it to Ascension, and even less likely is that they'll make it to next year's through the through the relegation, so they won't get a free pass to next year's challengers. So chances are they may not even get a brand to represent them at all. Like there may not be any org that decides to back them at all this season, just because of how deep into the season we are. It's we may, unfortunately for Turtle Troop, we just may see them still have no org, which really sucks because what we did see end up happening between mid-season face-off and Split 2 is the reason you want an org backing you. First of all, you get paid, but also 2 of Turtle Troop's players just got poached by FaZe. They're like, all right, we'll just take you up. And of course, those 2 players that got replaced on FaZe did just go over to Turtle Troop because they wanted to play for a team. But it is still like a situation where like that is why you need an org backing you, so that way your players don't just get like, all right, we're gonna get paid, because at the end of the day, that is the goal of making it in the professional scene, in like the open qualifiers as challengers. It is to get an org to back you, so that way you can start making money playing professionally. And because Turtle Troops doesn't have an org backing them, the players, when FaZe is like, hey, you guys want to you want to come play for us, we'll pay you. It's like, well, we're gonna get paid much more than we currently are, right? So we may as well. So yeah, it's just a difficult position to be in, where like, because they just don't have any org backing them, even if like Turtle Troops makes it to playoffs, which I think they might, if they make it to playoffs, and even if they did super well in playoffs, like they made it to top 5 or top 6, like it's still not gonna be, which I know that doesn't sound super like they're doing super well, but that is it. Like that's pretty good. Even then, we may not see them get picked up by an org for next year, so the group may just have to disband, or like they'll have to find other players, and they may not have the same success they had this year, because at the end of the day, like what's gonna happen in between this challengers and next challengers is a lot of these orgs who would like to get into challengers are going to see, all right, these players for Turtle Troop did really, really well. This coach for Turtle Troop did really well. Let's buy them up, and then we'll take them to next year's challengers, right? So then the Turtle Troop team will be left with the few members that don't get picked up, or if all the members do get picked up, then there will be no more Turtle Troop, which is unfortunate. For Turtle Troop and the start it was trying to have, the like humble beginnings, but Moist Moguls can only buy one team, and they chose Breakthrough. I don't know, I think that was a really good choice, but it is still a little bit disappointing for Turtle Troop to make it, because that's sort of the hope, like that's sort of the expectation is, oh, I made it to North American Challengers, some org is going to try and just buy us out and back us. And that just didn't happen for Turtle Troop. It happened for the other team that made it through, Breakthrough, for Moist Moguls, just got purchased, and that's so like what I'm trying to say is, like, for other teams that didn't have an org coming into Challengers, they did get bought up eventually. But Turtle Troop just never did. And I think quite possibly because XQC had been in talks for purchasing Turtle Troop, any other orgs that wanted to buy Turtle Troop or were looking into it because they were like, oh, XQC is going to do it, we'll just back out, did mean that there was this period of time where Turtle Troop had to like turn down any potential offers because they're like, oh, well, we're entering negotiations with XQC, we're probably going to get purchased by him. And then because XQC backed out, by that point, it was too late for another org to come in and step in because at that point they knew they hadn't qualified for mid-season face-off, and so the org wouldn't have backed them, and now we're in the situation where Turtle Troop may never find an org to back them throughout this year. Maybe next year, but for this year, at the very least, there will not be an org. Let's go and take a look at the agents like though as we get ready to start at the split. Stop talking about Turtle Troop. Let's talk about G2 versus Mad Lions. Now, again, I said it's probably going to be a 2-0 from G2, but it could be very, very close. Although we're on split to start it off, which it's G2 on split. Trick and Oxy both going to be on Raze, and Whippy and Yor both on Astra. Blackheart and Shazam both on Sky, and that's where the differences end. There is no duelists for Mad Lions. They've gone for double controller. Or sorry, no Sentinels for Mad Lions. They've gone for double controller. Double controller, and I think yeah, that's the main difference here. Wait, hold on, I'm missing something. What am I missing? Oh, double controller and double duelist for Mad Lions. So they've got a Jet and Narrate, and then they've also got a Viper to be their double controller. And then over on G2, they have double Sentinel. They've got Cypher and a Sage. This is what we've seen from G2 time and time again. We see Penny on that Sage. He usually plays it pretty well here. So you know, G2 just going to do what they've always done. We'll see if Mad Lions will be prepared for this fight. I mean, there's only so much preparing you can do to play against a team like G2 on split, and we may just see another dominant win for G2. That being said, if G2 gets a little overheated, a little too confident, we may see this not go well for them. Mad Lions going to start off their attack by taking mid control, and they've been allowed to push up into mid, but B Heaven has been walled off. So now Mad just going to decide where they want to push, and it looks like Trick is just going to keep trying to make noise mid, so that way G2 continues to place people in mid. And I actually like that choice because it's working out for them. And yeah, it's a good strategy. I did miss it, but there was some engagement with Ange in A main. Took a little bit of damage, but came back for the heal, so he's back at full health for Mad. And now Mad has been able to take B. There's not going to be any util to stop them, so they're just going to be able to get this spike down. And because Trick had been doing such a good job of preoccupying them mid, preoccupying G2 mid, not only is Sight given up, but now G2 has to worry about the potential that someone is mid. Although they did clear it, but that was time that was taken up. Narrate going to be able to take out Dapper. Penny takes out Narrate. Trick and Blackheart each find a pick, though, and now it's going to be a 2v4 for Whippy and Shazam. Trick going to take out Whippy, and now they know where Shazam is as well, so Shazam going to have to figure out how he wants to play this. And they're just all going to push him. He's able to find one, not going to find more than two, though. You're going to shut it down. And Mad going to take the first round. That's a good way to start it, knowing who you're up against. As many rounds as you can get here, just to start it off early will be a good thing. Definitely will be helpful. Mad Lions going to have better guns this round just because, you know, they win that first pistol round. They're going to force a buy here. G2 going to be on a light buy, or, you know, not even a light buy, sorry, a save round to try and do some damage to Mad Lions' force round. Of course, that is G2's job. When you're on a save and your opponent is on a force, you want to do damage. That way their econ isn't allowed to be in a good spot next round. Or their guns won't be in a good spot next round. You'll see what I mean. Mad Lions getting ready to try and aggress mid. This is what we saw last time. They had 3 push up mid, 1 lurk in B lobby, 1 lurk in A lobby. And they had 3 push up mid, take a little bit of mid control, and then they actually backed out of mid and went B. So we'll see if they're going to use mid control this time and try and push through into a site through the heaven. Dapper's going to be watching Male, but he's in his cam right now. I do think it'll see if Mad Lions is approaching, but it'll be difficult. And G2 is actually rotating off of A. Entirely off of A, actually. They're reading a B push, and it's such a good read because Mad Lions is now getting ready to commit to B. And the dash in from Narrate is immediately met by a shorty by Dapper. And Blackheart going to be able to trade that off. But now Mad's like, alright, that was a lot of people. We'll just rotate over to A, where we have Ange taking Heaven. And that's what they do. There's only going to be Oxy to try and defend this site. He's got a Sheriff. He could be deadly with it. And he is. Oxy going to take out Trick. No entry for you. Now it's going to be a 3v4. But Mad has decided to pivot back towards B. And they do it in a good timing, or in a timely fashion. So they will be able to get the spike down. Ange and Heaven going to find two. Able to spray transfer. Shazam trades it off, which will make it a 2v2. Shazam going to be able to pick up a gun. Yor and Blackheart gonna have to defend this spike against Oxy with a Sheriff and Shazam with the Spectre. Yor gonna take Shazam out. Oxy is spotted in alley, and now it's a 1v2. He needs to peek out here. They're gonna try, but Bjor gonna shut him down. This round gonna go to Mad Lions. That being said, G2 got the majority of Mad Lions players, which means now that Mad Lions is gonna be taking a bonus, G2, who's gonna be on a bye, should easily be able to take down Mad Lions here in this round and start to gain some footing in their own econ and get some round momentum built up. We do see Mad Lions getting ready to start this offense. Sorry if I have to like mute because I have to keep clearing my throat. I don't think I'm sick, but anyways, Mad Lions getting ready to attack B. They've sent that spike B, but they also sent Oxy to do some entry work down A ramps to try and do some damage, maybe find a pick. All he has is a Bucky. He's not going to find anything. Oxy going to take Trick out. And it's supposed to be a bait, but G2 doesn't buy it. They're getting ready to rotate over to B, so there's going to be 4 now on B to defend this push in. Narrate going to do some entry work. Penny going to be able to take Narrate out, straight it off by Bjor, but Mad Lions, you can't afford trades when you're down players. Oxy takes out Bjor and Ange, and now it's down to Blackheart. Able to find 1 pick on Whippy, but Shazam going to shut it down. 3 players left alive for G2, means the majority left alive, so it's still going to be a bye next round. So it'll be a full bye from both sides coming into this round. Or it should be anyway. Yeah, it will be a full buy from both sides, I believe. Although Penny may not. Yeah, Penny can't buy fully. He's going to be on a Spectre, but Mad Lions will have slightly better guns, but it is still a buy from both sides, or what is supposed to be a buy from both sides. It's a little bit of a bonus round from G2, so their econ can survive a loss here. So Mad needs to win this round with the majority of their players alive. Blackheart going to be able to take out Dapper, who is watching from screens. Narrate going to start this entry into Heaven, taking out Shazam, and now it's going to be a 3v5 for the remaining G2 players. Oxy's taking a significant amount of damage, but Penny's there to defend him in Heaven, taking out Narrate. No more push into Heaven for Mad Lions. Blackheart going to be on site for the plant. There's 3 on site right now. There's a flank coming in from Bjor, but it's going to take a while. He has to get through the Sage Wall mid. Or he's just going to wait for it to break, actually. That means he's going to have to take so much time before he can start helping his team out here. And this retake from G2 may start. And Bjor is actually just going to break through the wall. So G2 should know that they're pushing in through Heaven now for a flank. Mad, though, Trick gonna prevent the push through Heaven, taking out Penny. Oxy gonna take out Trick, but Ange gonna be there to trade it off. And now Whippy's alone. He's gonna walk right into the flank from Bjor. And yeah, Bjor ready for him. Gonna take him out. No saving that gun. So Mad Lions takes another round, and this is going a little bit better for Mad Lions than maybe I was expecting. And Mad Lions keeping the majority of their players alive there does mean they'll be able to buy this round. But like I said, it was a little bit of a bonus round for G2, so they should be able to buy this round, I believe. Oh, never mind. Their econ was not as stable as I thought it was. I guess they had below 1,500 for most of them. So G2 will be on a save and a light buy here, so Mad should be able to take this round, and this is a pretty substantial lead for Mad Lions. Now, again, they've been winning these rounds where they have the eco advantage, which is what you would expect. But it's a defense-sided map, so getting as many rounds here as possible is good for Mad Lions. Now, we know how strong G2's offense can be on split, and so G2 is going to really need to practice their defense. Now, this map should be a defense side. Ooh, Ange going to defend the push out from Oxy, and Dapper in A main going to take both of them out. Good picks there, but what I was trying to say is a lot of these teams can't figure out the defense of split, and I think that's even true for G2. They do struggle with it a little bit, although typically not that much. But yeah, so G2 should be able to figure out their defense a little bit better than they are currently. But at the very best, G2's offense on split is usually pretty strong.
That's a great way of summing it up. I think the idea was great execution.
Ooh, Whippy gets blinded perfectly, and Trick gonna be there to take advantage. Trick also gonna turn with the rest of his team to take out Penny, and now Shazam's alone in a 1v5. This is an eco round from G2, and it's not gonna go well for them. Ooh, Shazam gonna take out Trick. Nice pick there. Ooh, also able to take out Narrate. Just some disgusting shots here. He's concerned that there might be someone in mail. There's no time for him to defuse the spike, but he can try and do damage, and Blackheart from hell gonna take him out. And this round will go to Mad Lions. It's a round they should have won, and they did, and they kept the majority of their players alive. So their eco is, at this point, going to be stabilized pretty well here. It's going to be in a pretty stable spot here. And now we're back on a buy from G2, so it's going to be a buy from both sides, and it's a complete full buy for G2. Actually, Mad Lions eco... No, it is pretty stable, but Narrate is going to be having a stinger, so that way he can get those knives. So Narrate will have those knives. Sorry, that tripped me out a little bit, but yeah. So G2 going to be on a full buy, and so will Mad. There's 4 ults for Mad to use this round, though. One of them being the Blade Storm, which is used by Narrate. There's also a Showstopper, which Trick is using immediately. And then there's a Viper's Pit and a Cosmic Divide. All of those ults have been used, excluding the Viper's Pit. Narrate coming in from Heaven, looking to do some damage, but he does get taken out by Dapper from Heaven. Bjor going to take out Ange. Oxy going to be able to take out Bjor. And Trick gonna flick and take out Oxy. Shazam gonna be able to take out Trick. Blackheart gonna take out Shazam. This is a lot of trades coming through here. But that Viper's Pit comes out for Mad, and they want this buy round win, and it looks like Whippy may have to give it to them. 1v2 is possible, but again, it's a Viper's Pit. Making a little bit of noise. Whippy gonna be able to take out Blackheart, but Ange gonna be there to trade it off, and that does mean it's an expensive round for Mad, but it was also a very expensive round for G2, who full bought this round. So Mad Lions, who had the stable econ going into it, gonna be able to buy this round. G2 now gonna have to be on a save or a light buy, and that's what we see them on, is a light buy. There is a Resurrection, Neural Theft, and Cosmic Divide for G2 to use this round. Mad Lions used all of their ults that they had available in the previous round, because they knew if we can just destroy G2's econ, we can continue to win these rounds. We've been winning the rounds where we have the eco advantage. And so they took advantage of the fact that they just had more ults at this point to try and secure that round, and it worked out. And now that G2's going to be at an eco disadvantage here on a light buy, Mad should be able to take it. So this is working well, really, really well for Mad Lions. And I mean, this is a bit of an upset for it to be going this well for Mad Lions just to start it off. I mean, we'll see. Maybe once G2 gets their hands on the offense, they'll really be able to push through. But yeah, these executes have been done really, really well for Mad Lions. They've been playing patiently enough to predict the pushes out from G2. Getting those early picks as they start to roll into sites is really pivotal. G2, knowing that they're on a light buy, they're deciding to play grouped up, so they're reading a B hit off of minimal sound and a little bit of sound mid. But it's a bad read, as not only is Mad Lions going A, but there's no util on A to help G2 know that anybody's on A. But this entry from Trick does start onto B as the spike is getting ready to go into A. Trick's going to find 2 picks. Whippy able to take a Trick, and Bjor is taken out. The Neural Theft comes out, and now they know, oh, it's an A hit. But at this point, because G2 is down 2 players, and they're at a gun disadvantage, and they don't have anybody near the spike, it's looking like this round is going to go pretty well for Mad. No more ults for G2 to use this round either. Which means Mad going to have a good positioning and be able to catch G2 off guard, potentially. And G2 going to execute, coming through screens and through Heaven. Spike is tapped. But the Viper mollies the snake fight's going to be doing good damage and prevent the defuse. If he's going to be able to take out Narrate. Dapper going to take out Blackheart. Now it's down to Ange in a 1v2. And he's able to clutch it out. spike was coming to a conclusion regardless. And although all of Mad Lions dies, they do take the win. However, because that was a light buy and eco round from G2, that's not good for Mad Lions. You don't want to be losing all of your players on your opponent's eco round. That's just not good for you. And so, yeah, if you're G2 though, you got to feel bad about that win. That was a really well executed post plant from Mad Lions. I mean, they played that so well, especially Ange there with the 3 kills to finish it out. I mean, yeah, G2's got to feel a little bit bad about how badly they're losing, especially considering Mad Lions currently is a flawless loss streak, if I remember correctly. So yeah, definitely not in a great position if you're G2. G2 taking a timeout here, and I can't blame them. Mad Lions has gotten to the 6th round, and like I mentioned, this is a defense-sided map, okay? So the fact that they've gotten to the 6th, that Mad Lions has gotten to the 6th round on the offense means now it's impossible for G2 to take the lead going into the next half, and Mad Lions is definitely in a position to take the lead going to the next half on their offense, which means they're going to switch to the defense of a defense-sided map. They may be able to pull through and get a win on Split, which is like pretty crazy considering they're up against G2 on Split, and we know how powerful G2's Split is. But the fact that it's looking like Mad may be able to take this this Split win would be really bad for the reputation that G2 has upheld here on Split. There's a res for G2 to use this round, and because it's going to be a buy from both sides, you imagine G2 will want to use that res. Now, how they decide to use it will be interesting. It looks like it's going to be... it looks like they're not going to be baiting anybody out early, although Oxy able to take out Ange, which means no more lurk onto A for Mad Lions. And they sent a Skydog out, so they know nobody's on A. And now Mad Lions going to start pushing into B here through B Heaven. They've also got 2 coming in through main.
They don't really have to change up too much at all here, although they did lose one of their big controllers on this.
Dapper able to spot the push through garage. Gonna do a little bit of damage, or take a little bit of damage. Mad gonna be able to just spam a Penny through, or from Heaven. Dapper gonna be able to take Narrate out though, so it's gonna be kept with a player advantage for G2, and Oxy able to take out Bjor. Trick gonna take out Whippy though, gonna even it out a little bit. And the rotate starts. Mad Lions going to be taking it over to A. Trick gonna be pushing through Heaven. Blackheart going all the way through sewers and gonna be pushing in through main. G2 pushing quickly here. They acknowledge it's a rotate. Spike will have an opportunity to go down. G2 has not been pushing on too quickly. Trick had to back off in order to get the heal. Trick holding Heaven here. Shazam gonna be able to push through Heaven, and now he's gonna come down ramps. Ooh, and Trick is spotted using that cam. Trick with 3 kills this round, but Dapper gonna be able to take Trick out. Trick does get away with a kill though. The spike is planted for Heaven, so Blackheart gonna take it to Heaven. Able to find a pick. The birds come out from either side, and no vision is gained. A 1v1 right now. And the spike just gonna be held. Shazam just gonna be able to stick that spike. Oh, it wasn't planted for Heaven like I thought it was. No, I think it was. But yeah, it looks like Blackheart was hoping that it was a fake, just tapping the spike, but it was being held. So G2 does finally take a buy round. However, it was still an expensive round. They lost all but one of their players, which is not a great position to be in. Actually, I think... Did Shazam die at the end there? I think he did. So that means no gun is kept by G2 either. So they're going to force here. G2 going to force a buy here. They would like to prevent Mad from gaining the lead going into the next half. Ooh, Oxy going to be able to take out Ange with the showstopper. Trick, though, going to be able to take out Shazam at the same time. Whippy going to be able to find a pick, though, onto Trick. And now it's going to be a 3v or 4v3. Whippy from Heaven going to be able to take out Blackheart. They're pushing him, but he's just going to mow him down. He takes out Bjor and Narrate to follow it up. 4 kills for Whippy this round. Could have been an ace if Oxy's showstopper had not found a pick earlier. And yeah, now the Econ has been successfully dismantled by G2. So Mad now going to be on a low eco. They're just going to take a save. They've got room to breathe. Again, it's a defense side of map. So Mad Lions taking honestly, just it going tied into the next half is good for Mad. Assuming they can put up a solid defense. But, you know, they're in a position to take the lead. They probably want to, but they're going to take a save here because they can. They have room to breathe. Oxy going to be able to take out Narrate. Takes a little bit of damage in the process, though. Trick trying to entry through Heaven. Going to, oh, not be able to find that pick. Whippy with so many whiffs onto Ange. Ange going to be able to take Whippy out. It's now going to be 4v3 for G2. Ange low on health. Oxy going to take advantage of it. Shorty going to take Ange out. Bjor with the Guardian going to be able to find two on Oxy and Dapper. The res does come through, but they mow them down. Bjor with 4 kills this round. Ooh, but not going to win the 1v1 with Shazam. His Guardian was out of ammo. Shazam. Although narrowly, G2 does take the win that round. Still an expensive round, though. And that was an eco round from Mad, so they did a really good job of doing good damage. That definitely could have been won by Mad Lions if that... I mean, it was a big gun diff there at the end, but... I mean, that was definitely gonna... That's good for Mad Lions, because it destroys the economy stability that G2 was trying to get up here. These wins that G2 has been getting have been expensive wins. So their econ has not really been allowed to stabilize. And it's going to be a full buy from both sides here, although you see Whippy with the Bulldog. But still the eco decent for G2. So both of these teams sort of need this round win in order to get their econ moving in the right direction. Or be able to buy be able to full buy next round, which would be the last round of the half. So we'll see how it does end up going. There's 3 ults for G2 to use this round. We likely see most of them come out. We've got a Neural Theft, Cosmic Divide, and a Seekers. Over on Mad, we've got a Cosmic Divide and Seekers. No Neural Theft because they don't have a Cypher. Oxy gonna try and prevent the push into Heaven from Trick, and well, Trick does get the kill on Oxy. Oxy's gonna be able to trade that off with the Boombot. Nary gonna start the entry onto site. Able to find one. Can he find any more? We'll see. They're going a ring around the rosy here, but they're playing this Cosmic Divide. Ooh, Shazam pushing through the Cosmic Divide. Gets caught out by Bjor, and now it's going to be a 2v4 for G2. This spike is going to get to go down. Matt has the player advantage here. G2 going to start pushing through this Cosmic Divide. They would like to prevent the plant, but they can't. Bjor going to take out Penny. Dapper able to take out Narrate. Not going to find any more, though, as Bjor takes Dapper out. Man, tongue twisters here, as Mad now officially has taken the lead going to the next half, but we're going to the last round of this half. Could Mad take the 8-4 lead going to the next half? They're in a position to do so. They've got the econ to do so, but we'll see if they're able to. I believe there was only 2 players from Mad surviving that round, so yeah. Not all of the players from Mad gonna be able to buy. Trick gonna have a judge, so we'll see if he's able to clear any space with that. G2 not gonna be able to full buy this round because, like I said, whichever team or both teams needed the win on that round to be able to buy this round. And well, G2 did not get the win, so their econ not gonna be in a good spot here for this last round. Which means the eco advantage will be going to Mad. They should be able to take this. A-Site has been given up. There's some Cypher util. Narrate going to take out Shazam, clearing deep into CT. Now he backs up. Not going to overheat, and I respect that decision. But now there's a little bit of paranoia for G2, who can't completely focus on peeking out of Heaven, because they have to worry about that push through CT. Oxy, Showstopper going to do some damage. It takes out Ange. Bjor going to be able to take out Oxy. Dapper going to take out Trick. It's traded off by Narrate, though, to make this a 2v3 for G2. And again, these players only have Stingers. This is going to be so difficult to play. No ults either. Low util. The shorty going to be good for both. Narrate going to finish it off. 4 kills for him this round. Did an amazing job for Mad Lions. And yeah, so Mad goes into the second half with an 8-4 advantage. And again, this is a defense-sided map. It should, in theory, favor the defense. However, I will put an asterisk next to that because we've seen a lot of these pro teams not able to take advantage of what makes this a defense-sided. What makes it defense-sided is the choke points. The entrances onto these sites are major choke points. This is a good clip to show it. You see how Whippy's just able to mow down those players because he knows exactly where they're coming from. In order to get into A, you either have to go through mid or go through that A entrance, right? So if you can abuse that choke point, throw down a molly, throw down some Astro to whatever it may be, you can really prevent them from pushing through. Same thing with mid. You know that there's only one way to push through mid, so you just watch the entrance. You know, when you have a stage, it's a lot easier. You can just wall it off. But when you don't, you can just send someone to maybe listen out so you know where they might be coming from, and then you can take advantage of the choke point by watching those Heaven entrances through mid. And then, of course, watching B Garage is a pretty pretty big choke point. So that's why you see a lot of teams when they go through B, they're going to send 3 through mid and then 2 through garage, because you can get picked off really, really easily in B garage. But yeah, and we haven't really seen a whole lot of pro teams in challengers so far able to take advantage of that defense-sidedness, of those choke points. But we will see if Mad is going to be able to do that. G2 was barely, I mean, they were able to do it a few times there, but they definitely allowed Mad to sort of just push through them there, which is definitely a big reason why they were losing. They weren't able to defend those choke points. They didn't have good util to ward off those choke points and those entries. They sort of just had to let those entries happen, and then they had to play retake, where they weren't going to be able to play retake very well. So we'll see if Mad can do a better job of either preventing them from getting onto site, preventing G2 from getting onto site, or if Mad will be able to or if Mad will choose to let them get onto site and then be able to play retake. That's sort of what Mad has to do here. But knowing Mad has a little bit of less knowledge about how this map works compared to G2, and we know how powerful G2's offense can be, I'm not so sure we'll see a good defense from Mad. That being said, they've got a 4-round advantage right now, so they may not need to put up the best defense. They just need at least 4 rounds to take it to overtime. But of course, 5 away from a win, so that's not a whole lot of rounds that they need to get. So it's definitely still possible that they clamber together here for a win. And one thing I will point out, and this is, I talk about it a lot, but a good show of what a good team is their kill consistency. So you'll see in G2, Oxy's got 14, and then there's a 5 kill difference between Oxy and Shazam. It goes from 14 to 9, and then between Whippy and Penny, it's a 4 kill difference, 7 to 3. So you've got that 3 core middle players, and that's great, but you need your players to all be getting around the same amount of kills. And the reason is because it means all of your players are playing at the same level, and all of your players are playing in a position where they can trade each other off. Now, obviously, your duelist is going to be fragging a little higher, your sentinel is going to be lacking a little bit behind, but it doesn't have to be like that. And 5 kills above from Oxy isn't great. Yeah, your re-entry is going to be mostly your duelist, but especially considering Mad was just on defense, having the duelist so much higher in those frags isn't great. Versus you look at Mad Lions, and their top 3 are all really close in frags, and then their bottom 2 are also close in frags. So it's not, you can see why Mad is winning this so far. Narrate locking down A. I missed it. Narrate gonna find the 3 kills, locking down that choke point, like I was talking about. These teams needed to do. And then Ange gonna clean it up, taking out Shazam. That was so quick, as Mad was able to very beautifully play that A choke point. That's what I was talking about. If you can just abuse those choke points, your enemy can't get through. They can't push through, and that's a really good start for Mad. Really, really good start for Mad. Because, well, they're up against G2. As many rounds as they can get to start it off is good. Plus, they denied G2 a good start to this half. G2 needs to make a little bit of a comeback, just being at such a big round differential, being at such a round disadvantage. G2 does need to start to pick it up a little bit, and losing that first pistol round will stop them from trying to clamber those rounds back in their favor. And going to take out Oxy. Now it's going to be a 4v5. Now, one thing Mad was really good at doing in the previous half was taking advantage of the fact that they had the eco advantage. They got that first pistol round, and they played their eco advantage really well. Trick's grenade going to be the one to finish off Shazam. This push through mid for G2 has been denied. Narrate in A main going to stop a Dapper from getting any vision. And they know where both Penny and Whippy are. Trick going to take out Penny. Long range Spectre is tough, but it doesn't matter for Trick. And then Blackheart going to take Whippy out for a flawless round. Which means this next round, which will be a bonus for Mad, it's going to be very difficult for G2 to play. But yeah, Mad is really good at playing their eco advantage, right? So, like, you saw for a really long win streak there, they got a 4-round win streak, but before that, 4-round win streak right here, but before that, they had a 2-round win streak because they got that pistol round. Then this 3rd round, where the eco advantage was in the hands of G2, G2 won, but then Mad was able to do good damage on that round that G2 did win, so then they had the eco advantage the next round. And then on the next buy round from G2, they just used all of their ults to deny a win for G2, so that way G2's econ would stay low. So Mad was really, really good at denying good econ momentum and taking control of their own eco advantage, and we'll see if Mad can do that on this half as well.
this round.
G2 starting off this offensive round. This is their bye round. They should be able to take this round, but they weren't able to do any damage in the previous round, so there's going to be a really good eco, not advantage, but there's going to be a good bonus here for Mad. And just taking quite a significant amount of damage trying to get some vision mid. And Ange jiggle peeking out, does spot multiple coming in through mid. I don't think he saw them, but they do shoot at him, or at least one does. So they know there's at least one coming in through mid. They can be pretty sure that it's a mid push. There are 3 coming in through mid right now. 1 lurking A, 1 lurking B for G2. And so there's not going to be a whole lot of cohesive play here, at least like not a whole lot coming through main, for example. Actually going to be able to take G2 out, and this entry through heaven is going to start. Some util is being used. G2 going to start clearing space here. They don't quite clear out Bjorn. He's able to take advantage, taking out Shazam, and straight off by Whippy. And what Matt is trying to do here isn't necessarily get a win. Sure, that'd be nice as Narrate takes out Dapper and to clear heaven. But what they're mostly trying to do is gain the, or get as many kills as possible onto G2. Because they're going to have an eco disadvantage coming into this round. So what they're really trying to do is, or a gun disadvantage going into this round. So what they're really trying to do is kill the majority of G2's players. Penny going to take out Narrate. This push, this re-entry from Heaven has been halted. And Whippy takes out Ange. Penny takes out Blackheart. And the majority of G2's players aren't taken out. Which is not great for Mad. Although, G2 may not be able to full buy here. We'll see. They should be able to. But it looks like maybe not. Yeah, they're going to have to save a little bit of eco here, it looks like. Yeah, Dapper going to have to go for Spectre. So now Mad Lions will have the eco advantage, and we'll see if they can play that to their advantage. See if this gun diff will matter. We see that Operator on Narrate. And this is why you go double duelist on Split. Obviously, you don't need to, but the reason you would is because you want your Jet player, who is going to be usually playing an Op on most maps, you want them to be able to play that Operator. So you have your Jet, and then you'll have your Raze, who can do the re-entry, who can do the entry on your offensive rounds as well. So that's why you would go double duelist. That way you can have a Jet to have that Operator, and then also have a Raze to help with that re-entry and such. Narrate going to be able to take Oxy out and get away with his life. Then he pulls the Blade Storm out, and we'll see if he's able to defend B-Site any further. But it looks like G2's not actually going to push any further. They lose one there, and they back up. Bjorn going to prevent any push through mid into B-Heaven as he takes out Dapper. So mid control has not been given to G2 quite yet, although Bjorn re-peeks, spots Shazam, fires a shot, and now he's backing up. And G2 looking like they aren't super certain where they want to go. They're sending 1 through sewers, 1 through all the way through offense spawn, and G2 Shazam is trying to take B-Heaven, but Bjorn going to deny it, taking out Shazam. So now it's going to be a 2v5 for Penny and Whippy, and this buy round from them is not going well. And because their econ stability was denied on the previous round, because they did lose 2 of their players, that means that they won't be able to afford a buy next round, most likely, off of a loss here. Trick going to be able to take Penny out, and now it's just down to Whippy. He does not have the spike, and at this point, he may just want to try and save his Phantom. I like that Phantom skin. I like the Kingdom Phantom. So, like, the first Battle Pass, I think? I don't know. I feel like it, though. A little bit of sidetrack. Trick going to take Whippy out. And that does mean Mad Lions takes a flawless buy round to combat the buy round from G2, and now Mad has a massive eco advantage. And, yeah, G2 just looking like they aren't entirely sure what to do once they lose that player right off the bat. They just keep, or they don't even keep committing. They're just trying to figure out, hey, okay, so where do we go? And then they start playing slowly, which allows Mad to restructure themselves to be like, okay, it's not a B hit. We'll just redistribute ourselves, which then allows them to be in a position for the slow rotate from G2. So G2 does need to sort of figure out what to do when one of their players gets picked off. Because it seems like they're sort of just hoping that they won't lose any players on these takes. And this is going to be an aggressive take of a Heaven, and they're able to. Oxy going to take Narrate out. Blackheart and Trick and Ange all going to be coming through vents to defend Heaven, and Heaven will not be given to G2. However, Sight is given to G2. So G2 going to have Sight, and Dapper was picked off as well. Trick going to start this re-entry. He's able to find a pick on Penny. Whippy going to trade it off, and Oxy going to lock it down, able to get Blackheart and Ange. Too bad the Observer did not show that, but Whippy going to take Bjorn out. And 3 players off the live for G2 is going to make it a decent round win. That's the majority of their players, so it was a good choice. They did force that round, And so they are going to be able to rebuy this round. Mad Lions, who had a decent econ going into that round, going to be able to buy this round, but it will be a little bit of a forced buy as you look at Trick, who is not going to be able to afford a good rifle, but he will have a showstopper to use, and of course that Judge, although we haven't seen him able to use that Judge very much, we definitely could see it come through with some good kills. I mean, we saw Neri just in the first pistol round get quite a few good shorty kills, but G2 are gonna have to make a pretty hefty comeback here. They're in a pretty tough spot. There's 2 ults for G2 to use this round, and at this point they should know it's probably a buy from Mad. Ooh, Bjor pushing up aggressively into B Garage to try and get a good pick. He's able to find the pick on Penny, but it's immediately traded off. Narrate going to be able to find a pick on Oxy and defend any push into A. How does that kill? I don't know, but Trick's showstopper narrowly hits Dapper. Finds a pick there. Now it's going to be a 2v4 from G2. They send the Cosmic Divide B. So now Mad knows it's a B hit, and they're just going to start to try and figure out how they want to play this retake. And it looks like they're going to go for a 2-man flank through B Garage and a 2-man push through Heaven for this retake. And yeah, this Cosmic Divide gonna drop now. So, and it's actually gonna be a 3-man flank through Garage and 1 person pushing through Heaven. This may not go well for G. I mean, they're already at a 2-player disadvantage. Oh, and Whippy's back turned, gonna get finished off by Trick, and now it's just down to Shazam in a 1v4, trying to defend the spike. Granted, the spike's been down a little while, but they know where he is, and Ange just gonna take him out. This round going to go to Mad Lions, and that's that 12th round. So at this point, G2 needs 6 rounds in a row to tie it up and try and get to that overtime win. But at this point, G2's chosen map of Split is not going their way. I said I was expecting a 2-0 from G2, but for some reason in this split, in Split 2, G2 has just declined in their ability to play well. They have not really been able to find their footing here, and Mad trying to prove that. G2 has lost every match so far, I believe. No, sorry. I don't think that's true. Is it? I think it is. It could be. They lost to OR. They lost to Moist Moguls. Yeah, I think G2 has lost every round so far, or every series so far. Looks like it's continuing here. Neri is blinded, but still going to get away from the showstopper. And Neri going to be able to take out Shazam and Dapper. The res does come through, but it's going to be a bait res that does not turn into a kill. Neri with 4 kills so far, looking for more. Not going to have to find it, and Ange takes Oxy out. The final round of this map goes clean and quickly. Only 6 rounds for Split, or for G2 on Split, and this is a map that they famously do very, very well on. Their reputation not upheld very strongly here. And if I'm G2, I got to start looking worried about how poorly that did end up going. I mean, that was abysmal on Split, especially considering it's G2. This is surprising, to say the very least. From Matt. I mean, I should just you know, I'm gonna stop dogging on G2 and instead give such big props to Mad. I mean, this is a team who currently has a flawless loss streak. I mean, we can just go ahead and take a look here. You see both G2 and Mad Lions have a flawless loss streak. So whichever team wins this series is going to, or whichever team loses this series will continue that flawless loss streak. But what I'm trying to point out here is Mad, who is at the bottom right now with only a 1-4 map differential and negative 25 round differential, is still doing so well so far. I mean, this is impressive considering they're up against G2. I will remind you, if this is any other team, I'd be like, yeah, sure, Mad Lions has a chance. G2 went to the grand finals of the midseason face-off. G2 beat FaZe Clan, they beat Moist Moguls, they beat Oxygen, they beat the Guard. They got a map up on M80 in the grand finals. G2 did so well in the midseason face-off, and now we're going to Split 2. And I have no words. G2 has lost to Moist Moguls, who they've already beaten. They've lost to OR, who was the bottom of the barrel coming into Split 2. And now G2 is going up against Mad Lions. And I mean, this is just, I don't have words. That they've lost the first map. And not only did they lose the first map, it's Split. This is the map G2 does well on. I don't know if G2 had some false confidence going into this. They came into this a little bit too overheated. I don't know what or why, but I mean, this is just impressive from Mad and disappointing if you're a fan of G2, which a lot of people are at this point. This is definitely surprising to see G2 do so poorly in Split 2. And, you know, you could see the first two, you could definitely say in the first 2 weeks, oh, well, you know, G2 is, you know, they're just warming up. They're getting into the new split, all right? They'll do better as the split goes on. But if they take a loss to Mad Lions here, I'm not so sure anymore, right? I would not be so sure anymore about this sort of situation. I would not be so sure that G2 will be taking a dominant win over Mad Lions like I expected. And honestly, if G2 does take this loss here to Mad Lions in this series, you can probably say, all right, G2, are you gonna, first of all, are you gonna make it to playoffs? I mean, you have so many points, you probably should, but are you going to be doing well in playoffs? Is Split 2 just a fluke, or are you not actually going to be playing your peak when you're needed to? Typically, you'll see, you know, as teams start North American Challengers, they get, you know, they start off a little bit bad, and then they get better as the season progresses. And it looked like that was true for G2, I'll remind you. Split 1 went decently for them. Sure, they did lose a map, but then they went into the mid-season face-off. And they went 2-0. Or they immediately got 0-2'd, but then they went all the way through the lower bracket, and they made it. They beat the Guard in the lower final, went to the grand final. And so you're like, all right, it seems like they're getting better and better as time progresses. But now, they're not. This is not a hard group to be in. I mean, sure, if they were in Group A with Oxygen Esports, TSM, M80, sure, maybe I'd be like, all right, yeah, you know, G2 probably not going to be playing very well. But they're in Group B. This is not a super difficult group. Yeah, sure, you've got Moist Mogul. Sure, you've got the Guard. These are tough teams. And yeah, G2 has taken a loss to Moist Moguls. But G2 also hasn't played against the Guard yet, and yet they've still lost 2 series. Who have they taken a loss to? OR, who is the 12th place in circuit points right now, and was the bottom of the barrel in Split 1. And, you know, you could say, all right, OR is looking better. But G2, if they take a loss to Mad Lions, who did not look good coming into Split 2, unlike OR, who did start to look stronger, if Mad Lions is able to beat G2 here, I mean, is G2 okay? Like, what if, have they not been practicing? Have they've been taking a little bit of a backseat? They're like, all right, we qualified for playoffs. We'll relax a little bit through Split 2. I mean, sure, there's not as much riding on the line here. They're not trying to necessarily play for qualification in the playoffs, but still, that is not an excuse to just lose so badly to so many of these teams, especially against Moist Moguls. That was a dominant loss. And again, G2 could have made the argument, and I think they did make the argument of like, it's just, you know, we haven't had a whole lot of practice time, but we're 3 weeks in now, and you just lost Split to Mad Lions. Now, I'm not saying it's over. They may be able to take Pearl, but it doesn't bode well for them in this matchup that they did not take the win on Split. Let's go ahead and analyze this match, though. So I did talk about the kill consistency about halfway through. And honestly, G2's kill consistency got a little bit stronger in the sense that the bottom 3 players, none of them are in double digits. Then you've got Whippy. Oxy's still pretty far above, and that just goes to show, like, G2 is not defending these sites equally. Like, each player is not holding their own. And Oxy's really having to push through for his team, and obviously it's not gonna, you know, he's not carrying his team by any means. Then we look over at Mad Lions. Trick with a 315 ACS. 223 for Ange. 150, not great, but it's still okay considering you're on the recon initiator. Bjork going to be on 246 ACS. Narrate with 289. These are impressive ACSs. Both of the duelists, top frag, 21 kills and then 19 kills. And then it goes down to 18. This is a top 3 with such good kill consistency. It's 2 kills in between Trick and Narrate, which is not a big gap at all. Then between Narrate and Bjork, it's only 1 kill. Then between Bjork and Ange, it's only 2 kills. And sure, it's a big drop down to Blackheart, but regardless, all of these players have a positive KD. I mean, this is just impressive. This is not at all what you'd expect from Mad Lions against G2, is what I'll say. And yeah, this is. I mean, I don't know whether to call this disappointing or shocking. They took a tech pause in the middle. Yeah, they took a tech pause in the middle, and maybe G2 is like, all right, hold on, there must be something wrong with our computers here. I mean, this is just surprising, you know. Some people say this is scripted, and this might be a way to prove it. This is just not good. I mean, again, G2 has some room to breathe in the sense that they're probably going to qualify for playoffs, even if they get a flawless loss streak here. I think they will. I think they will still qualify for playoffs, but that's again, it doesn't bode well for the team. That they will be doing poorly here. This is like number 3 in circuit points right now is G2. They went number 2 in the midseason faceoff, and now they're just not finding their footing at all when we return to the regular season. This is just not. This is not good. This is not what you would expect from these teams, right? I mean, Moist Moguls, this bodes so well for them. They're like, all right, yeah, we are at the very least number 3. They just beat the guards, so they're like, all right, yeah, we're at the very least number 2. Right now they're at number 2. They just need to get to playoffs where they can face off against M80. That's where Moist Moguls is at this point with how strong they're playing. And they're, you know, unlikely. After Split 1, it was definitely unlikely to say that Moist Moguls would be currently vying for that number 1 spot. Especially, you know, you saw them perform surprisingly well against M80 in the midseason faceoff. Sure, they immediately got out to G2, but G2 went on to the grand final, right? And now they're coming into Split. They've beaten G2. They've beaten the Guard. They've beaten not OR, but they've beaten Mad Lions. Like, Moist Moguls is really looking like they're going to be able to dominate Group B. And, yeah, Mad Lions, surprisingly, doing super... Sorry, I didn't mean to click on that. Surprisingly, doing super well against G2. Let's go ahead and take a listen here to what the casters have to say.
Mad Lions had coming into this one. But, Dust, this is absolutely a surprise to the start of the series.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, look at their conversion of post plants, the first kills. They had the one clutch that was up for grabs. Like you said, Trick was taking a bunch of space every round, it seemed like, early. But it was actually the controllers from Mad Lions who were like doing a lot of the cleaning up in the mid to late round situations as well. So give them props. Narrate did have one huge 4K, like clutch type thing. And then he popped off the pistol round in the second half as well. So we're going to give him credit for basically kind of taking 2 rounds by himself. But certainly, Mad Lions just looked like a well-oiled machine on the attacking side in general. Just never really let up.
Yeah.
To add to that, yeah, the controllers, like you said, Ainge had... it was exciting to see the different ideas that Mad Lions had, especially on attack, right? We don't get a whole lot of defense. But we had not only just your standard site hold setting up in your post-plant positions, but then as soon as we swapped, you know, sites that Mad Lions were hitting, Ainge has these lineups, and then he plays perfectly behind these lineups, understanding kind of the spacing in the round when he's about to be the last person alive. He knows somebody's pushing him, he gets that kill on Shazam. Then he plays the time perfectly as the snake bites subside. Maybe there's time for G2 to defuse, but Ainge just takes the perfect timing on the fights. Make sure that G2 do not walk away with weapons, and yeah, Ainge had a really strong start, and then from there, the players that we mentioned, you know, Trick obviously having a good game, but Narrate really started to step it up, and economy was a big issue for G2, and anytime that G2 tried to get out of a situation, Mad Lions found ways to punish them.
Well, it's important to note that was the pick.
That was the main thing. Really like, I feel like Mad Lions, especially in that first half, did a really good job of playing their eco well. Like, they made sure that they always had the eco advantage and prevented the eco advantage from being gained by G2 at every possible moment. They played it so beautifully.
It's important to put an asterisk on this because you really can't look at the map pool for Mad Lion and go, oh, that's a really good map. This team has struggled a lot. Like, it's fair to say that this team has not had the greatest run here in Challengers. The only map with a positive win rate is Fracture, and that's just a 2-1. Even Pearl, which is their selection here, Tanner, is an 0-4 map. However, we've only seen G2 play this map twice. They played it to kick off the second week of Split 1. They played against Breakthrough, which they won, and then they got decimated by M80 in the midseason face-off grand finals. So only 2 times. It means that they haven't really shown a proclivity for playing the map.
Yeah,
I can't imagine that this is a map that G2 feels especially comfortable on. Meanwhile, although Mad Lions do have those 4 losses, you mentioned it, right? They've increasingly been getting better. And I think when we started Split, it's a bad map. We were expecting 13x for the other side. We're like 13-4, 13-2, something for G2, right? And domination is what we expect on Split.
Yeah.
But with Mad Lions getting the pistol and then losing the bonus, but getting their first rifle and starting to piece rounds together, Trick really coming to form, I think the confidence was huge. So even if the playbook is limited for Mad Lions here on Pearl, same for G2, I think coming into map 2, they're going to be playing full confident here, which is scary when Narrate's going to be showing up on this map. Trick will be right back at it. Ainge is going to be a problem. This is a very scary spot against another map or another series where G2 looks very shaky.
Yeah.
This win, too, of the utmost importance here for Mad Lions, because we talked about how this team, they might already be too far gone. It might be too difficult for them to kind of find themselves into playoffs. But at the very least, they got to put that foot forward. You talk about this step up as they've 13-5 on Pearl, 13-6 on Pearl, 13-8 on Pearl, 13-10. They've progressively gotten better. Eventually, you're going to walk up those steps and you're going to reach that second floor, which would be a dub. And it would be an impressive time for them to do it here as G2 is potentially staring down the barrel of an 0-2. Now, that said, they don't look particularly stressed, although Whippy's pixels can be counted by hand. But Dustin, as we look at the team for G2, they seem to be somewhat comfortable. You don't see any of that anxiety that you might see from teams who are facing a similar situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is kind of understanding that they're already in such a great positioning in the overall.
All right, and it looks like we're just going to get right into it. This is an exciting matchup. Or this is an exciting map, as Mad Lions has surprisingly taken Split against G2. We know G2's Pearl isn't the best. At the very least, they don't have a whole lot of experience on the server on Pearl. So we will see if now that they're in the limelight playing on Pearl, they'll be able to pull through. Let's go ahead and take a look at the agent select. Narrate and Oxy both going to be on Jet, Bjor, and Dapper both on Killjoy. And I believe that's where the differences end. It is a double controller setup for G2 versus a double initiator setup for Mad Lions. So the double controller for G2 is Viper and Harbor. For Mad, it is just going to be an Astra for the controller. For the initiators for Mad, it is a Sova and a KO. The one initiator for G2 is Sky. So a little bit of a difference here in team composition. I feel like Mad is maybe playing a little bit of a more standard comp compared to the composition of G2 on Pearl. And again, we don't have a whole lot of data for how G2 likes to play on Pearl, so it will be interesting to see if G2 can pull through here and get these wins in their favor. It's looking like Mad going to be starting on this offense, going to be encroaching on A. Or at the very least testing it to start off. We're sending at least 2 through mid. Possibly 3. Oh, we're actually going to be 4 through mid, and it's only going to be Ange posted up in A to try and lurk a little bit, it looks like. This 4-man push through mid will be going into Art. It's going to be met by Oxy, who's behind this box. There's also Shazam. And as the engagement on Shazam starts, Oxy going to be able to take out Narrate. Trick going to take out Oxy. Shazam going to take out Bjor, but he's traded off by Trick. So it's going to remain a 3v3. Whippy able to take out Blackheart. Traded off by Trick, though. And now Trick going to take out Penny. That's 4 kills for Trick so far. And Dapper's alone in a 1v2. He's been able to rotate over to A. Trick at this ace here to start it off. I mean, that would not bode well for G2. Now they know where Dapper is. He makes his presence known. Smoke comes out, and now Dapper's going to have to play this weirdly. In 1v2, you know Trick's not going to say, give me the ace, but could see it come through. The smoke goes down, and that's what Dapper was waiting for. Peeks out, able to get a hit off on Trick. Now the spike going to be tapped. Jump peek comes out. He doesn't get it halved. Dapper gonna turn, take out Trick. No ace for Trick. And just playing time here. Jump peeking out. Ooh, Dapper gonna be able to take out Ange, but at this point, no time. And although Dapper will get away with his life, he will not get away with a win. So Mad takes the first pistol round, and although they all die, the econ of losing all your players doesn't matter a whole lot in that first pistol round. So Ange will be able to force a buy here. I mean, well played from Trick this round. I'll give him that for sure. especially in art. Didn't quite get the ace, but he got close to it. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
They've won all 3 pistols played so far.
Mad Lions now on a forced buy, should be able to take the round. It's going to be a pistol eco round from G2. They should just be trying to get as many kills as possible here against Mad, but Mad played their econ so well on split, and we'll see if the same truth will ring through here for Mad Lions on Pearl. 3 are getting ready to approach A, and actually it's a mid hold from G2. They place 4, even could argue there's 5 in mid, but they're actually backing out now, and as Penny's trying to get away, Bjor peeks out with good timing. Gonna find the pick there. Bjor gonna do an incredible amount of damage to Shazam as well. As Narrate gonna entry onto A. So A site has been taken. They have not cleared Art, but the spike will be allowed to go down, and G2 not gonna be able to do anything to stop it. There's a flank coming in from from Dapper. There you go. Looks like Blackheart will be there to watch it. We will see. It actually looks like Oxy may be coming for the flank as well. Ooh, Shazam gonna catch Trick as these flashes come through. Narrate gonna be able to take out Shazam for a bit of a trade. Narrate also gonna take out Whippy. Now it's just down to Dapper and Oxy. Dapper's flank coming through. It's met by Blackheart, but Blackheart not gonna be able to take him out. And now Dapper just gonna be trying to maybe find an exit pick here. Matt is approaching. Narrate gonna be able to take Oxy out. And Ange gonna take out Dapper. This round goes to Mad Lions. It's a forced buy round that should go to them, and it does. So Mad gonna be in a pretty decent spot here as they keep 3 out of the 5 of their players alive, which is the majority. So they should be able to buy this, or sorry, so this next bonus should be a decent bonus for them. Although the gun advantage will still be there for G2, as it'll be G2's, full buy. But Mad may be able to do some good eco damage if they can get a few good kills here. And it actually looks like those players who die are going to be buying guns. We see the Phantom on Narrate. We see the Phantom picked up by Ange as well. So we'll see if these guns are going to be useful. Dapper going to just be shooting and spraying down B, trying to prevent Mad from pushing up here. And Mad's entry has started. Narrate going to be able to get in heaven. His own KO Molly does a little bit of damage, and he doesn't actually clear heaven too much here. The null command comes out from Trick as well. So no damage done to either side. Trick's push up a little bit, but not too far. And this re-entry needs to start from G2. Whippy going to take out Trick, and then the flank coming through from Oxy going to be good for 2, taking out Narrate and Ange before getting traded off by Bjor. Now it's going to be a 2v4 for Mad. And post-playing Util going to be good, does some damage. Blackheart going to be able to take out Whippy and Shazam. Penny going to take out Bjor, and then Dapper going to take out Blackheart. The defuse will come through. However, like I said, it's a bonus round from Mad, where their only goal is to get as many kills as possible. And they killed the majority of G2's players. That being said, it was a bit of an expensive round for Mad. They did force those players who had died the previous round. So they're actually not going to be able to afford a complete full buy here. So it does mean the eco advantage will now be in the hands of G2. The eco was not managed as well as it was for Madline in the previous map on Split. Mad gonna have 3 good rifles here, a Judge and a Stinger versus the full buy from G2. So we'll see if this buy from G2 will come through with anything good. Trick gonna be able to take out Oxy. It's a good start, preventing him from getting into long cubby. Now it's gonna be a 4v5. Narrate able to pick up is that a Judge? No, I think he wasn't able to pick up a gun. Messed it up, and now he's just gonna run away. Doesn't not want to get caught trying to pick up that gun. And the knife comes through. Narrate gonna start the sentry with the Judge. Gonna be good for 1. Could it be good for more? He picks up the gun, and Whippy gonna take advantage of it. Whippy also gonna take out Tricks, and now it's gonna be an even 3v3. But Bjor takes out Dapper. Blackheart takes out Whippy. Now it's a 1v3, and Penny not gonna be able to clutch it up as Blackheart takes Penny out. This round gonna finally go to Mad on a buy round for them. So now they're gonna start to gain a little bit more momentum here. The econ for G2, which has never been allowed to stabilize, is gonna continue to look unstable. as it will have to be a light buy save from G2. This eco round for G2 will be difficult for them to play through, to say the very least. There's a Blade Storm for Mad Lions to use, a Blade Storm for G2.
Particularly Dapper is usually really well known for using it. I'm surprised that he's not one of the ones that has it. But obviously,
There's a Viper's Pit for G2 to use, and a Hunter's Fury for Mad. So there's 2 ults for either side. The Blade Storm is being used by Narrate, as he did die the previous round. The Blade Storm for G2 is being used as well, though. Narrate going to take out Penny. Oxy's Blade Storm not going to do damage, though. And going to take Oxy out. Now it's going to be 3v5 on this eco round from G2. It's not going well, as Bior takes Shazam out mid. And now Matt is actually going to rotate over to B, as B is clear. It's a good call, but G2 going to have some time to rotate, as the offensive rotate is really, really slow on this map. And that Viper Wall going up will prevent good vision for Mad. So this entry onto site will be difficult to play through. And now G2 has been allowed to get onto the site, so they'll be here to defend the push, but it is still a 2v5. The Bior on 5 HP, a little bit of damage done to Blackheart, Narrate, and Trick, so could still go in the way of G2 if they can do some good damage. Narrate going to take out Whippy. It's traded off by Dapper, but Trick going to be able to trade Dapper off, so this round goes to Mad. Sorry about my voice. This round goes to Mad. Yeah, G2 not going to be able to do very much damage at all on their eco round. So Mad's round coming up, this round, could have some good eco to buy, and Mad's econ has started to stabilize. It's definitely good for them. G2 going to have 3 ults to use, a Lockdown, Viper's Pit, and a Sky Seekers. Mad going to have a Lockdown and a Hunter's Fury. So they still have 2 ults to use. G2 has 3, and now that it's a buy from G2, I imagine we'll see a lot of those ults come out. Splash comes through.
Viper's pit out towards mid, less than desirable to push that way. Art even more so. So that's one of
And Mad getting ready to push into A here. There's only 1 on site to defend it. That Viper's Pit mid does deny any push through Art. So Mad does have to entirely push through main here, but nobody going to be able to hold them to any of those choke points. And Narrate going to be able to clear even through to Secret, able to take out Dapper. So now it's going to be a 4v5 retake that G2 has to play. Now, Oxy has that Operator, but on a retake, it's not going to be easy to use. Penny going to be able to take out Narrate. Trick is being caught in this position, just holding on the default plant. And Whippy going to send the Viper's Snake Bite to try and do some damage. It will force him out, but nobody going to be able to take advantage of that. Yes, they will. Oxy going to take him out. Which does mean now G2 has the player advantage. The spike gets tapped, and the Hunter's Fury comes out. Nobody really going to be able to push very deep, but Mad not going to be in a position to defend this or defend the spike. Stop the defuse. Able to do a little bit of damage. Is there time? There is not. The spike will go off. G2 not going to get there quite in time. The Hunter's Fury does a good job of playing post plant. Oxy gets away with his life, but no Operator. G2 not going to be looking good for their econ as they come into this next round. Mad Lions econ, which was pretty, or it was decently stable, going to be able to afford losing all of their players there, although it does deny some good econ stability. But as many rounds as Mad can get here is better, because they know that they're up against G2. G2, they're fighting for so much at this point. They need to be pushing here, and although like they said, Mad probably can't qualify for the playoffs, even if they suddenly beat everybody in their path. It is still, putting up a good show before, a good farewell. Beating G2 here would be very, very good for the players as a whole moving forward after challengers. Oxy able to find a pick, which will mean that the player advantage now in the hands of G2, but Narrate taking out Dapper and then continuing to clear by taking out Whippy. There's one more in Art. Oxy going to be able to take out the ult on Trick and able to take out Narrate. The rest will come through as Blackheart is able to trade it off, and now Shazam's in a 1v3. Spike is going to go down. Shazam coming in through Art. The knife comes through, but it does not detect Shazam, so they may be giving up Art. He starts pushing in here. Shazam going to be able to push Blackheart. Nobody there to trade it off. Flash comes through, but it's not going to be a full blind. Shazam able to take out Bior. Trick takes out Shazam. It's an expensive round for sure, but it is still a round for Mad Lions. Now, that was an eco round for G2, so they were okay with losing that. Now that G2's back on a bye, and Mad Lions econ has been decently damaged, whichever team loses this will not be able to buy next round. Although, that being said, Mad has taken this 6th round, which does mean now G2 has no hope of gaining the lead going into the next half, and Mad is definitely in a position to take the lead themselves going into the next half, similarly to what we saw in Split, where I believe it was 6-1 for Mad as well. And then they went into the second half, 8-4. So we'll see if G2 can prevent that. Oxy going to take out Narrate, who is trying to clear mid, which will make it a 5v4 now. G2 once again has the player advantage. Mad going to be pushing A here, but it's red by G2. To be fair, Mad has not pushed B in a while. It looks like G2 is getting ready for the possibility of a B push. The Astra U2 comes out on A, and now they're ready to defend. Oxy going to be able to take out Trick and Ange firing through that smoke, and then Oxy going to take out Bjor as well. Now it's just down to Blackheart in 1v5. Looks like he's still going to challenge it, trying to stay away from this Reckoning. So they don't know where he is. You know Oxy is saying, give me the ace, give me the ace. Wall's about to go down. Will this be an ace from Oxy? He's pushing. No, he's not going to get the ace. Blackheart going to deny it, and then Shazam takes Blackheart out. Finish it off, but still a good round for G2 as they win that round with the majority of their players alive. So this could be a good comeback for them. Keep it going. There's a Hunter's Fury for Mad Lions to use. There's also a lockdown. But I did say whichever team lost that would be at a bad econ position going into this next round. And that is true. Mad Lions will be able to force a buy here, but you do see Narrate going for the Bucky because they're going to go probably try and get him Blade Storm by getting that orb. Meanwhile, G2 has a Blade Storm for Oxy, which they're going to use, and also a Lockdown. And G2 is reading an A hit, or maybe they're just trying to push for this ult orb. They send 3 out A main. They don't encounter anybody, as Mad is going to be pushing into B. Blade Storm comes out from Narrate as he's able to pick up the orb. The Lockdown comes out, though, from Dapper. And it looks like Mad will respect it. Now, whether they re-hit or not is the question. So lurk mid from Bjor. Not going to find anybody pushing through mid, although there is a flank coming through from Oxy. There will be an alarm bot to alert G2. Sorry, to alert Mad. Speaking of Mad, they're now starting this entry into B. Narrate gets heavily blinded and gets shaken out by Shazam, which does mean that player advantage is now in the hands of Mad. But Blackheart's ult, as well as the Nanoswarm from Bjor, are going to be good for 3 total U-tail kills. Ange going to be able to take out Oxy, and now Whippy in a 1v4. Not going to find any more. Trick able to take Whippy out, and suddenly that round where they went into it with Nico disadvantage has turned into a good round for them.
It just seems like everything was building up for G2, and then in the blink of an eye, the utility out of Bjor.
Alright. There's a Cosmic Divide for Mad Lions to use this round as well. The ults on the previous round used very, very well, which does allow Mad Lions to not only take the lead going to the next half, but continues their econ stability. G2 going to be sending 3 out A main. There's only 2 pushing into A. They see 1. They're able to get that ping off on him. The dart. Ooh, Oxy gonna be able to defend A main, able to find 2. Meanwhile, a pick earlier from G2 will make it a 2v5. Bjor gonna find a pick, making it a 2v4. Now Mad has to figure out how they want to push this. Dapper is in connector to watch it. Bjor and Dapper meet each other. Dapper doesn't immediately get the pick, and he worries, so he gets back. Bjor still in connector, though. This will be very, very dangerous for him. Trick pushing out into B link. Catch Dapper. Not going to do any additional damage. Ooh, Bjor going to be able to win the exchange with Penny. Not going to win the exchange with Whippy, though, so it's 1v3 for Trick. He has the spike. Question is, where does he take it? Sends a flash into B.
Anyone's game at that point. They already know they got
Doesn't look like he knows if he's gonna commit to B or not, but he doesn't really have a whole lot of time. That turret goes off.
Greener pastures here for G2. Trick, the only one that stands.
He's turning his back to CT, but Dapper whiffs. And the spike will go down. He does take quite a bit of damage through the wall bang. He's able to take out Dapper and Whippy. Oxy gonna take it out. Not gonna let a 1v3 happen. However, it's still an expensive round for G2. An expensive round which they can't really afford. Their econ is still not stable. They cannot afford losing that many players here. Mad gonna be able to buy this round regardless. Their econ has been pretty stable this whole time. Nice try is what they're saying. Cosmic Divide for Ange here. And like I said, Mad gonna be able to buy this round, although there is a stinger for Ange. But over on G2, Dapper can only afford a Spectre, so econ still not stable for either of these teams, as G2 has been able to whittle down the econ on Mad, but still a really good position for Mad to be in. They've already taken the lead going to the next half. G2 just trying to deny as much of a lead as possible. But this back and forth has started, and if this back and forth continues, Mad will be able to take the 8-4 going to the next half, and we could see a repeat of split. Turret goes off. Cosmic Divide comes through, and it's actually a good Cosmic Divide. They will be allowed to push in. And it looks like Dapper had to play far enough back that the alarm bot can't go off. Nary going to be able to take out Whippy as he's clearing Hall, but Dapper going to be able to trade it off. You know, Blackheart's still going to be watching Hall, but going to get flushed out by Oxy. And Oxy's pushing up, hoping to clear some space. Not able to, though. Bjor going to take Oxy out. Shazam, though, going to be able to take Bjor out, so it's still a 2v3 here. Spike is not quite being held. The Asher Util just push him back. Shazam pushing through, being watched by Ainge. Ainge also going to be able to fire through the smoke and take out Penny. Dapper now in a 1v1, not going to be able to take Trick out, and Trick takes it. Now Mad has taken the 8-3. Now still another expensive round for both sides. But, you know, Mad is already up rounds going into the next half. They already have the lead going into the next half. So it's okay that they're at bad econ. They could lose this next round and still be in a good spot because they'll have the 4-round lead going into the next half. But now we're going to this round, and although neither of these teams can afford a full buy, Mad Lion's buy will be a little bit better. You see Dapper going to have to go for a Sheriff with G2, and you can just see how much that econ stability has been denied for G2. Oxy going to be taking mid control. Trick looks like he's getting ready to try and push through mid here. Oxy's backing up. And mid control has been given up by G2. Mad will be able to push into it. Meanwhile, Mad is pushing down B. Still 2 mid though for Mad. Need to start taking mid control, and it looks like Oxy is getting ready to watch it. Trick gonna be able to take Oxy out. Dapper peeks from Art. Not gonna do a whole lot of damage. Whippy able to take out Bjor though, prevent this mid push. Trick gonna take out Whippy though. And Penny looking to greed, able to trade Trick off. Nobody gonna be there to res him. So this will be a 3v3. But there's 2 in mid for G2. It's misplaced. I don't know if they were expecting a rotate, but Mad is still B. And it's only Shazam on site to lock it down. Penny though coming through, or no, Trick died from that ult earlier. Narrate able to come through Hall and take out Shazam. Ange gonna take out Penny. Now Dapper's alone, and we could be going to the next half 9-3. This is a slightly defense-sided map, so it isn't great that G2 is going to this next half where they'll be on the offense with such a big round disadvantage. 9-3. Just such a bad position that G2 is in right now, that they find themselves in. If I am Mad, I'm looking pretty happy right now. I mean, we could be taking they could be taking a win against G2. the number 3 team in circuit points, the number 2 team in the midseason face-off. I keep saying that because it's important to note. Like, G2 played so well throughout the first split, throughout midseason face-off, but all of a sudden, they're just not playing that well in split 2. It's like the regular season starts and they just fumble. They pretty much have already qualified for playoffs. It's not like they're playing for qualification, which is why it's okay that they're taking this many losses, but it still doesn't bode well for them when they do end up in playoffs. Maybe they're just hoping to get a better seed or something. I don't know. They want a better seeding against they want to go against Moist Moguls to start it off or something. I don't know. Not entirely sure. And G2 starting on this offense going to be going B. It's a good choice. There's only one on B. So there's 3 in mid for Mad to try and take mid control. So the aggression onto B is going to start. You're watching from halls. Not going to be able to defend. Oxy going to take him out. Now it's going to be a 5v4. Spike's going to be allowed to go down. This could go well for G2. Start off their offense. Post plant going to be able to be played a little bit here by G2. Oxy gets spotted in hall. No Mad knows. Oxy going to get punished. He's able to find a pick. Is Mad asleep? I think I just witnessed 2 players stare at him and do nothing. It's going to be a 4v2 now for G2. Narrate and Trick low on health as well. Shazam going to be able to take out Trick and Narrate. I don't know what happened to Mad there, but G2 does take this round. 4 players left alive for them. Although, again, keeping players alive doesn't matter a whole lot there. But it's still going to be a good position for G2 to start it off. They need to make a pretty good comeback here. In getting this first pistol round, they should be able to get another round off of it, and a comeback could definitely be in the works for them. The 9-3 could play to their advantage. We'll see, though. It's such a big round disadvantage that they would have to play through.
I like this double, controller composition with the Harbor. I think it provides a lot of options on the attacking side. So I would expect G2 to make at least a little bit of a roar here, make a little bit of a comeback. But how far they push it's going to be entirely up to how they can.
Looks like G2 wanted to challenge A. They just wanted to grab that orb, though, because now they're backing out. Looks like maybe they're going to try and push through mid. Bjor's there to watch it. He hasn't taken any damage, though he's getting spammed a little bit. He's holding a shorty, hoping somebody will push him. It's not looking like G2 will. They are rotating towards B, though, which isn't good for them, because Matt has read a B hit. And it's a good read. Trick peeking out. They see the dog, and now Matt just going to hold firm here, waiting for the push in from G2. Util comes through as G2 starts to push here. Oxy going to be able to take out Trick. The dart comes through. Oxy just going to spam Ange through the smoke. That's going to be a 4v or a 5v3 for G2. Spike's still not down, though. Mad's in a little bit of a decent spot here. Shazam going to be able to take out Blackheart. Shazam going to be able to come through the back of Hall and take Narrate out. Oxy going to take Bjor out. The gun advantage very prevalent for G2 here. And G2 will be able to go into this next round with all of their previous guns, able to pick up some more guns as well. So this will be a bonus for G2, but it's also going to be a full buy. It's a full buy bonus round. And Mad going to be on a full buy, but it's not a bonus for them. They need to win this round to get some econ moving in their favor. So G2 is in a really good spot here. Oxy going to be going for the Blade Storm for G2 to continue to allow some econ stability on this bonus. That sends that KO knife through. It's going to detect a lot of them. Now Mad knows that it's probably a B hit. The knife also disables the Blade Storm for Oxy, so they're not able to start pushing yet. Now they're going to start pushing in. The Util's coming through, and they're going to be able to push up here, as Matt is playing very far back, hoping to play this retake.
Nobody's headed this way just yet. Trailblazer dealt with it. Will back narrate off the site for now. Seekers spend it to try and sniff out the defenders.
Spike goes down.
Personal Oxy, no
Oxy holding this close to the Bucky, hoping to just find one good pick. He will. And he gets to pull out the knives and take Blackheart out. No punishment. A little bit low on health, but at this point, at the very least, it's a 2-for-1 special, which it is, as Bjorn trades Oxy off. But Spike's been down for quite a while, and this retake needs to start from Mad, and it looks like they're just going to go to save, and I can't blame them. This post plant will be played very well from G2. And yeah, this just is not going well for Mad to start off this defense. I think the issue is when you're holding B, you can't let them push onto site. You cannot let your opponent push onto site, because if your opponent gets onto the site, they can just play that post plant. They can just hold from long. And sure, your retake could be good. You could have a good execute on your retake, but chances are, like, with how easy it is to play that post plant on B long, it may not matter.
Try to be a little bit aggressive. Try to slow this G2 B push down. Because you can't rely on a retake, I don't think, on this site. Not with the composition G2 are playing, and not with how successful they are at taking space.
Alliance going to be forcing a bye for those players that were not able to live on the previous round. So they're hoping for a win on this round. We'll see if they're able to get it. Dapper making some noise mid. Narrate peeks out and takes that turret out. Now G2 going to be going, pushing up B.
So his job isn't really and hasn't been, hey, we need to find all these frags. It's, hey, Penny, get into the site, use that util to get that spike.
And G2 just waiting for the smoke to drop so they can start pushing. The knife that comes through, and now Mad knows they're still pushing. So G2 may want to back up here.
And so that's certainly good news, as G2 certainly fainting this B play.
See, Mad is doing such an aggressive B hold, doing a 3-1-1 setup. 3 on B, 1 on mid, and 1 on A. Oxy peeking out, but the location going to be revealed there using the recon utility. G2 still trying to figure out, do we re-hit this or do we back up? And it looks like they're going to re-hit. They're still going to be committing to this. And this is good timing, as Matt has started to back up and not hold as aggressively. Whippy going to be able to take out Oxy. It's straight off by Bjor, and Bjor's going to get away with his life to remain in a 4v4. But again, this post plant on B, I talked about it in the previous round. It's so difficult to play through, but Bjor able to take out Shazam. Now we're going to take out Narrate at the same time, though, which will make it a 3v3. And yeah, this post plant just going to be played. Mad may not be able to play through this. Penny going to be able to just mow them all down. Your trick and Ange, making it look easy. As G2 takes another round, and now the econ not good at all for Mad. They're going to have to take an eco round, and now G2 looking like they may be able to get the 9-3 in their favor. They may be able to make this comeback alive, as Mad has yet to win a round in this half. So went into this 9-3 for G2, or 3-9 for G2, and they've just won 4 in a row. Now it's 7-9.
In an even 3-on-3 situation with long B control, with no flank threat, and Mad Lions are never going to win rounds that way. It's just too hard. And now this round they have little to work with weaponry-wise. And I know that people may be thinking that like I'm over-exaggerating or I'm calling it too early, but I'm just telling you, like, you can't retake this B side structured.
Now Oxy going to be able to take Blackheart. Mad is going to not have adequate defense on A. G2 has decided to push A this round. Trick going to be able to take out Oxy. The entry's been denied, but not really, as site has pretty much been cleared. Although Trick able to take out Penny, Dapper going to take out Trick, though, for a trade, and Dapper also going to take out Bjor. And although it was once even, Narrate now in a 1v3. Uses 2 of his knives. A little bit of a tough spot here. Pulls out the Stinger, trying to clear close, and not able to, as Dapper wins the exchange. And now Mad has to start getting worried. So that's eco round. Did not go very well for them. But now Mad's on a bye. We'll see if G2 decides to just hit B again, because their B has been so strong. Their B executes have been done really, really well here. Madeline's Madeline's taking a time out here, and I like this decision. I mean, you're down quite a few rounds in this half, but you did not start it off good here, and haven't really been able to reclaim your hope here. G2 have been able to make the start of what needs to be a good comeback, so Mad does need to figure something out here if they want to make it an easy 2-0. This is a map pool. I mean, this is Mad's map pick, right? So they should be able to pick it or take it. And if they aren't, it's not great for them. It does not bode well going into bind. This is that kill consistency I was talking about, however. You look at G2 and Oxy with 26 kills, 14 kills above the next highest player on his team, versus Mad, who's got a little bit of better kill consistency, but you know, they're still G2 is still able to have a carry in Oxy. So what Mad needs to do is deny Oxy those entries. You need to prevent it from pushing in. We'll see if they're able to do that. G2 gonna be doing another B push, and Narrate is here with the operator. Gonna be able to find one. Still not Oxy though. Oxy can still do this entry. It's gonna be a 4v5 for G2. Operator and Narrate. Good for at the very least one. Did have to go into this round with no shield though, and that could come to bite him.
Right here, Narrate holds the angle. Dapper looking to play the long con. We'll deal with that turret inside Art. Back away, letting the paranoia set in.
Dapper makes a little bit of noise. Art. Bjorn and Dapper meet each other. Dapper gonna be able to spam Bjorn through the wall. Narrate gonna be able to peek out with the op and take out Penny as Oxy takes out Trick, and then Oxy able to take out Narrate at the same time. But Blackheart gonna be able to take out Oxy, so it's gonna be kept an even 2v2. And entry has been denied, so site's still not been given up to G2, and Ange coming in for this flank could do some good damage.
Oh, the turret might see, though.
Although, yeah, that turret does tell G2 that there may be one on flank, and Blackheart's actually rotating off of B.
I did not know that that turret would see the player here.
But it looks like... So it looks like G2 will be just given sight here.
I do like to play for Blackheart here, right? Just backing away from it.
They're going to be pushing Blackheart. Blackheart not going to do anything. The sight's going to be given, and now they can get that spike down. They can play this push plant, and they've got some good util to do it with. Although there aren't any nano swarms. There's one snake bite and that lockdown. And just tries to walk past that alarm bot, but is not able to. Gonna be able to get back into Hall.
I don't know if Whippy has the poison cloud down though. So snakebite, sure.
Gonna tap that spike.
Next best tools. Here comes the snakebite. Dapper gonna play behind.
Dapper not gonna be able to do anything. Or sorry, Ange not gonna be able to do anything as Dapper shuts it down. And that buy round for Mad does not turn into a win, and that's off of the timeout. Although it went much better than some of the other rounds have gone. Did not go well enough, and I think G2 are going to be dominating this half. Although unlikely, or seemingly unlikely. It's looking like G2 will be able to get this 9-3 curse in their favor. Econ stability is so big for G2, and typically Mad is able to play some good econ management. But because they just went into this half not able to get any rounds or early rounds, they haven't been able to play that econ management. Dapper going to stop Narrate from trying to find any grounds mid. Now the rest of G2 going to be pushing into B. Despite the fact that G2 has pushed to B the majority of these rounds, Mad is still doing a more split hold. And they probably should be doing a little bit of a more aggressive B hold.
Doesn't give up that angle out towards mid. Make sure nobody else is peeking through these doors. Oxy works his way forward, judge in hand. Somebody inside the smoke. Nobody home for now. Trick just on the other side.
The knife does prevent those knives from coming out from Oxy. Finally, he's able to bring them out. Now Dapper are going to be able to take out Blackheart mid. So there's no flank potential for Mad at all. Oxy going to be able to clear out Trick. Oh, not quite able to clear it, Ange, but Shazam going to be there to trade it off. Yor with the judge going to be able to take out Shazam. Looking for more. Able to pick up a gun. And he tries to peek out to maybe find some people off guard in that that main entrance through Hall that peaks long, but not going to be able to do anything, and he gets taken out. Now G2 up 10-9. This is not looking good for Mad. 4 ults for Mad Lions to use this round. A null command. Null command, a lockdown, a Hunter's Fury, and a Cosmic Divide. Over on G2, they only have Seekers. This buy round from Mad Lions could turn into something potentially, but they're going to have to play their ults well. They just need to start to gain some kind of foothold. They need to find it. G2 are going to be pushing A. And Mad going to be kind of ready for it, but it looks like maybe G2 was just trying to get that ult orb, because now they're backing out and going towards mid. Silverdrone not really going to clear mid either. So G2 will be able to push into mid with no pushback from Mad. Dapper gets cleared with that dog. Now they know there's no hold in Art. Flash comes through. G2 gonna have to play back a little bit. The entry from Oxy is still there in A main. Seekers come out now from G2. That was one of the only ults that they had. Oxy starting this entry, able to get that pick onto Trick. Oxy also gonna take out Ange. Shazam takes out Blackheart. Shazam gonna shoot at Bjor through the smoke, and now it's a 1v5. And Narrate being one of the only players on Mad without an ultimate ability that is going to be useful here. And he is an operator. He probably just wants to save it. And it's looking like G2's comeback is going to be a very dominant offense side for them. Whippy going to be able to take Narrate out. And it is not looking good for Mad. I know I keep saying that, but it's true.
Put together 8 rounds in a row. Completely unanswered. 4 ults go to 5 ults for Mad Lions. The buy, I think, is one where we're only expecting maybe the Blade Storm to be invested.
One enemy remaining.
This has been a brutal beatdown.
Mad Lions taking their second time out, and I can't blame them. They need to do something differently here. They need to find some sort of footing. They need to shut down Oxy is what they need to do. But even when Oxy is not able to find very much ground, somebody else in G2 is able to pick it up. But still, look at Oxy. 31 and 15 is insane. That really needs to shut him down here.
You know, there was one point where his webcam, I think, was in black and white. I don't know if that's like a bad lighting thing or I don't know what's going on.
This might be the worst webcam in the history of technology that Whippy's using.
I will say that sometimes when you have too many things plugged into your computer, it could be a good webcam or a bad webcam. You just don't have,
Look at Whippy.
you don't have enough USB bandwidth.
I love his reaction. I mean, I can see his facial expression so well.
In 2023 that your webcam can be this bad. I'm now getting reports that it's a phone. How do you have a phone?
Now there are 5 ults for Mad Lions to use this round. The question is, off of this timeout, are they going to save those ults for next round when they're on a bye? Or are they going to try and then use them this round? The Blade Storm will probably come out this round.
I know that's completely unrelated to the game in any form or fashion, but it just makes me let chuck every time I see it. It might be the worst one I've ever seen. Someone help Whippy out.
Toxins going up.
Is Whippy
It's looking like G2 are going to be pushing into B here.
But he's not even putting that poison cloud down inside or on that B site on top of the spike. That's been completely.
He's been using it for B link pressure.
Yeah.
Which is a cool way to use it.
Alright, G2 are going to be pushing into B here.
And that puts a lot of pressure on the defense as to whether or not.
Be getting ready to challenge this. There's 3 on B for Mad. It's a good choice. Again, it's been a very aggressive B pushes from G2 pretty much every round. But they do make some noise, grab an ult orb, and now G2 is banking up and going A. Now Mad has decided to give up mid control, just watch the mid entrances, and instead focus on a more aggressive A hold, placing 2 near the site in order to play a little bit of a better defense here. We'll see if it's enough. Oxy coming in for the sentry. Gonna get denied. Ange gonna be able to take out Oxy. Unfortunately, the Hunter's Fury will be able to take out Ange. Although the Hunter's Fury does do a good job of pushing G2 back, so still no entry for G2, despite Ange being taken out. Does mean no vision for G2, although Shazam able to take out Trick. Narrates Knives, though, doing some damage. Able to take out Dapper. Blackheart takes out Shazam. Penny takes out Narrate. Now it's going to be a 2v2. This spike will go down. The Stinger not going to do a whole lot. They're pushing him. Penny going to be able to take Blackheart out. Now it's a 1v2 for Bjor. This eco round not going well here. The Reckoning tells them exactly where Bjor is. And he's going to push right into Penny. Penny going to take Bjor out. In this round, goes to G2. The 12th round gained by G2. Now, that being said, it was an eco round for Mad, and it went decently well. So now that they're on a bye, they've got 2 ults to use. Mad did have to use 3 other ults in the previous round, and they did not amount to a win. But there are still 2 ults for Mad to use. They've got the Cosmic Divide. They've got the Lockdown.
And the numbers are dwindling. Narrate spotting all this pressure. I just think there need to be a faster rotation from Bjor. Either way, G2 continue to dominate here. They have yet to let up on the attacking side. 3 map points now to force a third. Mad Lions do have a couple of.
We will see if Mad is able to play this.
He's going to try to get aggressive bid with it this time.
The Operator going to be peeking out mid. Trying to find that pick on Dapper. Jump peeking. Not going to be able to. And now Dapper backs off. Mid control has been given to Mad. But they also know that there's at least 2, possibly even 3 mid. So they know B side is weak. So they start this B entry. Obviously going to be disrespecting this lockdown. Challenging it. Bjor going to punish him for that. Taking him out. Trick going in for the flank. Going to be able to take out Dapper, who was trying to prevent mid control. And now it's a 3v5. Matt has the 2-player advantage. Could this be their first win on the defense of Pearl? Maybe a bit too late, but still, could it be start of something? Narrate going to be pushing Hall. Narrate still going to be able to find Whippy, despite Whippy having the drop. Penny going to be able to take out Narrate. You're going to take out Penny, though. Shazam now in a 1v4. Able to take out Blackheart and Ange, and now it's a 1v2. Seekers come out. Spike is down. Shazam, they know where he is, and Bjor are going to be able to take Shazam out. And Mad has done it. They finally won a defensive round off of that timeout. And, you know, it might be a little bit too late, but at least it's something. They prevent the flawless run for G2 on their offense. So, Mad needs a total of 3. They need now 2 more in a row. But so many of them died in the previous round that they really just don't have econ to full buy here. And the econ disadvantage may be what causes Mad to lose this map. Cosmic Divide for Ange here. See if it will be used. The Operator on Narrate going to be looking for some damage.
We'll see how this Cosmic Divide gets utilized. Narrate looking to take this early positioning here. Flash around the corner. He's going to still try and take the fight on the
Narrate still looking for some picks. Going to be able to find one, but going to get punished by Oxy. So it will remain a 4v4 here. Trick peeking out. Going to get spotted by Oxy, and now the player advantage there for G2. Maybe a little too aggressive for Mad. They get punished for it. Now it's going to be a 3v4. The player disadvantage for Mad as well as the gun disadvantage may be too much to handle. Oxy going to be able to take out Blackheart before getting traded off. Bjor going to find 3, though, as Ange takes out Shazam. And once again, 2 players left alive for Mad. In this round, does go to Mad. They need to start to pick up these rounds, and they were able to find them. And that was where they were on a disadvantage, an eco disadvantage. They had worse guns there, and now they've got the guns back in their hands. So we'll see. Now that it's at an equal gun fight, we will see if Mad can take it. There's a Cosmic Divide for Mad to use. They've read an A hit, and it's a good read. Snipe is going to come out and confirm that it is an A hit. Bjor is pushed up, looking for a pick, not going to find it. Actually taking Bjor out, but it's traded off by Trick, so it's going to be a 4v4 here. This could be good for Mad, as now no more duelist. Mad has been able to deny those entry picks that Oxy needs to find. Could definitely help Mad out here. 4v4, no entry duelist for G2, so this push will be difficult. It looks like they're still going to contest A. Now, there is no Killjoy util that will be in the favor of Mad here. Blackheart watching Art, gonna find one, looking for another, not gonna find it though. Whippy taking out Blackheart. Now it's gonna be a 3v3.
Oh, and Trick just missed the timing there. Has the fragment though, so depending on where this plant goes,
Coming in through A main.
comes out. Fragment in hand, he's gonna right-click that one forward.
Plant comes down. The KO Molly does do a little bit to Penny, but not a whole lot. It doesn't land exactly on the plant spot. Flashes do come through, and this entry has started. Shazam gonna take Trick out. Narrate with the Judge, though. Gonna take out Shazam and Penny. Whippy's walled off by this Cosmic Divide. And Narrate gonna be able to take Whippy out. These overtime will come through. Mad won 3 in a row when they needed to the most. Now we're going into overtime. This has been kept close, to say the very least. Both of these teams had a much more dominant offense than they did defense, so we will see whichever team can pull through on their defense. That's the team that will be able to take this overtime victory. G2, who has not really been able to wake up this entire series, this entire split, finally able to gain a little bit of ground here on the second map, but will it be too late? Weren't able to get that map win, and now they could be looking at a 2-0 from Mad.
And at what point, because we have so much of this, I feel
This is
like
one of the more unique situations I've seen from G2.
And you start second guessing all the things that you've been doing right. The last couple of rounds, the next time that we see G2 on the attack, do they try something different because they feel that Mad Lions have a read on it? Now we do have one.
It's an operator
there, but
in Oxy's hands here.
the head games just as much as the
Sova drone for Mad, gonna give some good vision
Early pressure here from the owl drone of Blackheart
to
on
Mad.
top.
Can they dominate on this offense just like they did before? The operator on Oxy not gonna be good for anything, as Blackheart takes Oxy out. And there goes the Jet. Now it's gonna be 5v4 for Mad in this overtime. The first round of overtime could be going well for Mad.
Yeah, that does not feel good. Completely starched, just as he could even see Blackheart.
Skybird comes down B. We'll tell them there's at least a few. But Narrate starting an entry onto A with the help of Trick slightly, and Narrate does get into Art. Going through main, able to get into Art. It looks like he may want to challenge Connector. And now Mad's actually backing up and rotating towards A. G2 doesn't really know where to hold, it looks like, as they know there was some action in A main. They also don't know where the rotate could be, and Blackheart able to find that pick on Shazam. But G2 knows, okay, it was just the initiator that could still be an A push. They're not going to send any B, so the bait is not bought by G2. Dapper going to take out Narrate. This re-entry going to have to start here. Penny able to take out Trick. Now it's going to be evened out. It's a 3v3 now. Blackheart able to take out Whippy, though. We'll make it a 3v2. That flank not going to come through for anything. And from Art, going to be able to take out Dapper. And now it's just down to Penny. Not going to be able to clutch it out. 3 players left alive for Mad. Makes it a pretty decent overtime round. But it doesn't really matter how many players you have left alive. All that really matters is that you got the win. Because Econ does not matter in overtime. And Mad able to scare the first round. All they need to do is pull through on this defense, and they were able to. In those last 3 rounds of their defense in the main game phase, they did find 3 rounds won in a row. So we'll see if they're able to continue that magic, or if G2 can shut it down. Although Mad Lions likely will not be qualifying for playoffs, they can at least go out with a bang, and taking out G2 would be a good way to do it. G2 pushing up into B here. The bird comes out, but the knife going to push G2 back because they don't have any util to entry with. Narrate up close to try and watch this. He's in cubby, trying to do damage, but not really going to be able to, so he just dashes out. Now G2 going to start pushing in. Oxy still not being taken out. Could allow for an entry for G2. Mad just needs to deny that entry duelist. They need to do some damage here. I think Mad is prepared for the possibility that they aren't going to be doing a B hit here. Is it going to be a 3-man flank? It looks like it. And they do smoke off the turret as well, which means that G2 can just... It means Mad can just walk right past and go for the 3-man flank. So B-side will be given up, but the flank could be really, really good for Mad. Trick gonna be the first to peek out on this flank. Whippy gonna take out 2 of those flankers. You're gonna be good to take out Whippy, but it's traded off by Shazam, and now it's just down to Blackheart and Ange in a 2v4. The 3-man flank, although it could have been good, it was read well. Dapper gonna be able to take out Blackheart. Now it's just down to Ange. He has to clutch out this kill, but no, Oxy gonna take Ange out in this round. Not gonna go to Mad, so we're going to another round of overtime. G2 trying to figure out how they want to play this. I'll remind you, like I said yesterday, every 4 rounds of overtime, you get a new timeout, and these timeouts do not stack. So, you know, if you use, let's say you get your timeout, and then you wait 2 more rounds after that, then when you use it, you have to wait 4 rounds after that to get another timeout. So, we'll, you know, that's not important quite yet, because it hasn't been 4 rounds of overtime, but just to remind you. Mad starting it off by challenging A little bit.
Slow approach here. Spike still down inside the spawn for Mad Lions. Expecting some sort of aggression here from G2's defense, but given nothing.
Now Mad getting ready to pick up that spike in the offense spawn, and now they're running it over towards B. Again, this offense for Mad has been a really good offense. They won 9 out of the 3 rounds, and unlike Mad's defense, where at the end they won 3 rounds, G2 did not win 3 rounds at the end. They won 3 rounds sporadically throughout the dominant win from Mad, or throughout the dominant offense from Mad. So G2's definitely in a tough spot here. The Nanoswarm gets destroyed, but there is still an alarm bot and another Nanoswarm. So Mad will have some util as well as a turret. Sorry, G2 will have some util to alert Mad when this push starts. Sentry starting. G2 is ready. They've got 4 to watch this site. Ooh, Trick trying to push B-Link. Flashes Oxy, but he shoots Trick through the blind, and then Oxy's shorty. Going to be good for a kill. But A has been taken by Mad, not B. So Spike will go down. G2 did buy the entry onto B, but because Mad didn't get any picks, it could be bad for them. Oh, and Ange looking for some picks, pushed into connector. Gonna get taken out. Bjor able to take out Shazam. Blocker gonna take out Oxy. It's immediately traded off though. Bjor gonna be able to take out Whippy. Now it's a 1v2 instead of a 1v3. Spike gets tapped. Penny gonna be able to take Bjor out in this round. Gonna go to G2. They find a win on their defense, and now Mad needs to pull through and find a win on their defense. And although both of these teams had a better offense than defense, they did still win some defensive rounds, so we need to see this come through from Mad. They need to get this defense win. Will they be able to? Going to this 4th round, a timeout is earned, so Mad Lions taking a timeout here. And I like this decision. You know, they got some ground to cover. The issue is when you take a timeout, your opponent also gets to use that time as a timeout, right? And so, yeah, it's just it's a weird position. So Mad choosing to take it here does allow G2 to have some time to talk as well. Oxy up 38 and 21. You can just see how hard he is carrying his team right now. And Mad playing pretty consistently throughout. Maybe Ange lacking a little behind the rest. Maybe Blackheart as well, but still really consistent in those kills, especially in those top 3. Or even just those top 2. Narrate and Bjor both with more than 21 kills, or sorry, more than 20 kills. The heck was I saying? So it's I'd say it's a little bit more equal play for Mad Lions team across. But yeah, G2, they're able to rely on Oxy. Mad's defense they need to be centered around denying Oxy. They need to pick him off early because he's done such a good job of these entries. Narrate gonna decide to buy an operator here. Seen him do this exact hold before. He was not able to find a pick. It's Cascade about to go down, and you can tell Narrate's worried. And Dapper gonna be able to catch Narrate off guard. Trick gonna take Oxy out for a little bit of a trade, but then Dapper gonna take Trick out. So there is no entry, but Shazam going to be able to take out Blackheart as well. Give Mad the player advantage. Bior going to take out Penny. It's a 3v2 right now. Chaotically pushing through these smokes. Shazam going to be able to take out Bior. Now it's down to Ange. You have to clutch out this 1v3.
Dapper on the plant. Lockdown.
Lockdown is going to be allowed to come out.
He's going to try and take some shots aggressively. He's already been spotted. I believe Dapper on the jump.
Ange location is given. And Whippy going to take Ange out. This round goes to G2. And we're going to a third map. Although that win was so incredibly close, G2 is able to just barely secure it.
Considering how the second half is going for G2 on the attack. I mean, their B attacks were just so oppressive. No real chance for retaking from Mad.
Gotta give it to Mad. I mean,
The bulk of the half
that was kept really close. And I'll point out the same thing I pointed out versus when we were looking at the Moist Moguls and the guard game yesterday. I'll point out a similar thing here. G2's win, sorry, Mad Lions win went 13-6. That's a really dominant win. They haven't put the scores in yet, but it was a 15-13 win. So it went pretty deep into overtime for G2 to take the win. So G2's win was super close. Mad Lions was not. That being said, they did not win their chosen map picks, meaning Mad Lion did not win Pearl, which was the map that they chose, and G2 did not win Split, which is the map that they chose. So it's a little bit of a weird situation.
Maybe issues moving forward now that some other teams are going to take a look at this one and see what G2 brings to the table. And
The biggest confusion right now is just like why is Mad able to perform so much better against G2 than anybody was expecting? Why is G2 performing so poorly across this split? And even if G2 is able to take a win against Mad Lions here, it'll probably be by not by a lot. It'll probably be a very close win. And even if G2 is able to do it, it still does not look good for them. I mean, this has been a really tough series. Even if G2 is able to take 5, it's still a really tough series. So you do have to wonder, why is G2's Split 2 run looking so poor, considering how well they did in the mid-season face-off. I'll remind you again, they went all the way to the grand finals. That's crazy. Okay, that means they did really well in the mid-season face-off. They were number 1 in their group in Split 1. So why, now that they're coming into Split 2, are they just not performing at all? And I'll say it again, this is not a difficult group. Like, I mean, sure, yeah, you've got Moist Moguls and the Guard. Those are difficult battles. But you're in a group with OR and Mad Lions. You're in a group with FaZe Clan as well. Like, G2 should be able to at least be top 3. But they've taken a loss. They took a loss to Moist Moguls. Okay, yeah, Moist Moguls is a good team. They're looking really strong. But then G2 takes a loss to OR, which is like, you know, that does not bode well for them. And now that they're playing so close against Mad Lions, this just is not looking good at all for G2. And again, Mad Lions probably can't qualify for playoffs at this point. But again, they're just trying to go out with a bang, say, you know what, yeah, sure. We didn't do well enough to make it to playoffs, but we're still a really strong team with some really strong players who made it to challengers in the first place, right? Like, that's what Mad Lions is trying to do here. So for G2, this should just be an easy obstacle, right? Like, they were number 2 in the midseason face-off. They're number 3 in circuit points right now. Like, this competition, or this series right now should just be like, all right, let's just get through it. And I think 2 things are happening. Here's my theory. I've got 2 theories. One, G2 maybe just hasn't had a whole lot of time to practice. But the other thing is, I think G2, and this is the main reason I think that G2 is performing poorly, they know that they've already qualified for playoffs at this point. Like, G2, they could probably lose every single series in Split 2, and they'd probably still qualify for playoffs. So they're probably just not taking this as harshly or as seriously as maybe they should. So they're not performing as much or as good as we'd expect, because they don't have to. There's not as much on the line. There's not a whole lot on the line other than that, hey, we still want to look strong for when we go into playoffs. And I think G2 should still be trying to look strong for when they go into playoffs. They should still be trying to perform at their best, still trying to compete against the Guard and Moist Moguls for the top spot in Group B. Like, I'm not excusing the poor performance from G2, but I think that could be a reason why they're having such a poor performance. It's because they're like, well, you know, we already qualified for playoffs. We can relax a little bit. We don't have to take this as seriously. I'm waiting for this game to be put in. waiting. I guess we can take a look at this, see if there are any clips that have been uploaded from this series so far. Oh, there's quite a few. Let's go and take a
So
look.
now is H falls.
Or though responding with the Guardian from distance.
Wow.
They do get the rest of one to
Player
Oxy.
standing.
Wow.
One enemy
But Bjorn
remaining.
just says fine.
Yeah, this was
Even more so now is H falls.
Or though responding with the Guardian from distance.
Wow.
They do get the rest of one to
Player
Oxy.
standing.
Wow.
One enemy
But Bjorn
remaining.
just says fine. Line them up. I'll just keep knocking them down.
Really struggling to
Matt-
figure
Matt
out
has
what
such
did
an
Narrate
incredible
buy
split.
for 800 credits with just a shorty and a cloud. Must have grabbed something else for the team. Well, okay, and the shorty's getting the reinvestment right there. Ainge there to back him up.
One
oh,
enemy
God,
remaining.
get the shorty out of this guy's hands. I'm
that's probably the best shorty play I've seen in Challengers so far.
Hiding behind the box. And there is trap sprung, but equal trades. Mad Lions happy with that.
and not even necessarily ready for it, but responding to it. Our Mad Lions Whippy here to find the first on the
One
next.
enemy
3
remaining.
kills, make it 4. Trick just does. Wow.
Enemy
Hey, speaking
remaining.
of respect, Oxy giving none of it to the utility of Mad Lions. This round.
I feel like G2, or sorry, I feel like Mad really fumbled that the Pearl. Like they definitely could have been able to take that, should have been able to take that. They just really did not know how to get their defense in control. Yeah, this is just like yeah, it's just not that great, you know. I was just trying to see if there are any additional clips, but it doesn't look like it. While we're trying to kill time, I'll talk about it again. I talked about it yesterday, but I'll say it again. So, playoffs is going to happen. It starts on the 31st. And then I believe it's either going to be after the upper quarterfinals or after lower round 2 is done. I'm not entirely sure. It's one or the other. But probably after lower round 2 is done. But June 4th to the 5th, the top 4 players, and this is what I'm saying, like, so if it's after the upper quarterfinals, it'll just be the 4 teams that are made it to the upper semifinals, but if it's after the lower round 2, then it'll be the teams that weren't eliminated, right? Whichever one, there will be the top 4 teams will, during playoffs, will go to the play-in relegation. This is not the same as playoffs. It has nothing to do with playoffs. This is separate. It's the top 4 teams. What they are playing for, it's a double elimination bracket. They're playing for a spot in Challengers League North America 2024. So it'll be this same competition, this same tournament next year is what they're playing for. So it's like a little mini break in the middle of playoffs to say, all right, who's going to be earning themselves a spot? If you win play-in relegation, that does not mean you make it to Ascension. If you win Ascension, that does not mean you won play-in relegation, right? Like, you can make it to Ascension and not have one play-in relegation. This is a separate thing to just say, to give everybody a chance. Because if you didn't know, the way that you qualified or made it to Challengers was 4 teams were directly invited. 2 teams were technically also directly invited, but that's because they won the play-in relegation last year. Those teams were M80 and the Guard. The teams that were invited this year were TSM, FaZe Clan, G2, and I'm not entirely sure. Wait, TSM. Oh, Shopify, I think. Yeah, it's probably Shopify. I can double check that. Yeah. So Shopify was also directly invited. So it was Shopify, TSM, Shopify, TSM, FaZe Clan, and G2 were directly invited. The Guard and M80, they qualified in the last play-in relegation to play this year, and then 6 teams went through the open qualifiers and made it through to challengers, right? That's how these teams were determined. So, 4 teams will once again be invited next year, but in addition to that, 2 teams this year have a chance to qualify for play-in relegation. Or for next year's through play-in relegation, a little mini bracket in the middle of playoffs. And again, you win play-in relegation, that does not mean you make it to Ascension. You make it to Ascension in playoffs, that does not mean that you won play-in relegation. It's 2 separate things. It's just that if you win this, you'll probably win playoffs, but you may or may not. So, yeah, this is big if you're like let's say Moist Moguls is able to win play in relegation, then it's like, all right, they just got a free confirmed spot next year, which would definitely be good. And from there, you can either sell your team or you can just be like, yeah, we're just gonna pull through. We're gonna be ready for next year. So we'll see what direction Moist Moguls will take it if they. Why am I saying it like they're gonna make it? We'll see which direction these teams do end up, or we'll see who qualifies and if those teams are also going to be making it through to Ascension. Again, it's two different things. Playing relegation is just to earn yourself a spot in next year's Tier 2 competition of North American Challengers. Ascension, if you make it, the top two teams make it to Ascension, and if you do that, then you go and play against a whole bunch of the other Challengers teams from across the world to play to get into the Tier 1 competition and play in the VCT Champions Tour. But anyways, that's a whole thing. Talk about it as the time comes. But for right now, it's week 3, the end of week 3. Let's just get through this day, and then next week we'll talk. As we move closer and closer to the playoffs, we'll talk more about how that's all going to work. But for now, let's get back to this. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what the casters have to say.
I look at the framers of this map as the ones who are successful. They're the ones who put up the walls. That's a construction joke. I'm looking at the fact that you've got a Harbor and you've got a Viper. I actually think that Penny's impact in this match cannot be felt on any statistical column. But if you watch how many kills they sprayed through his walls, I mean, it was getting a little out of hand. They just couldn't find a solution to deal with the amount of control that G2 was bringing to the board. Now, as we take a look at our third map in the series, and we can pull up the map pool just so you can see where we're going to be going and how we're ending up there, we are going back to very familiar territory for OG players. We're going to Bind, a map that's been out of the pool for a little bit of time, and we're excited to see it brought back.
Praise be. Praise be.
I'm
Dude,
not sure,
if I had to watch another Icebox game, bro, I was going to lose my mind. I'm so happy Bind is back. I know today's Cinco de Mayo, but I'm celebrating this, bro. Like, this is huge for me personally. Big fan of Bind. Always have been. Always thought it got hated on a little bit too much by those who didn't like it. I think it's been improved upon. And, yeah, Icebox was staler than a crouton, so I'm pretty happy to be here.
But honestly, that's what people said about Bind for a while. Like, the reason they didn't want to play Bind anymore is because it was just they've been playing it for so long. They needed a change. Now, I get that. I think the hatred for Icebox is maybe a little bit more vitriolic in nature. I think that people are like, I don't really like Bind. People are like, I hate Icebox. Yeah, like it's definitely a completely different attitude that is coming to the table. But I am kind of curious to see how well both of these teams play this map. We haven't really seen enough to really understand what they're going to do.
We hadn't seen anything at all from G2. They've yet to play it ever. So, I mean, like, you really have nothing to go on there. You really do. I mean, I don't know how you would watch it, Bach. I don't know if you're, like, able to tap into the astral form and, like, maybe into the future. And, I mean, you have called a lot of things, so it's definitely possible. But, yeah, the one time that Mad Lions played it was it not against TSM La Loss, a close one? But that's the only time you've seen them play it. So the sample size is very small for both teams. And for G2, well, it's non-existent.
Yeah, non-existent. It does kind of like make me rack my brain as to how everything's going to lay out, right? Like, what are G2 going to play? Because we just saw kind of cringe post plant, and I say cringe, but it's cringe to play against. So that's why I use the word cringe. It's obviously that's where we're at right now. Do we see something similar, right? Do we see a Viper? Do we see a Brimstone for G2? Do we also see the same? Is it Trick going to be playing the Rays for Mad Lions? Like, there's a lot of shakeup here. This
is a speculation. But I think that this Bind, the way it's set up now, plays very well for a double controller of Brimstone Harbor. I think that is I don't know if anyone's going to do it, but that's just like a speculation I have. I think that that's going to be very powerful. Obviously, Raze is going to be your primary duelist if you play one. Obviously, Sky can be very big on this map, something along those lines. So if I had to predict, I'm going to guess one of the compositions is Raze, Sky, Brim, Harbor. I don't know about the fifth agent. Like, is it a Sentinel or is it another initiator? Like that I don't know.
I mean, I would actually even argue that you could see Viper Harbor. I feel like more teams are starting to warm up to
Yeah.
Harbor and his
Yes.
versatility. I was just talking about it in a casual conversation with someone the other day about how I think teams could start playing that on Ascent, and we could see teams who are liking, say, a Viper for control on that map, complementing it with a Harbor because of the ways that it opens up parts of the map that maybe otherwise would be difficult to get into. And I think more and more teams are starting to realize, hey, like, maybe Harbor isn't as bad at Agent.
All right, enough talk. Let's get into the first North American Challengers match on Bind. Let's go ahead, get into it. Enough talk. Let's get into what these team comps are actually going to be looking like. Yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. It looks like we're going to have Ange and Dapper both on Viper. We've got Whippy and Blackheart both on Sage. We've got Oxy and Narrate both on Raze. I believe that's where the similarities end. We've got a double controller set up for G2 in the Viper and also a Harbor. The double controller for Matt as well is going to be a Viper and also a Brim. And I believe that's it. Those are the only differences. Each team has a Sky, each team has a Viper, each team has a Sage, and each team has a Raze. So we will see. How this does end up going. Again, Brim being a controller for Mad, and then Harbor being the controller for G2. So it's a similar team comp. Other than that controller difference, so we'll see whichever team can play this better. That's a very beautiful shot. I don't even know where that would be on the map, but they found it. And yeah, we're gonna push in here. Mad starting on this offense. Going to be pushing up into B. So they do have a little bit of a lurk. Bior going to spot Shazam a little bit. They do a little bit of damage to each other, but they're not going to engage any further. And 3 for Mad going to be coming through long and into tree. Harbor wall going to come up. And now Mad just going to take TP and start this push into showers. And Shazam gets spotted, and they're aggressively taking this side. They're pushing so quickly, but Oxy going to ward them back. Throws a grenade and is able to take out Narrate. No more entry duelist for G2. Or sorry, for Mad. Oxy also going to be able to take out Bior. Mad Trick going to be able to take out Shazam. Penny going to take out Blackheart. Ange going to be able to take out Oxy, but the grenade going to finish Trick off. And now she's down to Ange in a 1v3. Not quite going to be able to get it there, as Whippy takes Ange out. And this round does go to G2 to start it off. Good for G2. Let's see, check this here. Check my notes. The old bind was 51.4% defense sided. I imagine it's around that same level of defense sidedness. So it's not super defense sided, it's only slightly defense sided. So we should see the defense at the very least keep it even, if not take the lead going into the next half. And if they do take the lead, it shouldn't be a big lead. It should be like 7-5 in a good situation for the offense. Like that'd be an okay position for the offense to be in on that first half. So of course G2 are going to push for more than that, but we will see if that is what or how it ends up going. We'll see how it ends up going. It's going to be a default play here from Mad. A split push. We'll be sending 2 into hookah, 1 looking long. We've got 1 in showers, and actually Ange has been able to push into U-Haul on A. It's pretty deep. That spike is still in B lobby-ish. And Oxy going to be able to find the pick on Blackheart as they push Blackheart. Now this spike being rotated over to A. Dapper from heaven just shooting through that smoke. Trick gonna be able to get the spike down. Ange finally pushing out from showers, gonna do a little bit of damage, but not too much, and so Matt can be down a player here to start off this post plant. Ange pushes out, able to find a pick on Whippy. It's traded off. Now this retake started by Oxy. Izzy bounce packs over, sends a grenade, and now he's going to continue this push. You're going to be able to take out Penny from showers, and able to take out Shazam as well. That's going to give Matt the player advantage. Oxy able to take out Trick. But Bjorn going to find another pick. Now it's a 2v1. It's Oxy. He could definitely clutch this up. But Bjorn coming from behind with the classic. And the eco turns into a win for Matt. That is not good for G2. Their econ gonna take a massive hit because of that. And now Mad gonna be able to buy, full buy, and they should be able to take a round here. And yeah, because G2 get ecoed there, it's gonna be a bad start for them. Now the eco for Mad gonna take a big hit or a good boost, and they can start to get some good. Look at Blackheart. They can start to get some good good momentum moving. Mad gonna be going into A here. It looks like.
Didn't have to wait long for this water to boil.
Skybird actually misses. My bird's for real. And now Matt doing another like weird split push here, just playing default. They know G2's on an eco, so they know G2 has to play grouped up here. So it looks like they just want to know where most of G2 is, and then they just won't go there. G2 going to be pushing out of Hookah here. Blackheart ready for it though, and they're going to take Oxy out. Whippy's also there though, and Dior catches it. Going to be able to take Whippy out as well. So now it's a 2-player advantage for Mad to start off this round. They're going to grab the spike and move it over to A because they realize, all right, 2 coming out of B, it could be a grouped up B push. So we'll just rotate it over to A. And that is a good choice. Mad going to start this push into A. Not going to have to clear anybody or any util out because, well, G2 was expecting a B hit and Mad is over on A. So G2 now going to have to play this retake. No duelist to help with re-entry. Some initiating util, some controller util, but it may still be very, very difficult. Or it will still be very, very difficult for this push to come through. You'll see how this ends up being played here. This wall getting broken. Narrate on top of the box. Going to be able to take Penny out. Narrate also going to take out Dapper. And now she's down to Shazam, who does not get cleared in U-Haul. But at this point, not going to find anything. Blackheart takes Shazam out. And it's a flawless round for Mad, which means now that they're going to be taking bonus on this next round, their econ is in a really stable position now. G2 going to be on a buy here. It's going to be a buy from both sides. But look at Mad Lions. Full shield. Good rifles. We've got a orbital strike on Bjor. Showstopper for Oxy for G2. So these ults will be able to do some good damage. Mad has been playing this beautifully in the way that they've been ready for G2 to push out a little bit too aggressively. They've been able to take advantage of it, get some good vision, and then they rotate to the opposing site, and it's worked out. This time, knowing that it's going to be a buy from both sides this time around, going to be pushing into Hookah here. Oxy defending it. Only going to find one, though, as Blackheart takes Oxy out. And, this push into site has been denied. It's going to be a 4v4. Now Mad going to be doing a little bit of a split push here. And it looks like they're going to be sending 2 to look at those B entrances while they send 2 to go short on A. Blackheart with the spike is Fountain. Shazam watching long on B.
From Mad Lions, so kind of like what G2 has cooking here as far as how they're using their utility early, but it is equal footing. Mad Lions slight edge in that regard as they're on the attacking side and looking to light.
Whippy doing a little bit of a
orbital strike.
Ooh, orbital strike going to be used to clear U-Haul. Nobody's there for G2. Ooh, Trick barely gets caught with the feet. Dapper going to be able to take advantage of it. Yours, Molly, though, going to be able to take Whippy out. And the B site has been taken. Blackheart going to be able to take Shazam out. The bait onto A was a good choice. And now the spike going to be able to go down. It's going to be a 2v3 for G2 to play here. And G2 needs this round so badly. And at this point, because they've already lost the majority of their players, they should just be trying to push for a win. Saving these guns here may not do a whole lot to help their econ. They're just going to try and push for this win. Spike going to be tapped. Using that orb, it's immediately destroyed. The flank coming through from Ange is going to be good to take out Dapper, but now Penny has some paranoia. Where are they coming from? Going to be able to take out Blackheart. Down to 1 HP off of that Viper util, and also just taking quite a bit of damage. Bjor going to take Penny out. This round, going to go to Mad. And although they lost the majority of their players, the econ was so stable going into this, it does not impact them at all. G2, though, went into this needing to win it to get some econ stability. Denied. So their econ going to be pretty bad here coming to the next round. They're going to have to take a save, light buy, an eco round. And there's some ults for G2 to use this round. Look at Blackheart, he looks so happy. Look at, there's going to be some ults for G2 to use. There's a Showstopper, there's a Reckoning, but Mad has the Resurrection, and honestly, G2 probably won't be using these ults because it's a save round. I think it was, is it Blackheart using the default? No, I think it's Bjor using the default Vandal. I like it. Narrate. Gonna clear showers, able to take out Penny. Now this push onto A can start. I don't know why I said narrate like that. This push through showers can start, just making some noise. G2 gonna rotate to A off of that pick. Because it's the Duelist who got the pick. And they're like, alright, Duelist gonna be entering. But it's a bad rotate. That's an eco round, so they do sort of have to try and play grouped up and rotate quickly here. That is the unfortunate thing about being on an eco. And Oxy able to take out Narrate. So it will be kept even in a 4v4, but Mad is pushing into B here. Though they have not cleared site yet, so it'll be a little bit of a slow push in here. They need to clear so much space. But they are able to do it pretty well here. And now Mad going to be able to plant this spike down, and still G2 has not rotated over to B. And now that they are finally clearing into those entrances onto A, G2 starts to rotate over to B, but at this point the spike's down, and it's going to take quite a while for G2 to get over to B to try and start this retake. There's a Showstopper for Oxy to use. I talked about that before. You may see that come out. The TP is taken by Dapper. Ooh, Trick with the blind. Not going to be able to get his gun out in time. Oxy going to take Trick out. Now the Showstopper comes out. Not really going to do a whole lot in the way of clearing space. You're going to be able to take Dapper out. Let's push some players back into long. Oxy's looking so deadly, but Ange going to catch Oxy with his back turn. Now it's going to be a 3v2 for Bad. And Bjor, Blackheart, going to get the final kills on Whippy and Shazam. This round, going to go to Mad. And they don't lose the majority of their players this time around. So their econ still going to remain pretty stable here. G2 going to be in a little bit of a tough spot here. Going to be just trying to win this buy round. If I were them, I'd take a timeout, but we've seen G2 neglect to use these timeouts for a very, very long time in both of these previous maps, so G2 probably just looking to do the same. They would like to not be using those timeouts. They'd like to just be able to say, all right, we're playing at our as well as we can right now. And if they're not taking timeout, that could be what they're thinking. We're playing at our best right now. Like, there's not a whole lot we need to be doing differently here. Let's wait for another buy loss before we take a timeout. That's probably where G2's at. Seekers do come out for Mad, and this spike is going to go down. A little bit of miscommunication there is that Sage Wall goes up before the Seekers pass through, so they have to break the Sage Wall to let those Seekers go through. But Mad's still going to be able to clear and get that spike down. The Reckoning comes out, but the Viper's Pit is out as well. Yor does get cleared by Oxy, so it's going to be a 4v4. But it's going to be tough. The Seekers come out from G2. Whippy able to take out Trick. Oxy going to take out Blackheart. Narrate able to take out Oxy. Now the Showstopper comes out for Mad. He's just holding on to this to play some time here. Sense that. Oh, the Showstopper barely catches Whippy. And able to take out Shazam at the same time. And now Penny just going to go save his gun. As this spike is coming to its conclusion. Mad digs another round, and that's another buy round from G2 that they lose. They may want to take a timeout here. If I'm them, I do call a timeout here. You just lost 5 in a row. And, still not... there you go. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, not only have you lost 5 in a row, but you've lost 2 of your buy rounds. So there's definitely a lot of holes that G2 needs to fix here. I think the main thing is that maybe they're pushing out a little bit too much. You sort of have to unbind, because otherwise you can get forced into these choke points. But at the same time, like, you're not winning those exchanges. These retakes have been really sloppy, but G2 keeps putting themselves in retake positions. G2's eco round calls on where to rotate have been pretty bad, which allows Mad to just get that spike down. And yeah, again, the main thing is G2's not preventing the pushes onto the site, which is definitely a big hindrance to them. And also, once again, you look at G2. Look at Oxy with 10 kills. Once again, destroying, or not destroying, but carrying his team very heavily. Shazam with no kills. It's definitely a little bit of an awkward spot to be in.
not mistaken. And so we're kind of
Res
in the dark. We're kind of
available for
together.
both Blackheart and Whippy
All
here.
the viewer parties out there. Shout out to you folks out there. Always love the viewer parties, the support the community gives these teams, and
There's a full buy from Mad this round. Not going to be a full buy from G2 off of that round loss. So we'll see if this timeout or coming out of this timeout, if this save is going to be played any better. Flashes come through, birds come through, and now G2 gonna have to play back a little bit. They heard some vision, or they got a little bit of vision, and now that dog comes through and it clears out Oxy, but still, only Sky Util has been spotted by G2, so they don't know it's a B hit. And trying to get a little bit, maybe get a little pick here. Gonna do some good damage to Dapper, but it's not gonna be a kill. But they see it now that G2 sees the Viper over on A, they can be like, alright, it's probably a lurk, and then they're probably gonna be pushing into B. Narrate though, wall bangs and gets a pick there. Trick able to take out Oxy, no more duelist there. Shazam gonna be able to take out Trick. Star Duelist down for G2, but Whippy still gonna be able to pull it through for his team. He finds 2 picks, which will even this player count up. But Bjork gonna be doing a really quick job retaking this site. The res comes out from Blackheart. It looks like Bjork was thinking about using that orbital strike, but decides not to because the res goes off. So there's really no point. You might just be wasting an ult. Still an eco round from G2, right? So they don't want to be using too many of their ults here. Blackheart going to be able to take out Whippy and Dapper. This round goes to Mad. They've taken the 6th round. It's impossible for G2 to take a lead going to this next half. I feel like I keep saying that because I do keep saying that. I've said that 3 times now as every single map. The first half does not go well for G2. And honestly, on Split, the second half didn't go well. Second half went pretty well for G2 on Pearl, but it still went to overtime. So, you know, we keep seeing these positions where G2's defense is not going well. I believe G2 started on the defense of both Split and Pearl, and now they're starting on the defense of Bind, right? And it just seems like their defense is really, really struggling on these maps. Mad gonna start an aggressive push into B. The orbital strike catches Oxy. He's trying to boom pack away, but he gets caught on the container. Meanwhile, Blackheart gonna try and punish Shazam for getting into the teleporter cubby. Penny gonna be able to take out Narrate, deny this entry. Nails are gonna take out Bjork. Trick takes out Penny, which will keep it even in a 3v3, but Ange coming in, gonna take out Shazam. So now it's a 2v3 for G2. Whippy's in backside. Is that wall bankable? I did not know that. But there's Viper's Fit for Dapper. There's a Resurrection for Whippy, but Whippy needs to be able to use it, and he does. Nobody going to be able to punish it because Ange is actually lurking on B while the rest of his team goes to A. Ange going to peek out. He's able to take out Whippy. The spike is going down on A. Now the TP is going to be taken by Ange. He can get onto site pretty quickly. That TP is really close to 2 showers. But he's actually going to wrap around and go short with the rest of his team. But still a player advantage for Mad now because Ange was able to find that pick over on B. Blackheart, the Grim Wall gonna allow him to get on top of that container. Gonna peek out, able to find 2 picks on Oxy and Dapper. Finish it off, and now Matt has taken the lead going into the next half. I believe we've seen this win streak, or at least a massive win streak where we see, I believe we saw Mad have the 7-1 lead on Pearl as well as this map. And of course they did lose Pearl, so it's not great. I don't think it was 7, it was a 7-1 lead on Split. I don't remember exactly how that all worked out, but yeah, still pretty good start here for Mad, at least in this half of Bind, and it's looking like Mad is still performing much better than I was anticipating. It looks like even Bind is a good map for them. Mad pushing up into B here. It looks like they would like to do a B push. Hook has been walled off, which does allow G2 to focus more on B through B long. Allows them to challenge that a little bit more. That's an eco round from G2, so there's they do have to play a little bit weirdly here, which is why they're putting 3 on B and they're holding so close, so that way they can trade each other off. Mad is going to start pushing into A here, it looks like. They're rotating back over to A. They're doing a little bit of... Sorry, I was distracted by what the casters are saying because they're just talking about taking over the observer's role. But Anyways, Mad gonna be pushing into A here, it looks like. 2 coming through short. Actually, no, the spike, and one other player, along with the spike on Dapper, is gonna rotate over towards B. So there's 2 clearing into A, looking for some picks. Nary finds 1. Back is turned to Oxy because Trick is watching it. Now G2 gonna start rotating off of B, which is a good choice. Matt has actually been able to clear A site, so they're gonna just push into A. Although Oxy's able to take out Trick. It's traded off though, so that means the player advantage is still gonna be there for Mad. 3v4 now that G2 has to play, and again it's an eco round for them. And it's looking like Mad will take another round. This is definitely not where G2 wants to be at this point, especially having already taken a timeout. They've got some room that they need to figure out. I believe you only get 1 per half. They do stack, but you do only get 1 per half. So G2's already used theirs for this half. Although no, I do think you do get to use them whenever you want. Because I did look at the rulebook, and technically you're not supposed to be allowed to do that, but I've seen teams do that. Some trades going through, but still going to be a player advantage for Mad. Blackheart, coming through showers, going to be able to take Whippy out. And this round goes to Mad, although they do lose the majority of their players. Again, their econ's so stable at this point, it does not matter. I mean, look at Trick. He maxed out that round, so yeah, the eco is pretty good here for Mad Lions. And yeah, G2 gonna have to figure something out. Try and stop this momentum that Mad has. This is an 8-round win streak for Mad. One of the longest win streaks I've ever seen without it being flawless. Because G2 did it. Fortunately for G2, they were able to take the pistol round. If they hadn't taken that pistol round, they would currently be 9-0. Yeah, Mad just dominating this half. It looks like their offense just is so incredibly strong. G2 now back on a bye. They need to win this round. They really do. This is a pivotal round for them to win. If they lose this, I mean, this half is pretty much over for them. And then they'll have a really big comeback they need to make when we switch sides. If G2 can get this, I mean, hey, they were able to 9-3. They were able to 9-3 Mad Lions on Pearl, so if they can get to a 9-3 here, maybe they can do it here as well. Oh, Trick shooting through the smoke. Penny's wall is supposed to help him out, not the opponent, who's just able to shoot him through the smoke. Now it's gonna be a 4v5. Angie able to push all the way through U-Haul, gonna catch the back of Oxy and take him out. Now it's gonna be 3v5 for G2. Able to shoot on his back. Okay, never mind. 3v5 here for G2 to play. Trick gonna take Dapper out. Whipping Shazam now. And a 2v5. And they may just want to save their guns at this point. I mean, yeah, you won't be able to full buy next round, but at this point, you gotta cling on to whatever you have. And Mad gonna be able to take this round. The eco round for Mad next round, or the eco round for G2 next round may also go Mad's way, and this is not looking good for G2. I mean, this is really not looking good for G2. Of course, G2 just gonna hunt these players down, look for some picks. I mean, you may as well. You have so much money, you may. I mean, why not? Bjork gonna be able to take Shazam out. Oh, come on. Come on, give him some hope here. Whippy gonna be able to take out Bjork and she may just want to take TP, get away. And Nary gonna take Whippy out. Hey, Whippy's able to prevent it from being a flawless round for Mad, but of course the econ just gonna be so good for Mad here. I mean, G2, you gotta be like, I don't even know what G2 does at this point. I mean, again, they're not preventing the pushes onto the site. Here's what G2 does, or here's what Mad does. They push into one site, get a little bit of vision, and then they just rotate. And that's it. And it's that easy, because then G2 does not prevent the push into the site they rotate to. I mean, it's just, like, ridiculous how easy it looks for Mad. I've used this analogy a lot, but it really is like a warm knife through butter, because it's just so easy for Mad to win these rounds. Showstopper for Oxy and Narrate. And there's a Res for Blackheart, a Viper's Pit for Ange, for Mad, and then over on G2, got a Reckoning and a Seeker, of course, and Seekers, of course, on top of that, that Showstopper. So, see those Showstoppers come out. It's actually a forced buy from G2, that looks like, or maybe just a light buy. It's just a light buy, but that's an expensive light buy. As G2 definitely would like to just try and prevent these rounds. Mad, able to take site here. Oxy was on the site to try and defend it. Not able to find any picks, though, quite yet. Ooh, the Showstopper comes up, but the grenade does push him back. Dapper just going to push through this Viper's pit. False confidence allows him to get one. Penny going to find one. Oxy's Showstopper going to find one, but Blackheart just shooting through the smoke. Looks like they don't know where, and the spike's going to get defused. G2 finally finds a round, and it's an eco round, which is a good round for them to win. They're able to pick up some guns, so their econ's going to be in a good spot. The only issue is their econ was going to be in a good spot regardless, because that was an eco round. And this is the last round of the half, and they finally get a round. Now, I did say G2's 9-3 worked for them on Pearl. Maybe it could work here, but they do now need to win this buy round, which Mad Lions has won most of the buy rounds at this point. In fact, all of the buy rounds where both teams were buying. Mad has won. So this is just not looking good for G2. They did a good job, though, of retake. Their retake execution was really well done. But they did have to use quite a few of their ults in order to do it. So now that they don't have those ults, they only have a resurrection. Will they be able to? We'll see. Or sorry, no, G2 doesn't even have those ults. It's Blackheart with a resurrection. Blackheart actually is an operator, and he's looking to use it be long. Oh, not quite going to be able to. Reaction time, not quite there for Blackheart. Just going to back up. Spike is in B lobby, but the majority of Mad is going to be clearing A. And Trick going to be able to take out Whipping Showers. Now the dog's going to come through. It finds Penny. I believe it concusses Penny as well. Ooh, this is going to be a good orbital strike. It does. Oh, Penny down to 10 HP. Going to have to go get that heal from Shazam. But that gives Mad some time to rotate here. Blackheart ready for Oxy. Going to be able to take him out. Alright, now they catch the fact that Mad might be rotating. But because they get that pick, and Mad knows that G2 knows they were thinking about rotating, Mad looking to challenge A still. And it's only Ange, or sorry, not Ange, it's only Dapper to lock down A. Oh, and they're actually going to take TP. So G2 made a good decision to rotate. Shazam going to be able to take out Narrate, but Bjor over on A, able to find a pick. Blackheart going to take out Penny, and now it's a 1v4 for Shazam. Able to find two. Not going to find any more, though. Shazam. Trick going to stop Shazam in his tracks. And Mad going to take 10-2 coming into this next half. I'll remind you, there was an 8-round win streak in that first half from Mad Lions. That was insane. It seems like Mad was ready for the possibility that they'd be playing bind. They are so well practiced on this. I mean, they look so confident on this map, and G2 just doesn't. I will say one thing that Mad's been able to do so well is deny Oxy. Mad's been able to deny any hope of Oxy to help in these retakes, as they usually just take out Oxy pretty early on. It's worked out for Mad, so we'll see if they're able to do the same on their defense. Now that they're on their defense, and G2 is now on the offense. G2, you're going to need to win 10 rounds to try and take it to overtime at the very least. But, yeah, you've got a road ahead of you. It's a very uphill battle. Mad has made some really good grounds here. That being said, Mad won 10 rounds on their offense, so, it's not impossible. G2 could do it, but that would require that Mad is playing as bad on their defense as G2 did on their defense. But just with how confident Mad's offense looked, I don't know. I don't know if this defense will be that weak, if at all. 3 players on A to lock it down. It's a good read. That is where G2's going. Nere gonna get caught in that Viper's snake bite, and Shazam able to take out Trick. Does mean it's a 2-player advantage here for Mad, but Bjor able to take out Oxy. No more duelist help with this post plant, but Shazam able to trade off Bjor and take out Blackheart. Now Edge is alone in 1v4. Well, good luck, I guess, but it's looking like G2 will take this pistol round. That being said, G2 took the pistol round in the previous half, and it didn't matter. It did not matter at all, so, yeah. Dapper gonna take Ange out. My voice starting to die. Give me 1 second.
I'll have to listen to the interview through my monitor speakers, because those are the only things that were working for a second.
Can you imagine? They still make those?
All right.
Still monitors with speakers inside of them?
Hopefully my voice will recover here.
Dang.
But yeah, G2 now gonna be on this bye. But like I pointed out, Mad did win the previous eco round off of the pistol round that G2 won in the first half. So you know, Mad could still do it. Now, defense is a lot harder to win at a gun disadvantage, so I don't think they'll be able to do it here, but it's not completely out of the scope of things. Blackheart going to be pushing up with the help of Trick to grab that orb. Dapper is watching this shower entrance. Blackheart just there to pick up the gun, and he does. So now Sheriff, it looks like he's going to challenge Dapper. Damage exchanged, or actually no damage done to Dapper, but Blackheart's just going to be able to heal himself. The damage he took, and it's going to be default from G2. I like this. Because you know that Matt is on the eco, but Blackheart going to find the pick on Shazam. It's going to even out the player count now. But Whippy going to win the gun diff with Bjor, Belong. So now Matt has to play a little bit weirdly here. And G2, anticipating that Matt is anticipating a B hit, is going to, looks like they're going to commit to A here. Yeah, they also know that Blackheart is pushed out of showers, so they've probably got some confidence that the site will be cleared a little bit. Narrate throws that grenade down and spots Oxy in the process, but Oxy's ghost is going to be too powerful. Taking out Blackheart and Narrate. Now it's just down to Ange once again in a 1v4. Not going to win that. Dapper going to take Ange out. Now we're going into a buy round for Mad. And it's going to be combated with a buy round from G2. So, and actually, because Trick can only afford a Spectre, G2 is going to have the gun advantage. So this could go to G2. The start of what needs to be a really powerful comeback could definitely come through here. But I imagine if Mad Lions takes a loss here on this buy, they may just take a timeout. They've got 2 to use still. So we may see these timeouts be used. G2 starting this A push. Blackheart push up here. Question is, will he use this wall? Ooh, he's not even going to get away to think about it. Oxy going to take Blackheart out. Now it's going to be a 4v5 for Mad to play this defense. G2 going to continue to challenge B or A a little bit, but it looks like they're actually going to start rotating towards A. And Mad expecting a little, or they're actually not necessarily expecting an A hit. They're just sending one additional player over to A, so that way it could be 2-2 set up, 2 on either site. And G2 going to be going, it looks like they're going to be going into B. Skydog going to come through to try and clear some space. Still, G2 has not, like, started pushing in anywhere, cleared very much space at all. Narrate is not seen on B. Skybird going to come through to try and clear some space. Or get some vision, but I don't think it does. Now these Seekers come out. That will give some vision. And then the TP is taken. G2, Dapper, going to take out Trick. Bjor going to take out Dapper. Which means G2 will still have this player advantage. Bjor going to be able to take out Shazam and Penny, locking down the site. Narrate going to take out Oxy, and now it's a 1v3 for Whippy. Not looking good for him now. Ooh, and Whippy's spotted as well. Going to try and wall up here. Grim Wall not going to help you out here, but Ange going to take Whippy out.
This is a beautiful play from Bjor. Not only does he get the frag, able to get the Molotov down to block the rest of any type of
and now
focus on the cross out of showers.
Now Moist Moguls, and now Mad Lion starting to gain a little bit of grounds here on their defense. That being said, that was a little bit of a bonus round from G2, and so G2 is going to be able to buy again this round. And Mad Lions did lose quite a few of their players, so they're not going to be able to full buy. So G2 will have the gun advantage, but they also had the gun advantage on the previous round, although very slightly this round. They'll have a little bit more of a gun advantage. It's still a gun advantage. G2 going to be putting the spike in B lobby, and now they're going to challenge B. We've got a 3-man push. Looking B long. Not really going to see a whole lot, so now they back it up.
To avoid an 0-3 start, it's going to take heroics, to say the least.
Yeah, and they're not even facing the
And G2 looking like they're leaning towards B, but they still have not committed anywhere. Nobody has the spike, though, and it is still in B lobby, so could definitely still see a B push.
Then they lost to Moist Moguls, which fair enough. It was a 3-match series, and Moist Moguls are a legit team. But Mad Lions is...
And Ange on top of Container are looking to push back G2. Not really going to be able to do it. They'll just jump peeking out to get some vision. Not going to get punished for it either. Now they know G2 is going to start pushing here. They're going to start defending. Time is ticking down. G2, you need to figure out if you're going to commit or if you're going to try and rotate. And at this point, with 35 seconds left, you're just going to have to commit, it looks like. Though there is still a lurk from Dapper on A. This util just spamming the choke point. They're going to be able to take TP. I forgot about TP. That will definitely help you rotate.
That's seemingly the G2 way. Or
What a
losing
counter
13-4.
Molly. What a counter Molly.
But it looks like Mad's still going to be pushing back here. And yeah, G2 is really just getting pushed back. Not able to get on site quite yet. The spike still needs to go down. Carrier is killed. You got to start planning yesterday. And no time. This round going to go to Mad Lions. Shazam down to 10 HP as well. May get finished off, and he does. Narrate going to take Shazam out. Mad with the 12th round. Pivotal 12th round, because now G2 has to win 8 in a row. Now Mad won 8 in a row on their defense, so it's possible. But, you know, 8 in a row where you don't have the opportunity to take eco rounds. You don't have room to save any of your util or ultimate abilities. You just got to go. You got to push. And Mad Lions, of course, they're in a pretty good spot. All right, they've got so much room to breathe. They're on a full buy now. G2 isn't. G2 going to be on an eco round here. I mean, they're still going to force, but they don't have. It's a light buy. They don't have good rifles at all. And Mad has a sorry, I'm forgetting the name. The Showstopper, which is just used, and an Orbital Strike. G2 was trying to push aggressively into showers, but they're pushed back off of some good util usage. And the Orbital Strike gonna catch G2. Oxy's gonna take quite a bit of damage. Now Mad just gonna be able to take showers. And the Seekers are gonna come up. Those can just be used here. And now G2 gonna have to figure out how they want to play this. Looks like they're gonna take it and rotate over towards B, but it looks like Mad may be ready for that. Now G2 gonna start this push in, and just watching Hookah. Not gonna do any damage or take any damage, just get some vision, and now he's backing up. Now there's Seekers for G2 to use. Trick gonna take out Oxy. Nary gonna take out Penny. Nary came through that TP. Shazam gonna take out Narrate. 3v4. G2 has a player disadvantage here. They're able to get that spike up, and now they're rotating it over to A. But Mad is ready for that. First of all, Fiora has never left A, and Trick is ready to rotate over to A, so he'll be able to help his teammate of Fiora defend this spike plant. 2v3 on A site right now. Flash comes through! G2 gonna defend it well. Now it's a 2v3 for Mad. And the Viper's Pit can go down. This round could definitely go to G2. Although it didn't look like it would. We'll see if this retake execute will be done well. Yeah, maybe he may get caught. No, he's going to get into that cubby in short.
Yeah, looks like G2 has this pretty much on lock at this point, just based on the Viper's Pit.
Whippy going to take out Blackheart. Now it's a 1v3 that Anch has to play. Able to take out Whippy. Not going to find any more. Shooting through the smoke. He may get punished for it. Yeah, there's no time, so he's just going to go and save his gun, because the Econ is not super stable for Mad. And they can't really afford a loss here. So saving this gun could definitely help them out a little bit. Well played from G2. They were at an eco disadvantage. They had a little bit of a light buy going into this. They were at a player disadvantage as well, but they took A site, and that was it. That's all it took, because that Viper's pick could come up. And yeah, so this run will stay alive for G2. But again, Mad Lions has so much more room to breathe than G2 does. And off of that round loss, it looks like Mad gonna take a timeout. Yeah, that is what you do here. You've got so many rounds up, you may as well. You can use one early here, and then if G2 continues to get some good rounds, you got another timeout to use. So Mad is in a pretty good spot here. They can relax just a little bit. It's not, it's not the end of the world that they did lose that round, even though they were at an eco disadvantage. Or, sorry, an eco advantage. Because they've just got so much room to breathe. So Mad can relax a little bit here.
The energy and momentum that G2 are trying to get together to make this comeback happen. I'm gonna go ahead and start.
You have to wonder, though, what is G2 doing? like, why are they struggling so much on buy-in? I mean, maybe they just didn't have as much practice as they would have wanted. I mean, clearly they did not have as much practice going into split 2. And I guess they were just banking on the fact that nobody else would want to play bind. But of course, they let it through here. I mean, to be fair, they're going up against Mad Lions. They probably didn't expect to even go to the 3rd map. I definitely was not anticipating it, although I did think it would be closer than I was anticipating. Yeah. This round will be an eco round for Mad. There's a res for Blackheart. There's your Showstopper and Seekers for G2. Ooh, there's a 3-man flank coming through Hookah. Come in. Bjorn gonna hold this close with the Judge in his smoke. Oh, not quite able to flank properly. Whippy's gonna be watching flank here. Able to take out Ange. Not gonna take anyone else out though. But Mad not gonna continue to push that, it looks like.
Still not the best guns to work with. Now down a player. Penny gonna try and creep up.
Oxy with the Judge. Looking to do some damage. Not really gonna be able to. Penny able to take out Trick in Heaven. Now Oxy. Quite a bit of damage. Ooh, gonna be able to take out Narrate. Ooh, and the reload gonna allow Blackheart to take out Oxy here. Can he pick up a gun? He can. It's a Phantom. Just looking for some good damage as that Spike is coming to a conclusion. And Dapper gonna take Blackheart out. Mad finds 2 kills, and they're at, you know, that was an eco round, so it's not the worst amount of kills in the world. They weren't necessarily anticipating a win. And now they're going to be on a bye, and this is coming out of that timeout. So we will see if that timeout will be good enough to help them close up these gaps they've had on this defense. It's also going to be a full buy from G2, though. This will definitely be difficult. 4 ults for G2 to use this round. Knowing it's a buy round for Mad, we'll probably see a lot of them come out. Reckoning, Showstopper, Seekers, Resurrection. Like these are 4 powerful ults that G2 has. Oh, the Showstopper comes out. Narrate able to take Oxy out before the Showstopper kills Trick. Well, the Showstopper will kill Trick, but he does get picked off. So it's a trade, is what I'm trying to say. But there is that res that G2 has that I was talking about. So Mad will be at a player disadvantage here. I believe those Seekers came out as well. So now it's just a Reckoning for G2. There's a res that Mad has, but they're not going to be able to get to Trick's body. Narrate able to take out Whippy, though. Will even that player count back out. The Reckoning, though, definitely going to help G2 clear some space. Shazam going to be able to take out Narrate. Oxy going to be able to take out Bjor. They have not been able to deny Oxy here, and that's going to be deadly for Mad. Now 2v4. Definitely still winnable, but Spike's going to go down. Oh, not quite. Yuto going to push them back. Shazam able to take out Blackheart. Does leave Ange in a 1v4. Spike will go down. Time was played a little bit, but they can predict where Ange might be coming from. And yeah, he's going to be taken out. And Mad loses a buy round. That's not great for them. Now G2 going to be taking a save. If Mad wants, they could just take a timeout right now, but obviously they may want to wait until it's a little bit closer.
I mean, that was a round where G2 spent all 4 ults they had to win the round in a full buy situation.
And yeah, as the caster just said, I could barely hear, but yeah, that was G2 had to use every single ult they had, which was 4 of those ults. So yeah, G2 definitely not in a great spot from the position that they're in, because yeah, 4 ults to secure a buy round isn't great, and I think Mad, had those ults not been there, would have been able to secure that round, because they got Oxy out very early. It's just that they could res Oxy, so then G2 could take advantage of that. Now that we're on an eco round for Mad, we will see if these kills will come through. The Marshall and Narrate not going to be good enough to take out Penny. That does mean now G2 has the player advantage. But of course, Mad has so much room to breathe that they can afford that loss on the previous round. And now that we're going to come up on this next round, where there won't be as many ults for G2 to use, Mad may be in a little bit of a better spot. Looks like G2 is still just trying to figure out where they want to push. A Judge was in Showers, so it's a good choice that they didn't push through Showers. Looks like G2 going to be pushing in maybe through to B now. Looks like they're going to mostly be coming in through Fountain. and going down through long. So there will be 3 on B to lock it down, but I don't know if it'll be enough for Mad. And not going to do a whole lot of damage. Blackheart takes a little bit, but he can just heal himself. The Yute's going to prevent G2 from pushing for a little bit. Ooh, and just going to be able to catch Oxy, who pushes his back right into him. Trick and Hookah going to do some damage. Whippy and Dapper, though, going to find, each of them going to find a pick. And now it's down to Bjor in a 1v3. The site was definitely defended a little bit, but not enough. And yeah, Bjor with the Judge, not going to really be able to do a whole lot here. May just want to hold exits. But yeah, not really going to be able to do a whole lot. The Skybird going to come through as well. So now they know where Bjor is. And yeah, Bjor going to be in a bit of a tough spot. And yeah, it looks like he's just going to hold exits here. But of course, G2 not going to push him.
That's when all of a sudden overtime becomes a reality you have to start considering.
Econ very stable now for G2.
That's when G2 start getting close to double digits, and then it gets really messy at that point.
And it looks like BR just going to die to the spike here. Get that ult point up. And yeah, so G2, who needed to win 8 in a row, has just won 4 in a row to start off this comeback. Actually, I don't think BR gets that ult point up there. It could just be for money. I think it's for money. But yeah, G2 has won 4 in a row. They need 4 more at this point to get it to overtime. So this comeback a little bit started. But now that Mad Lions is going to be on a bye, and G2 no longer has the 4 ults that they had on the previous bye from both sides, Mad Lions should be able to take this, especially considering they've got 3 ults of their own. They've got a Viper's Pit, which is going to go down in A short. They've also got a Res, and they've got a Showstopper. So these are ults that will definitely be utilized this round. Just try and finish it off here. G2 going to keep pushing here. We'll say, had G2 played a little bit of a better defense, they definitely could have potential to win this map, but the defense was just so bad that there's really no, I mean, it's just a tough situation. Even though G2's offense looks strong. Oh, and that Showstopper gonna be good. It does so much damage to Oxy. Trick gonna be able to shoot Whippy through the smoke as well. And also, Shazam was killed by the Showstopper. So now that Oxy's so low on health, there's no more healer either for G2. It's gonna be difficult. They decided to take it over to A. They're not gonna be able to push through short because there's a Viper's Pit. So they're gonna have to go through showers, which is being watched by Blackheart.
Yeah, it can get bypassed by a showers push, but even that's smoked off, and it's being watched right now by Blackheart, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
Viper takes a little bit of damage there. Still not going to be able to push into the site. Oxy looking like he wants to push through the Viper's Pit. Dapper able to take out Blackheart. And Oxy going to be taken out. Meanwhile, Trick able to defend from heaven, taking out Dapper. And now Penny in a 1v3. Gonna get this spike down. Just watching, staring at CT. He's just going to hold in this orb, this bubble. Just going to get broken, though. Maybe not, though. And he's going to be able to take out Nary, but Bjor going to take Penny out. And Mad will take a 2-1 series, and it was hard fought, but Mad, by some miracle, takes a series against G2. Yesterday, we saw Shopify beat M80. Today, we just saw Mad beat G2. I mean, what is happening this week with these teams that are supposed to be some of these more powerful teams and challengers just getting destroyed by these weaker teams? The weakest teams and challengers. Seriously, M80 lost to Shopify, who was the bottom of Group A last week. And although Mad was not the bottom of Group B, OR was, who G2 also lost to OR. But Mad was definitely looking weaker than OR, or has been looking weaker than OR so far in Split 2. So I was not anticipating Mad taking a win against G2, but I don't know what is wrong with G2 this split. And they've already qualified for playoffs, so it's not like they're worrying about trying to scramble together to qualify. Like, G2 has already qualified for playoffs at this point. Like, they're not going to not qualify, even if they lose every series this split. But still, that it doesn't bode well. Like, it's not a good sign of how they're going to play in playoffs if they are going to be losing every single series. And considering they lost to OR and they lost to Mad, probably two of the easier matches in Group B, honestly, I think G2 may lose every single match in in Split 2, because their next match is against, let's see, their next match is against FaZe, who I think is probably playing better than Mad Lions. I think FaZe already beat Mad. Yeah, they did. And then the final game will be G2 against the Guard, which I don't think G2 is going to be able to win that. So, especially with how G2 has been playing. So, I think G2 may lose every single series in Split 2, which will be very surprising considering their mid-season. They've got second place. And right now they're third place in circuit points overall. So it's a little bit, yeah, it's a very surprising situation that G2 finds themselves in. But if you're a fan of Moist Moguls, the Guard, or M80, it's good for you. You don't have to worry about in playoffs these teams that you're rooting for having to worry about taking out G2. Like the G2 is probably not going to be a contender for top 3 anymore in playoffs. So if you're a fan of Moist Moguls, the Guard, or M80, that's another team you don't have to worry about, and you're more so just going to have to worry about the other top teams right now. So I'd say Moist Moguls at the very least is number 3 right now overall. Obviously, currently in Split 2, they're number 1. But like overall, I'd say with the way they're performing, I'd say they're number 3, possibly number 2, just because they did beat the Guard. But yeah, playoffs will be very interesting to see if Moist Moguls will continue to try and cement themselves in top 2, possibly first place, and try and make it to Ascension. But obviously we have to see how Moist Moguls continues to play. But yeah, G2 is looking like they're not going to be much of a threat to the Guard, Moist Moguls, or M80. And that's pretty much all there is to say. I mean, go ahead and look at Bind. I will say one thing to point out is just how well Mad played, because like we can dog on G2 all day, but I think this really says more. I mean, obviously it says a lot about G2, but it also says a lot about Mad. And although Mad probably won't be able to qualify for playoffs, still putting up a good show, you know, yeah, they're probably not going to make it to playoffs, but putting up a good fight as like a farewell is definitely interesting to see. And I'm glad to see that Mad is still in it a little bit. They're not going to be taking a flawless, loss here. A flawless loss streak throughout Split 2. I mean, whichever team lost this would have been 0 for 3, and it happens to be G2 this time around. But yeah, if we just look at this, we've got Mad who played so well in his first half of Bind. Honestly, all of their offenses, because G2 started on offense on on defense on all of the maps. Every single offense for Mad looked so good. It looked so impressive. I mean, 8 rounds in a row here, or not 8, 9 rounds. Is that really 9 rounds in a row? It is 9. I thought it was only 8 rounds in a row, but it's 9 rounds in a row here, and then finish it off with 1 round. Really impressive offense on Bind. Then we go over to Pearl. It's 2 rounds in a row, 4 rounds in a row, 1 round, 2 rounds. Just a really solid offense. Sure, their defense was lacking on Pearl. I mean, yeah, it probably should have been better, and they did pull through a little bit, but then they could not keep it together in overtime. But still, their offense looked so strong on Pearl. Then you go over to Split, and it's another really impressive offense where they once again, or not once again, where they go into the second half 8-4, and then they actually had a really good defense on Split as well on top of their good offense. They definitely struggle with defense. They struggled a lot with defense on Pearl. They struggled with defense on Bind. I think their Bind defense was a little bit better than their Pearl defense, but still, like, obviously this comeback started from G2 because Mad Lions' defense wasn't super strong, but still, 13-8 is not super close. So yeah, it's interesting to see. One thing to point out, across all maps, Oxy went 75-59. Obviously, that is an absolutely insane stat. It may be one of the best 3-map performances we see, and yet G2 still lost, and that's because Oxy was the carry for G2. He was supposed to really pull through for his team, but obviously you can't just rely on one person, because what happened when, for example, when Mad was on offense of Bind, they just shot down Oxy. They targeted him. They would shut him down really quickly, and so it would prevent Oxy from doing very much. Obviously, he was still able to get a good amount of kills on Bind. Maybe not as some of the other maps. He only went 19-20, which was not the highest frag in Bind. You look at Pearl, and he went 38-22, the highest frag on Pearl, and then on Split, a little bit of a poor performance, 18-17, not the highest frag on Split. But overall, across the board, Oxy played so well. 370 ACS against a 3-map series where one of the maps went to overtime is really, really good. Like, that's one of the best performances we'll probably see it in Challengers. 75 and 59 is just crazy. I'm not going to get over that. That's just an insane. I mean, Bjor and Narrate each also went 1652 for Narrate and then 1641 for Bjor. That's also pretty crazy, and that's a reason why Mad was doing better, is because unlike G2, which had this one really high fragging player and then one player that was lacking behind the other players, Mad pretty much was playing pretty similarly across the board. 60 and 60. 52, all right, a little bit in the middle, but then 41 and 41. That just goes to show the kill consistency between these players was such... It was really good for Mad, is what I'm trying to say here. And not as great for G2. Obviously, that's why G2 lost. So, yeah, I'm very, very surprised that Mad took the win here. Well, ChatGPT was wrong. But now we will go ahead and gear down while we're doing some little intermission stuff here. We'll go ahead and we'll do Ranked. Go ahead and pull that up. And then we will move into talking about Oxygen Esports versus G2. Oxygen Esports versus FaZe, not G2. So we'll talk about that after we do our Ranked. Just to pass a little bit of time in between these matches. I will say the time in between these series has been longer than it was in Split 1. So, you know, just trying to fill time the best way I can. Alright, let's go to Valorant. Let's do this.
Chill.
No one showers.
Okay, Sky's dead here.
Oh
Bro,
my lord.
what? This
Oh,
fucking
dude.
Cypher doesn't even peek off.
Yo, chill.
Oh, he got out. Motherfucker. I'm checking showers. Nice, good kill. I'm checking showers. Just wait.
Some good comms. It's a 5-stack though, because they're talking. in
They
this
smoke
way.
showers.
Heaven.
What happened?
Can you just wait for me? Oh, nice kill. Wait.
Be in the smoke, careful.
Alright, he's swinging
Nice
it
kill.
slow, so it's probably below.
My ult ready.
No one showers.
Okay, Sky's dead here.
Oh
Bro,
my lord.
what? This fucking Cypher doesn't even peek off.
I'm checking showers.
Well,
Yeah, I feel like this is lucky. I'll go to plat.
Some things in life are worth
Yeah.
waiting for.
The reason it's plat is because like the aim is decent, but it's not great, and then mechanically the main reason. Oh, I can't go back to it. Oh, yeah, yes I can. The main reason was because over here,
Wait.
Be in the smoke, careful.
when he's peeking around this box, higher level, you know that if you're peeking a really small corner, so you're not having to wide swing super quickly, you don't have to shift and you won't make sound. Like if you're moving really slowly, like you're just tapping your movement keys, you don't have to use shift, you won't make any sound. But he's peeking it slowly, so I know he's like diamond or below. And then like his aim wasn't great, so I was just assuming it was lucky. Sorry if you can hear the car alarm going off that time. Let's go ahead and listen to this player interview. Actually, I am interested to hear this.
Just that Bjor played Killjoy way back before Chamber Meta, so he was like the obvious pick. He deserved to be here, so that was easy for us. Blackheart and Trials, he just added a lot to our team. When we started scrimming with Blackheart, we started to just beat everybody. So that's kind of how they came about.
You mentioned scrims, and there was something we noticed in the video piece leading into this match. You basically alluded to the fact that your practice and your scrims, the results were fantastic, but it wasn't, creating wins when it mattered in your matches effectively. Why do you think your match results didn't follow the same results as your scrims and practices?
I think I can't speak for everybody on my team, but overall, our persistent, constant aggro plays and scrims and timings. I'm not saying that we're you run it down somewhere. I'm saying that the other team takes space here, like that fluent reaction to take space elsewhere or re-clear it. We were doing that all the time in scrims. We were doing it well. We're having insanely good reads, but in matches we're hesitant, right? We weren't taking that extra fight. We weren't taking that extra risk, right? So once we calmed their nerves down and we started to take those risks, it pays off. I think it really is just an experience thing. As we get better and more match experience, I think it'll start to translate a lot.
I mean, you've got players on the team. We were even just talking about it. We were praising Nary. We forgot even that coming into today, like Nary basically had like no experience playing whatsoever at a level of this. So to see him actually not only rise to the occasion, but excel against teams of maybe what many would consider higher caliber players is an illustration of the hard work that you guys have been putting in behind the scenes. Now, looking at this pool specifically, you end up on Split, you end up on Pearl, and you end up on Bind. It's pretty much understood that if you're playing G2, you're going to play Split unless you ban it. So what gave you the confidence to float Split, knowing that that is very comfortable territory for them?
Yeah, so we are really, really good on Split. It's unfortunate that weren't able to demonstrate that in the phase match. I was actually on like all high graphic settings, so I'm gonna use that one as the excuse. But yeah, so we were not scared of their Split at all. I think my calling on Split on T side is like too disruptive. It's too easy to sell solo fakes. So if the team is not, so that team was playing like a off meta comp kind of, and they weren't taking control of the map. That allowed us to sell like fakes and double fakes easily since they had no control of our mains or any aggressive info. So we were allowed to like walk into bomb sites for free, sell solo fakes. They were leaving bomb sites empty. So yeah, it was pretty easy to like go through that.
Now Pearl starts just as good as Split. You guys are looking fantastic on your attacking side, but then you switch to the defense. What exactly happened that allowed G2 to get back in the game? What were the mistakes you guys were making that was opening up avenues for them?
I mean, realistically, it was just our fault for not having a set good B retake. You can't really retake it from the front. You either need to flood or flank. We struggled to do both in scrims, and we didn't spend enough time fixing it. Honestly, like between matches, you only have like 4 scrim days or 3 scrim days. So it's tough to fit everything in, but that'll be next on our schedule to make sure that we can actually retake B from the flank or flood retake, position ourselves to do that. So that was really our fault. Other than that, I think Riot just designing that bomb site to be beautiful is like mostly the issue.
You a big fan of that map?
I love Pearl, but that bomb site just with Harbor and Viper, just unreal.
It's tough. It's a lot of control. It's very difficult to get over. That's why maybe on the defensive side it doesn't work so well for them, but on the attacking side it's very difficult to do much of anything about that. Looking at your third map, you end up on Bind, and even more impressive half. You went 8-4 on map 1, 9-3 on map 2, 10-2 on Bind on your attacking side. The attacking side's just continued to get better. But again, you switch over to the defense and you start to hit a speed bump. Was there ever a point in your mind where you're like, oh God, please no, not again?
Dude, on Bind and even on the second half of Pearl, it was like, there was a round that I flashed into spawn on Bind and I jump flashed and Oxy just 1Ds me out of the air. That kid is just insane. I mean, obviously I've played with him, I know it. He's just incredible. And he is really like the one who mounted that. So many impact kills that he had, like clutch situations. Like he wasn't out here like 1v2ing, right? But it'd be a 5v5 post lane, he gets 2. There was one round we faked on Pearl, and me and Narrate walked into the street. He full blind killed me, put out a shorty, and killed Narrate. Just unbelievable the impact that guy has.
I remember
that. On
round.
Bind, going into the defense half, they were able to like stack their ults early, but then they made a huge mistake. It was something along the lines like 12-8 or maybe something like that, and they used like all 5 ults. So then from there, it was very easy for us to close out that last round after the eco because they really need to be like saving an ult there, have some sort of win con because once we Viper ulted, they didn't have any real win con back into the round.
Well, regardless of why it happened, and you guys find a big win, one that you desperately needed, and you could kind of tell that when we spoke with you in the video piece before, you're alluding to the fact that, hey, a path to playoffs might be there, but it's going to be tough at this point, but regardless, you play for the week, you don't play for what's happening, you just play every single match individually, and I congratulate you for that one. We have one last question. This one does come from the fan zone. This one's going to be from one of the members of the production team, our replay operator, Shelton. He actually asks, what is an underrated skin line?
Oh, good question.
Ooh, the Araxes. I don't even know if that's how you say it. I only use it on the tournament client. It's that one for sure.
Okay, so I am not a skin guy. I normally don't spend my money on skins, but I managed to win some sort of like lock-in prediction contest with people on Twitter, and that was a gift. I didn't even know it was a prize. And I've since now, that's the only skins that I really have in the game that are worth anything, so I vouch for that skin line as well. Anyway, congratulations on the win once again. I'll let you go celebrate with the team.
Thank you. See ya.
All right.
Well, we still have another match coming up for today. It's going to be Oxygen versus TSM, as one more team will be landing on a 2-1 record as if we didn't already have enough. We'll be back in just a bit.
All right. Yeah, so like they say, I mean, okay, I just want to point out right now, look at Group A right now. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. We're about to see these two teams play, where another team will be on 2-1 in Group A. Unlike Group B, which is 3-0, 2-1, 2-1, 1-2, 1-2, 0-3. You know, weirdly, even though just because you have a 3-0, that doesn't mean that a team has to be that there also has to be an 0-3. Like, it does not have to look like this. I mean, yeah, look at over at Group A. We've got an 0-3, but no 3-0, right? It doesn't have to look like this, where like there's an even match or an even number of like 3-0 to 0-3 and 1-2 to 2-1. Like, it doesn't have to look like that, but it does look like that all often in tournaments like this. And I'm not entirely sure why that is, but it is. It's a little funny thing. But again, let's go back to Ranked. We'll finish this off, and then we will go ahead and get into the next matchup and start talking about that.
There's nobody. I got, okay, never mind. I'm 1 HP. You got me. Thank you.
Alright.
I got you. I got you. I got the next.
Oh my god.
I got
Okay.
I got next. I got next.
It's a bit of overheating, I'll give him that.
I got, okay, never mind. I'm 1 HP. You got me. Thank you. I got you. I got you. I got the next. I got next. I got next. I got next.
Just take a look at this.
I got next. I got next.
It's like camera's shaking there, so he's like a little jittery, so he's playing a little high sense. I'll give him Ascendant. I won't go higher than that because I feel like higher than that would not have overheated that much. That could be Immortal though. I'll go Ascendant. It's probably Immortal though. Oh no, I was right. Okay. Alright. 2-0, 2-0 right now. Let's go.
No!
What? Good comms, good comms. Okay, so immediately I know there's like no comms. Like, zero comms at all.
Oh wait, they haven't planted yet.
No way, really? They haven't planted yet. His crosshair's low. There you go.
Last player standing.
Oh my god. They have the up now. They're up to market.
They're echoing, so they're in the same call, but he's still talking in voice.
One enemy remaining.
Damn. Damn, what a Viper ult.
I'm gonna go bronze. I am crazy with it, dude. I am insane. Yeah, let's go, dude. I got all of them right. Let's go. Oh my god, I'm so great. That one was a bit of a gamble. That could have been silver for sure. Let's go. Oh, it's that easy. It's that easy. It's that simple. Oh man. Well, now that I've done that, we'll gear back up. Let's get to talking about TSM versus Oxygen Esports. That is the next match, right? Yeah, okay. Alright. I'll do it the other way around. TSM. Alright, here we go. Oxygen Esports versus TSM. Alright. Alright, so let's get to talking about this. What is there to say? I mean, these are two. I'd say this is going to be a pretty evenly matched team or game. Have they played each other before? Yes, they have. This was in the. Oops. Sorry, go back. Yeah. So this was in the mid-season face-off lower round 2. So I'll show you that match here. It was this one. Oxygen Esports did win it, although it did go 2-1, and we can go ahead and take a look at this. It went 13-8, 13-9, and then the final one was a little less close in favor of Oxygen. I'd say this is a pretty even matchup. I think these teams are probably playing about the same as they did in the midseason face-off, so I think it's going to be a pretty even matchup here. I think it really genuinely could go either way. It will be interesting to see these map picks in bands for sure. Yeah, let me close this. Oh, I guess I can show you my pick'ems. I do have Oxygen taking it just because Oxygen did take it before. But I do still think this is going to be a pretty close match. I mean, again, these teams are both evenly matched. One thing that will be interesting to see though is if the map picks are going to be similar to their previous matchup, or if they will go a different direction or a different route here. It will always be interesting. Let's go ahead and ask ChatGPT who will win between Oxygen Esports and TSM. Alright. As a caster, predicting the outcome, the match can be challenging, but based on the TSM will come out on top. Okay. My prediction is that TSM will win in a hard fight. That's what it always says. It actually says the exact same thing every time. It just slots in different team names. Which means I think it's just picking a random one. Although, is it always picking the second option? Oh my god, it is. No, not here. Yeah, no. It isn't always picking the second option. I thought it was. But yeah, so there's not really a whole lot to talk about, and because of that, I'm just going to go ahead and throw it over to a break until this next matchup starts. We can go ahead and take a look at these clips here from the previous series. Actually, there's no bind clips, which means we've already seen those. Let's take a look at this. Wait, did I refresh this? I did, okay. Nope, nothing. Alright, so I'm just gonna throw it over to a break. I'll use the bathroom and stuff. We'll be back when the next series begins. Alright.
I'm tied between the op and the dig. I feel like it's the dig. Oh wow.
Because there's only one person on the team that opts. Okay, oh man. I'm going with the sheriff. Damn.
Okay, I don't think it's a pistols. It's either op or specter. So I'm gonna just go with op. That was my first guess because of the eco rounds.
I think it's 150 because I think in OT you can opt double up your ass. So I think it's 150.
150.
150.
Dude, I feel like I've seen all of these clips. I think I got all of them right the last time too. This is Side Player. This is when they, I don't know if this is the exact series, but I'm pretty sure they 13 0 to Iron Thieves on this end at one point.
This is Saya player. He's playing Jet, and I remember him. I remember this clip. He like dashed through smoke, killed them both. This is an iconic clip.
Side player. I think I was a little slow on saying who it was too. Honestly, if you just played the audio, I could probably could like dissect it. I'll never forget this.
Quite the memory there. Won't even forget it if he just hears the audio. I'm calling shenanigans on that one, though. Welcome back to the desk here as we get prepped for our second match of the day here for NA Challengers. It's going to be TSM versus Oxygen. And it's two teams who are very closely ranked, looking at both Split 1, mid-season face-off, and now coming into Split 2 as well. Thus, there's a lot of pressure on these teams to find the win, and TSM is definitely looking to climb a little bit here and get that 2-1 record.
Yeah, I mean, Oxygen Esports comes to this 4th overall after the midseason face-off, while TSM kind of sits in that 5th, 6th place position. So both of them kind of middle of the pack as far as playoff teams go. Definitely trying to make sure they can stay on top of those rankings so they can avoid getting eliminated from the playoff picture, as only the top 8 will make it. They're both in pretty good position right now. Particularly Oxygen, I feel like is doing real nice. You know, they already have a 1-1 record going into this, and their losses to Turtle Troop are pretty close. So I still feel like they're a really strong team. I just think it's interesting.
I feel like Oxygen is this team that I've seen some people say, okay, they're underrated. You're sleeping on them, but it's like I don't think. Here's the thing: are they better than a lot of people think? Yeah, but are they gonna beat the Guard? Probably not. Are they gonna beat M80? Probably not. They didn't even beat G2, who, like, look at G2 in Split 2. Obviously, G2 is playing much better in mid-season face-off than they are now, but, like, will Oxygen beat Moist Moguls? I don't think so. Like, I think this is a team that, sure, maybe top 4, maybe top 5, maybe top 6. Like, they're definitely in the middle of the top 8, somewhere in there, but I don't think they're gonna be top 4 or top 5 in the playoffs. You know what I mean? Like, I think this is a solid team. Yeah, they're definitely a little bit underestimated. I think they might be a little bit better than TSM, but TSM is another team that is, like, a solid team. Maybe people think they're a little bit overestimated because they beat the Guard in Split 1. Everybody's like, oh, maybe TSM, but TSM is this team that, like, is also middle of the pack, pretty solid. Like, I don't think TSM is a team, I don't think TSM or Oxygen is a team that is going to be top 4 or top 3, but they're definitely still a team, you know, like, they're still going to put up a decent showing. And from a team like TSM, who's a franchise team, you're like, yeah, I'd expect them to do decently well, and that's what we're seeing. Oxygen is a team, not a franchise team, but they do have an org behind them. They went through the qualifiers. They're definitely playing super, super well. But, you know, are they playing better than, you know, some other teams that went through the qualifiers, like Turtle Troop? Maybe Turtle Troop did beat them, or like Breakthrough, now Moist Moguls. Not really. Moist Moguls is still up there, right? So it's like, yeah, Oxygen and TSM are both these teams that are performing about like what we'd expect from them, and they're solid teams. And this is just going to be a match that is like, yep, these teams are solid teams. At least that's what I feel like this series is going to convey. Like, these are just two teams that are going to be in that middle pack. They're going to do probably decently well in playoffs, probably go to the lower bracket, probably make it to lower round 2 of the lower bracket, and that'll be it. And everybody will be like, okay, all right. And, and that's it. Like, I feel like these are not teams that, say, for example, are going to be winning the relegation tournament. Like, right, they're not going to earn themselves a free spot in next year. I mean, TSM, obviously, they're a franchise team. They already have a spot next year. But, like, Oxygen is probably not going to be a team that wins the relegation. Like, we may see them again in Challengers next year, but they're probably going to be a team that has to fight through the open qualifiers again. Like, these are just solid teams that's like, yeah, we'll probably see more of them. Are they going to be tier 1 teams? Probably not. But you know, they can try for sure. Yeah, you know.
The B-roll there, the Brimstone on Fracture, a really strong map for TSM. And so just got to give love to the IGL, of course.
And I will agree, Dust, that I do think that it seems like they're still sort of figuring things out. Like, Seven looked good as a Sentinel, maybe as a duelist. It's like hard to get back into that mindset. It's like, okay, in the past, I was the first one in and I just like did whatever I felt like. But then as a Sentinel, it's like, well, hold on, Hunt, buddy, pump the brakes. You got to play this a whole lot slower, a way different style of play, and then you get comfortable in that. And then it becomes hard to play that sort of unhinged style of attack that people typically play on a duelist. It actually kind of flies in the face of everything you would ever learn playing attack FPS when you look at the way most people play duelists when they start the game. It's like, okay, I am just going to head down, run at them. But when you learn the game at a more strategic depth, you realize, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't be doing that. And then that makes it difficult to slot back into that role because it is, I don't want to say brainless, but it's just such a thing that flies in the face of what many people would try to teach you when it comes to TAC FPS games.
Yeah, and the other thing, we haven't mentioned these other players, so I feel like we have to, is for one, Campeki has been an absolute stud ever since he joined this team. Maybe a bit of an off series against M80, but it's M80, and like in general, I think the team just really struggled in that series overall. And also, Nature's had a pretty good couple of series so far, the split in his own right, as he's kind of been flexing different roles. So this TSM team does have a lot of talent top to bottom, is kind of what I'm getting at, which means that they can always be dangerous. It's just about making sure that they can kind of come together as a unit, as a team, and work together well. Sometimes that's been a bit sporadic for me.
You speak of sporadic nature. How can we not talk about Oxygen and the sporadic nature of their roster and how things change from week to week? When we take a look at the roster for Oxygen today, it seems like we've seen a new victor in the Battle Royale for the starting roster as Rustin has found his way back onto the team as the coach was a player and then a coach again and now a player again. And interestingly, they've decided to bench Pony in order to make this work. So I assume this means Redux will slot in as a duelist.
Oh, no, I did not know this. Okay, this is bad. If you're, I mean, Oxygen, I don't know. Okay, all right. I guess Redux is like a, I mean, he's a duelist player, sure, but Pony, it's Pony, right? We're talking about Pony. I don't know if you replace him with the assistant coach, right? Like, I don't think that's something you do here, all right? This is not, I don't like this choice. I think, I don't think it's gonna pan out well for that. I didn't know this was a thing. Yeah.
If you're going to want to slot Redux in as like a young star of the team, as he just turned 16 like last week, I think it was, or the week before last, then it makes sense to let him play to his strengths as a duelist. But I have two issues with it. One, Redux was actually playing pretty darn good on the Sentinel role. The first match he played, like, he was pretty solid on Killjoy.
Yep.
And two, Pony at times has been one of the best players in the league, in Challengers. Like, I can't for the life of me understand this change. Maybe I'll be proved wrong, because Rustin, the one game he did play, the numbers were good. You see it right there on your screen. He played a very good Killjoy, the one game he had to fill in when they were going through this transition before Redux was of age to start on the team, and they were kind of phasing out one of their other players. But I can't understand why Pony would get benched the way that he has performed. Like, yeah, he's had a couple of off games here and there, but overall he has been a solid play. This one kind of irks me, honestly.
I will to play the opposite side of the coin for Pony. You mentioned it there at the end where he's had some bad games. He's looked like the best, but he's also at times looked like one of the worst. He's at times not shown up. And I ultimately think that it comes down to comfortability. Although Redux played well on the Killjoy, you look at their losses last week and you see an 11-13, you see a 13-10, and you think, man, it may be our Sentinel player or our who's supposed to be a duelist player is playing something that they feel more comfortable on.
I
in the
understand
tight situations
why.
when the rounds matter the most, maybe we would have won that game. So I think that to me that's kind of where
I understand why Oxygen is making the change, okay? I just absolutely don't agree with it in any way, shape, or form. It's such a bad choice. It is a really, really bad choice. Oxygen
profiled for being really strong in the past.
It's Pony.
I
We're
think
talking
a
about
large
Pony.
part
This is
that
one
is
of the
based
best
off the
players
strength of
in
scheduling. Both
Valorant.
teams are going to be fighting for
Maybe
a
that's
win
a
here
bit far,
because
but
of
he's
where this
definitely one of the
schedule is
better
heading.
challengers
If you look
players.
at Oxygen
I
Esports
don't
and you
know,
look at
like, yeah,
TSM,
he's a
their
little
next
iffy,
couple of weeks of matches
but is it better
are
than what
incredibly
Redux is
different
gonna
in
put
scale.
up?
The reason that
Probably. I
matters
mean,
is
or
because
sorry,
these
is
two
Redux
teams
gonna
are
be playing
literally
better
right
than
next to each
Pony?
other in the
I
standings right
mean,
now.
I don't think
And
so.
even
I
just
don't know if
based on
Rustin
current
will
updates
belong
off
on
of
that
my own mathematics,
Sentinel
that's
role
numbers
more
on
than
the fly
Redux
that I'm
would.
doing here
And
on stream, so bear
like, I
with me.
understand you want to bring
They're both
Redux
sitting
in,
at
but
23
switching
for
out
Oxygen and
Pony in
23
order
points
to
for
do it,
TSM. That's
I
coming
just don't think
into
it's a good
today.
choice.
Why does that matter? Oxygen plays Shopify and
Yeah,
M80
I just don't think
How
it's a good
difficult
choice.
would it be for them to find wins there? So if they lose here today, they find themselves on the bubble potentially of being dropped down even lower. Whereas TSM faces off against Turtle Troop and DSG. Now, coming into today, I thought, well, that looks good for TSM, but does it? Because the reality is simple. M80, they're locked in. So regardless of what happens, they're not going to best M80. They're not going to slide up above them in the standings. I'm pretty sure M80 is locked in. Turtle Troop and DSG, though, they're in a different territory. Turtle Troop is right on the edge. So as much as I made that graphic originally thinking, oh man, this is really, problematic for Oxygen, it's equally as tough for TSM. Because if TSM loses today and then they face off against Turtle Troop, depending on what happens, they could actually find themselves down, as Turtle Troop's currently sitting at 18 points from Split 1 midseason face-off and the current Split 2 standings, which puts them right on the edge where TSM has 22 points. Again, it's very interesting. There's a lot of pressure on these teams to try to find the win today. A lot of points. Points everywhere. There's points for everybody.
Yes.
Yeah,
that was a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's two different ways this can go for Oxygen. Like, either this is a roll of the dice that pans out flawlessly because you get Redux back into a role he's comfortable on, and he pops off, and he's able to add to the star power that they have with someone like Virno, who's been one of the best initiators and challengers, as well as Scuba. We know how talented he can be in that controller role. And Rustin continues to play very well as a Sentinel, as he did the one series he filled in. He's obviously very familiar with the team because he's been an assistant coach behind Bonker, and so he's familiar with the team and the strategy and all that. Everything goes swimmingly. But then the other thing that could happen here is, what if it all goes wrong? Like, you had a pretty stable team with Pony being the duelist player. Redux was doing okay as a Sentinel the match she played it. It didn't seem like there was any real deficiencies there, in my opinion. And you may have just messed up a recipe that was already giving you what you wanted. So, it's to me, maybe there's some behind-the-scenes stuff I don't understand or realize that maybe also spurred this on. That could always be the case, right? Like, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors. People aren't getting along. If, like, people are having a difference in philosophy on the game or whatever the case may be. And we do know from the interview that you did with Rustin that it was always the plan for Redux to be a starter on this team at some point in time. I don't know if they always envisioned exactly how it would go, but they always wanted to do it some way, some form. So let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, I just want to add too, like, to have that always, Redux will always be a starter once he comes of age. It probably was as a duelist. So Redux could have even very well said, like, hey, I want to play on this team, sure, but I want to play the duelist role. That's what I want to do. And when you have a star player like that, as much as you maybe don't want to just give in to them, it just makes sense, right? If at the end of the day, your player's going to be unhappy playing Killjoy, even though it's working, sometimes you can't just force things like that.
Well, Dust, you mentioned maybe there's things going on behind the scenes. We did have a chance to sit down and talk with the players. Maybe they'll add some insight on that background information.
All
Or
right.
maybe not. Let's take a look.
We'll see for sure.
I think they're like a really young-ish and hungry team. I think they're really good. I don't know why people aren't talking about them more. There's some really, really talented people on that team. Ex-teammate Kenpeki, like, I know exactly what he likes to do in teams and like his attitude and what he brings. Like, I don't know, they're just really solid overall.
I mean, that game was kind of unfortunate, I think, last time we played them. But I also, like, I don't know, I don't really like how Redux isn't playing duelist for that team. I think he's like a really strong duelist player. He's just on Sentinel for some reason. But I mean, I guess they see something, or maybe he's okay with it, so who knows.
Yeah, I mean, just making sure we're playing together as a team, I think, is the most important thing when we play against TSM, Make sure that the individual plays that come out aren't just losing us around, no hero plays. We're just all disciplined and playing together as a team, and I think it's good for us, and I think we'll win.
Overall, like, that roster, obviously we played them during mid-season face-off, I believe, and we ended up losing to them 1-2, I believe. And I think the game definitely could have went differently, but overall, I think we've been improving a lot since that period. Definitely a really solid roster. But all 5 players, if we look at them all, it's definitely a very, very good roster. Any one of them can have a really good game, really good series. Overall, like really a lot of smart players, a lot of really capable players, and so like it's definitely should be a very good game in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, that was like, as soon as our head coach Bunker came in, that was the first thing he said. We're going to be able to play every map except one. Decide what map you guys don't want to play. We're playing every other map. So it's just been a blessing. I mean, we don't have to sweat and pick bans. We don't care what you're going to pick. We can play it all. And yeah, on top of Redux coming in, I mean, the sky is the limit. Good map pool, talented players, good IGL. Probably the best head coach in the game right now. I mean, we should be crushing.
Okay, all right,
I
bud.
don't know. I think we
Best
definitely
head
have a little
coach
bit
in
more
the game
room to
right
shine.
now. All right, you're pushing it
So,
there, bud.
There's definitely that to look forward to. Outside of that, I don't really think there's going to be anything like spectacular or different. It's going to be the same old like TSM.
Yeah, I mean they're a strong team. They can beat pretty much anyone, I think, in this group. I mean, last time we played them, it was a close series. I think they beat us on Pearl, and then we beat them on some other 2 maps. I can't remember, but it was. I think it was like 13-8, 13-9, something like that on the other 2 maps. I mean, I'm pretty confident against TSM, but they are a very strong team, and you have to be, on your game to make sure you're beating them.
Well, obviously we lost to M80, which is the most challenging opponent, I would argue, and so the next games I would suspect shouldn't be as hard as M80. But obviously I think all the teams in the split are pretty similar skill level, to be honest. I mean, maybe some a little bit lower and some a little bit higher. As you've seen from watching the split so far, there's been lots of upsets, quote unquote, and so it's kind of like I think there are lots of really strong teams. I think we're a strong team, and I think overall we should have not as hard of a time versus the teams coming up versus M80, I'm sure.
Good luck, Eric. You said you were going to play the cycle with me, and you didn't. I'm disappointed.
I mean, my message to him would be, it definitely won't be as easy as it was last time we played them, and I think we definitely are a much better team now. So hopefully it'll be a good game, but I think we have a pretty good chance of winning this one too.
All right.
I always love when the players know each other, because I like the fact that Rustin's basically calling out Campecchi for being like, yo, we were supposed to be teammates. Like, what is this? And then Campecchi doesn't say anything back. He's not like, oh, yeah, I was supposed to be teammates with them, and then I backed out. Come on now, dog. The guy got an opportunity. You can't fault him for that. But let's take a look at our series maps. Where's this series going to be going? As the best of 3 will likely find its end to a map 3. I feel like these 2 teams are destined for map 3 just based
Seeing
on
Bind
what we
again,
know
I'm excited
about
about
them.
that. Seeing Bind again, I enjoy Bind as a map. I enjoyed watching it in the previous series, and TSM picking it here it brings a certain level of confidence that they have to have. Obviously, Oxygen lets Bind through, so they feel confident on it themselves. But yeah, TSM being Bind here is an interesting choice, considering it is a map that, is new or new-ish, right? We're gonna have less experience for both of these teams. I think TSM could definitely have some good executes here on Bind. Obviously, they pick it thinking they're going to be more confident on it, so I expect TSM to take it. Haven is picked by Oxygen. We know how strong Oxygen is on Haven. I expect Oxygen to take that. We're going to go to Split for a decider, and I think that one could really go either way. I expect this to be a 2-1 from either side. Obviously, I favor Oxygen a little bit more just because they won the last matchup, but with these changes to Oxygen that I don't agree with, I think it's gonna be a little bit more of a toss up as to who it's gonna be.
Still being played early on in the first split. I mean, yeah, TSM has a winning record on it, but some of that was from like an all-season event at the end of December, so that's a long ways away now. They just had that one Mad Lions match that they won, which is actually kind of a close game. And then, of course, Bind, we again, similar story basically for Oxygen. Whereas when you look at Haven, like that's a clear advantage for Oxygen, right? Like they have a way stronger track record on Haven than TSM does. So I almost feel like TSM, with their pick of Bind, I don't know how much of an edge they actually gain by picking it, right? Like, I feel like their Pearl and Fracture have been much better, just results-based wise, if you're going that direction. Whereas, like, clearly Oxygen gets a comfort pick out of Haven coming into that. So, I almost kind of favor Oxygen just from the pick ban. Like if you're just looking at that, I think that they may be kind of won in that situation. But it will come down to how they adapt with, Rustin coming back into the team as a player instead of an assistant coach, and how Redux does with this role pivot that we're anticipating is going to happen with him coming in as a duelist.
Bind being the X factor for TSM, obviously that's guaranteed that they need to find the win on map 1 just because we're talking about Haven and how strong it is for Oxygen Esports. But Split is a big old question mark because we only really saw TSM play it once, and it was against OR Esports, which was week 4 at that point.
I don't know. I don't
Esports
have a
was
whole lot
really
to
in the
add
thick of
here.
the struggle as they were sitting in an 0-3 record coming into that match, and they ended up walking away with an 0-4 record. They lost, or TSM beat them 13-5 on the map. Now, Oxygen, we've seen them play Split a couple of times. They bested G2 at the midseason faceoff after losing to G2 at the midseason faceoff. And they played it a handful of times during the group stages. A win over Turtle Troop, a win over FaZe, a loss again to G2, which they only had 1 win against them and 2 losses on that map. But I think ultimately what that sets us up for, Dust, is the fact that TSM may be coming into this one as an unknown variable.
Yeah, for sure. I think the one known variable is the fact that we are going to be able to see the Corey Rays action come together, which is going to be pretty nice. It's going to be a role that we know Corey's very strong on, so that's a thumbs up. Now, past that, it'll be interesting to see what way they want to go. They want to go the double controller route. That's often been what we've seen on Bind, even dating back to before the changes to the map, but that was very popular at the end of Bind cycle. Now, we've seen different types of double controller, whether it's Brim, Viper, Harbor, some combination of that. Maybe an Asher comes in somehow. Who really knows, right? But yeah, I'll be curious to see just how it all plays together. I do think one thing going for Oxygen is now they have like a secondary voice in the server at all times. Their assistant coach can now be that second caller next to Mitch to kind of help with the mid-rounding and help with ideas. And so maybe that can make them a bit more versatile and have a little bit more playbook in them, so to speak. But again, it's all about, does Rustin continue to play well as a Sentinel? He had that one pop-off game. That was one game. Can he keep it up? And then how does Redux fill the shoes of Pony as a duelist?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you assume a level of comfortability playing as a duelist, but there's no guarantees that that's going to happen. And Rustin said, hey, I feel like I still got it in me. Like, especially after that game, we interviewed him, and he said, I kind of feel like I want to play now. Like, I have this, like, inner urge to compete again, which he even said, admittedly, he's like, I don't know if it would really ever happen. It might not make sense. Like, I have a pretty comfortable role here as an assistant coach. I like what I'm doing, but I did feel that desire to compete again. So now he gets the best of both worlds. He still gets to be the coach, and he also gets to compete. And Dust, you're not wrong, man. Having that extra voice in the server is huge and could be incredibly beneficial for this side of Oxygen Esports. But we do have to throw things to a break before we jump into the agent select for map 1 in this fight between Oxygen Esports and TSM. We'll be back in a bit.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that they were doing the changes to the Oxygen roster. Again, I disagree with that heavily here. The choice to do that sort of that roster choice or the roster change here. Let me see. Oh, I have it here. Yeah, this is I don't like this. The main issue is they're getting rid of Pony and replacing him with Rustin, which I cannot get behind that. I cannot get behind that. Like, sure, Redux is a duelist player, and you wanted to bring him in. You think he might be better than Pony. I understand that, but it's Pony, okay? Like, this is not a player you just sub out for some new player, right? And Rustin coming in, he's not a player. He's a coach. Like, I don't know. I feel like Oxygen is just making some bad choices here. And yeah, I just don't think this is gonna be good for Oxygen. I mean, I could be proven wrong here. I'd be happy to. But yeah, I don't anticipate this going. I don't anticipate this going to Oxygen just because of those roster changes. But yeah, I'll just start to another break since yeah, still don't know when this is gonna start. I imagine it'll be pretty quick here. But yeah, go to another break.
Welcome back, Valorant fans. We say goodbye to Bach as we look to get our second and final series of the week underway. I am just going to remind you guys that
All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Back. Yeah, I didn't know how long that was going to be. That's why I threw it to break, but we're back. Let's just get right into it as we continue into the second series of the day. Let's get started. Again, Oxygen has made some pretty big changes here, so we will see if Redux can find himself a good place in the duelist role and if Rustin will take good control of that Sentinel role. Corey going to be on Gecko, an interesting and unique pick, but Verno is as well, another interesting and unique pick. Redux going to be on Raze, and 7 going for Jet rather than Raze will be an interesting choice. Here, Viper for both Scuba and Nature, and then Kenpeki and Mitch both on Sky. So it's a double initiator setup for both of these teams, both with a Gecko and both with a Sky. Double controller setup. A double controller setup for both of these teams, both with a Viper, except for Oxygen, they've got a Brim, and on TSM, they have a Harbor. And then the main or the only difference being, or other than the controller difference, is the Jet for TSM and the Raze for Oxygen. And I don't agree with picking a Jet on Bind. There's not a whole lot of long angles you can hold, which is typically what Jet is going to be better at entering with. So it's a difficult choice, and it'll be interesting to see how TSM decides to play this. Speaking of TSM, they're starting on offense here, and they are pushing into B. Down long, it looks like. They do get smoked off, but they're still just going to push through it as they send that harbor wall up. The Gecko util comes through. Corey going to be able to take out Verno. Rustin did get flashed by the Gecko, and now GMD they know Rustin crossed, so GMD going to take him out. That does mean it's going to be 3v5 for Oxygen in this pistol round. Not looking great to start it off, and it looks like maybe TSM is thinking about taking the teleporter. They're backed up into that corner with the TP. But no, it looks like they will be approaching the site. And yeah, it looks like they will be taking TP. I like that decision. You've made so much noise on B, you may as well just TP over. Corey gonna grab that ult orb. Thrash could be very, very useful for these players. Mitch gonna be able to take out 7. Redux's grenade gonna take out Kenpeki, and now the player count is even. And TSM is lower on health. Sure, Scuba's low, but he wasn't really near the site. Although Corey gonna be able to take Scuba out. Nature gonna be able to take out Mitch after Mitch takes out GMD. Redux takes out Corey, and that means it's gonna be even at 1v1. Each player has the same amount of health. We'll see how this is played. And of course, TSM has to plant. Going to grab the spike. 10 HP for Redux. He's going to try and play time. Won't be able to. Nature takes Redux out. Going to get the spike down as well for some extra money. TSM takes the first pistol round in this on this map. We'll see if they can carry some of that momentum. Obviously, they should be able to get the next round off of it. Force the buy here. Yeah, we'll see if they'll be able to get some good momentum going. Of course, TSM picks Bind, so we expect them to do better than Oxygen on Bind as far as these executes, and we will see if they can. It looks like TSM going to be going B this time around. Again, maybe just trying to make some sound. The harbor wall going to block off tree. Now, Rustin's pushed up into tree. And the smoke has gone down, so there's not going to be any vision for those players who are pushed in Fountain. Well, Nature holding that exit of Showers, hoping somebody will push him. And there are 3 for Oxygen in Showers, but they may not have to push out to get this ult orb. Should just be able to grab it if they want to. TSM is actually now going to be turning their attention back towards A. Or not back towards A, but towards A. And 7 going to start pushing in here. Through short. Starting the sentry. Now he's a Marshal, so he's not going to be able to push up too aggressively. Just going to play back a little bit. The sentry has started. There are still 3 in Showers for Oxygen. Or no, sorry, only 2 in Showers now. TSM will be pinching here, and GMD going to be able to catch and take out Mitch. Play mod, and now it's going to be a 3v5 for Oxygen. They know one more is in Showers as well. So Redux is really getting pinched here. Corey gonna find 2 before getting shut down by Scuba. He's gonna make it a 2v4 now. GMD gonna take out Redux. Now it's just down to Scuba, who's taken out by Nature. So good round for TSM as they keep the majority of their players. And next round, when they're taking bonus, they'll be able to put up a pretty decent fight as far as having some good weapons to get some good kills. Corey, who did die, is going to pick up a Vandal as well, so there's some good guns for TSM to use this round. They also have Thrash. Corey has Thrash to use, and Gecko Ultimate could definitely do some good damage. But I don't know if it'll come out this round, as it is an eco round, or it's not an eco round, but a bonus round. So they're not really expecting to win necessarily, although they do have some good guns. And TSM getting ready to, it looks like maybe approaches A. Once again, Nature's lurking and watching showers. He's pushed up deep. He hears the jump peek, and now he's pushing. He's trying to punish Redux. Gonna do some good damage. Redux down to half health, but he's not gonna be able to kill Redux. You have Rustin gonna get flushed back. Has to play from U-Haul, or out of U-Haul now. And site has been taken. Gecko's little buddy, Wingman, gonna be planting the spike. Mitch gonna take out 7. Mitch also gonna take out Nature. Corey able to take out Redux, which does lessen the blow a little bit, but there's still player advantage for Oxygen. And as these Seekers push into U-Haul, with GMD's position is revealed. Flash comes out, GMD and Capecchi peek off of it, each finding a pick, and now it's down to Verno. He gets a pick. Scuba able to take out Capecchi. Now it's a 1v2. Corey not going to be able to win that exchange. And this round going to go to Oxygen. Now it's a round they should have won, but because of how good TSM's guns were, they were able to kill the majority of Oxygen's players, which means Oxygen will not be able to full buy this next round, so TSM should be able to take it. I believe 7's going to be buying an operator here. Oh, never mind. Maybe not. He had such good econ, I thought he was going to be pushing for an op, but I suppose an operator on the offensive bind does not make a whole lot of sense. Still, though, could have been, but it wasn't. Guardian for Rustin, so yeah, it will not be a full buy for Oxygen, although they will be able to get some decent guns here, but yeah, Rustin going to have to go for a Guardian here. Which does mean it's a buy from both sides, and both sides are looking to win this round to get some good econ stability moving forward. TSM going to be pushing through down long. Gecko Util comes through. Rustin going to be able to take out GMD. Flash comes through. Util coming through. Verno is down to 27 HP, but nobody's really going to be able to punish him quite yet. There's 3 on B to lock it down. Pretty standard amount of players you'll place on B. TSM now going to be running over towards A.
Yeah, and they also have control of showers as his short A attack is coming in, so they have multiple ways to kind of handle this situation.
Gecko going to be sent to plant, and Scuba destroys Wingman. A little bit rude. What did Wingman ever do? But this does put TSM in a difficult position, and this is a good show of why you need to make sure site is clear before you're using Wingman to plant. Don't use Wingman as you would like just sending, like, would you send a player to just randomly push into site? Probably not. You need to have him covered, right? That's the same thing for Wingman, and TSM didn't do that there, but they're still able to get the spike down. Capecchi pushing into CT, going to be able to get 2, and now it's a 3v4 for the remaining Oxygen players. 2 coming in from showers, and actually looks like all 3 going to be coming in from showers. 7 behind this box. This wall drop's going to peek out. Able to find 2 as they don't clear him. And now it's down to Mitch in a 1v4, and it's looking like this round will not be going the way of TSM.
Disconnected from everything, a 1v4. There's no time. There's no credits left. He's going to back away and look to hang on to this rifle.
Yeah, again, I like what Oxygen were doing early on.
Mitch pushing up here.
Got the 5-on-4, had showers control with Redux. But it definitely hurts when you have Mitch playing.
Looking to just save his gun. TSM not going to chase him down because, well, TSM doesn't have really money to do that. Oh. Wait. Wait, who was that? Was that Campeg? Am I crazy? Pretty sure they were just they were just messing around with each other. That was the same. I don't know. I'm going insane apparently. Score gonna be 1-3 though, and TSM taking that round does mean their econ is gonna be in a little bit of a better spot, and Oxygen not gonna have some good econ, so they're gonna have to take a save round here, which means TSM is off to a good start on Bind. Nature messes up his lineup. Just barely gonna have to send it back out. Get some util to help push this team through. The Gecko util does allow 7 to push pretty aggressively into sight. This entry going to be played very, very well here. Now it's up to Oxygen. How are they going to play this? The Gecko plant comes through, and that's what I'm saying. You need to make sure that you can clear the site for your team. Now we're actually seeing another CT plant, which is a very unique place to plant. Corey going to find 2 picks. 7 finds 1. Redux with only 1 kill going to get taken out by GMD. And now it's down to Verno in a 1v4. We're seeing this CT plant come through, and it's honestly working out for TSM. It's a very aggressive plant, but I think when you're using Gecko, it works because it's just a good way to use Wingman. You can get Wingman down there, and it works out well. Oxygen taking a timeout because, well, they've lost a buy from both sides, and in addition to that, that previous round was not well played from Oxygen. I would say TSM is shutting down Redux, but they aren't really. Redux just hasn't been playing too much of this retake. He's been trying to play back, but it seems like Redux doesn't know if he should be trying to defend the push or if he should be playing back, so that way he can retake with his team. And also, just as a whole, Oxygen is getting like picked off as TSM is pushing onto site, and then TSM is on site and Oxygen is suddenly separated because TSM is able to just plant in CT. So now Oxygen, who is, probably going to have some in showers, gets stuck in showers, and then some in CT get stuck in CT. They're split up, and then TSM can just take advantage of that. And yeah, TSM's playing this really, really well. See Kempeki smiling. Got to feel a little bit confident here with how well they're playing. There's a Thrash for both sides. TSM has a Reckoning, and Oxygen has a Showstopper. Redux going to be getting an Operator this time around. We'll see if that will come through for anything.
Team's been able to piece things together with the util that they've got. Obviously, Wingman being a huge tool to get that spike planted. We've seen it fall short, though. Sometimes we'll see how that continues to evolve as we trade a mosh for a Dizzy.
Now the push into B has begun by TSM. Now they are near the TP, so they could just teleport over, and I think Oxygen is aware of that. That's why they're playing so far back. Seeker is going to come out from Kempeki as he gets them up after grabbing that orb. And the Reckoning comes out as well. We will see if Thrash comes out. Wingman going to come through to plant that spike. The Oxygen not really going to be able to stop it, so the spike's going to go down. And yeah, now it's up to the Reckoning does come out by Corey. The Thrashes meet each other. Did I say Reckoning? I meant Thrash. The Thrashes meet each other, and Gecko Verno is detained for Oxygen, but nobody from TSM is detained. GMD gonna be able to take out Mitch. Ooh, Wingman gonna concuss GMD, and Verno gonna be able to trade it off, but then Kempeki gonna take Verno out. 7 gonna get cleared by 2. Scuba also gonna be able to take out Kempeki. Corey gonna take out Scuba, and now Rustin's alone, gonna get taken out by Nature. 2 players left alive for TSM. It's not a solid round, but it is a round win where Oxygen needed it to start to get some econ back in their favor, and they did not win it. So it's gonna have to be another safety from Oxygen, and this is coming out of the timeout. So that was not well played by Oxygen. Thrilled for Oxygen to use this round, though. They've got a Showstopper, an Orbital Strike, and a Viper's Pit. TSM has the, sorry, I yawned. TSM has the Blade Storm, which, is a Blade Storm. But I doubt that'll come out this round, because TSM doesn't really need to use it. Redux, jump peeking out, gonna get punished for it, down to 20 HP. Gonna have to meet Mitch for a heal. But Mitch is all the way on B, so he actually may not be able to get that heal off. Mitch is able to peek out and grab that orb.
He's kind of just throwing out a little bit too much. It's a really fine line on the jump peek, unlike showing too much and being able to just like barely show yourself. And still get the
TSM
intel. It's
getting ready
tough to
for
sometimes stick
this
into
push.
something.
Actually, they're playing very default. They're hoping Oxygen will push into them.
And a lot of the corners on
It's
almost
not
every
yet
wall.
happening.
Just
Ooh, the
relying
timing.
on
GMD looks
the
away
execution
right
as you're trying to
as
get away.
Oxygen starts to push.
Taking a bit of damage.
GMD be ready? No, absolutely not. And Mitch going to be able to catch GMD off guard, take him out, and get a gun. Now TSM going to have to worry about the flank as they start to push into A.
Indeed it is, but they're getting blocked behind a lot of this Viper.
And they're just going to take TP. I like that choice. Mitch going to try and meet those players coming out of the teleporter. Flash comes out, and, well, TSM just runs through Hookah. Now it's going to be a 4v5, but TSM does have B site. And, of course, the gun advantage. Kempeki able to take out Redux. Corey going to take out Verno. Flash comes through, and as it comes through, Corey going to be able to take out Mitch. 7, then going to take out Scuba and CT. And this round goes to TSM. They've secured the 6th round. It is now impossible for Oxygen to take the lead going into the next half. And, yeah, if you're Oxygen, this is not looking good for you, to say the very least. Now, there's 3 ults for Oxygen to use. They've got Viper's Pit, Orbital Strike, and a Showstopper for TSM. They've got a Blade Storm. It's going to be a difficult position for Oxygen to be in. They do need to start to gain some ground here. They need to start gaining some rounds here. Viper's Pit comes out from Scuba to defend A short. I like the ult, but I don't know if it's going to do a whole lot. The dog comes through and it pushes Oxygen back. Redux is going to have to play back off of the Viper's Pit. And 7 has actually gone through the TP. I believe GMD went with him as well. Now the rotate is started to push into B. But there's a lurk from nature in showers. Definitely find some picks if it's timed well. Flash comes through, and TSM getting ready to try and defend long, but they're not going to be able to. Verno and Mitch push out and take out 7 and GMD. Redux going to take out the lurk on nature, not timed well at all, and now it's a 2v5 for Kempeki and Corey, and they may just want to try and save their guns.
But when you put it behind a flash, it gets a whole lot harder to do. That flash gets extended. Well, TSM.
That was a well-played combo by Oxygen. They sent that Skybird out, and then immediately after, they sent the flash from Verno, which was well played. I mean, it definitely did what they wanted it to do, in the sense that they looked away from the first flash, but then immediately after, they just get gooped on, and that's it. And it looks like TSM will be saving their guns, or trying to anyway, maybe looking for some more picks. They've got some money. They know Oxygen doesn't. Wingman gonna go for the plant. He will get it down. He will get it down as Kempeki gonna find 2 picks. But, you know, a little bit too late. 2 ults for either side to use here. There's a Viper's Pit, as well as a Blade Storm for TSM.
Yeah, that was a brilliant double flash. I mean, there's no other way to put it than that.
And for Oxygen, they've got an Orbital Strike and a Showstopper. Now, GSM's Econ is pretty good here, so they're going to be able to buy. We're going to see the Blade Storm come out from 7, but that's just because he can. Although, he does get a gun here. He may not use the... No, he does use the Blade Storm. He only got a gun because I believe GMD was going to max out, so they bought him a gun. Now TSM going to start pushing. Looks like they want to challenge A short now. They weren't able to do it on the previous round, but that's because Scuba was using that Viper's ult, so...
I like it. Teleputer.
We're evolving. We got it all together.
Yep. I'm down. We start to see that attack coming up through short A, behind the cloaking of the Viper utility. You still have some showers present.
Now TSM
with nature.
getting ready to push into A here.
Redux trying to play a bit of an off angle to catch the cross out. Snakebite tried to lay the plant on the default zone. U-Haul taken though by the attack inside.
Yeah, that make it impossible.
Showstopper comes out from Redux. And he's not actually really pushing out with it. Looks like he just wants to try and do some damage. The Showstopper will prevent the plant. It destroys Wingman. But Corey going to be able to trade it off. And, of course, Wingman isn't a player. And Rustin also going to be taken out. So it's a 3v5. And this spike will be able to go down. We just need to plant it. Becky gonna take Mitch out. And Corey is going to plant this spike, and it will go down. Now it's gonna be a 2v5 for Oxygen.
They're both kind of trapped in heaven and back halls, and 2v5, probably just time to back off, try to save these rifles. Indeed, going to be the case. It's going to be 7-2 for TSM. Again,
3 ults for TSM to still use. And, yeah, Verno and Scuba are just gonna back up, conserve what little econ they have. Looks like TSM looking to hunt them down. 7 did use his knives and hasn't really found anything with them, so, you know, just be happy to use them. So GMG and 7 going to be hunting down these players together. Ooh, they catch Scuba. Yeah, they're just going to hunt him down here. The right click comes through, and then GMD are going to take Verno out. So it's a flawless round for TSM, where Oxygen loses all of their players. And Oxygen will be able to buy this round, although not all of them. Actually, they may be going for a save because they can't all buy. Even if they could, their econ really not in a good spot. Regardless. And yeah, so it's going to be a light buy. It's actually a forced buy from Oxygen. As they acknowledge that they're nearing the end. Ooh. Oxygen using their second timeout. That's an interesting choice. Again, considering this is not, maybe, you know, this is not, this is just the first half. Like, you don't know how the second half is going to go. So using both of these timeouts here is an interesting choice. And also, I want to point out, Redux has been denied the ability to show that he's a good duelist, but at the same time, he hasn't, even when he has the opportunity, he hasn't really, you know, for example, the Showstopper hasn't been used very well when he has been using it. And you look at Rustin, 2 and 9, like, that's not great, considering this is the player that's supposed to replace Pony. Like, you know, you're restructuring yourself so much here to fit Redux in, and the fact that Oxygen isn't really pulling through yet on Bind isn't great. Obviously, this is just Bind. We don't know how Haven is going to go, but for right now, and just in this first half, it's not looking great for Oxygen, especially these new players in Rustin and Redux. New players for Oxygen. Although Redux is a new player, Rustin is not. But he is new for as a player in Oxygen. He is the assistant coach, so you know. Orbital strike for Oxygen here. There's Seekers and a Viper's Pit for TSM, and I imagine we'll see those come out once they realize that it's a buy from Oxygen. Viper's Snakebite does come out, and it will push 7 out of tree, but looks like they're going to commit to this as the Seeker comes out. Seekers come out. Nature watching this flank. Going to be able to take out Redux. Spike going to go down. Wingman going to plant it. Now it's a 4v5 for Oxygen. And, ooh, TSM wanting to push CT. Kempeki going to be able to take out Rustin, but Scuba and Rustin each find a pick, which will even out the player count. Now it's a 3v3. 2 in tree for TSM. Ooh, but that blind going to be good. They know that there's 2 hookah now. 7 getting pushed inside of container. Scuba going to take 7 out. Viper's Pit does go off, but Corey. Ooh, the Wingman was trying to defuse, but they're not going to let it happen. Bruno going to get taken out by Corey. The Viper's Pit played well by TSM, and they do secure this round. I said, once they realized that it was a buy from Oxygen, they'd probably use those ults, and they did. They realized it was a buy, so they sent out that Viper's Pit, and it was well-timed, well-placed, and it worked out. Now there's a Harbor for GMD. There's a Thrash for Verno, and an Orbital Strike for Rustin. So 2 ults for Oxygen to use this round, but it is a safe round. TSM going to be holding this, hoping Oxygen will push them. It's a good read. There are 4 players going to be pushing out. 7 able to take out Mitch. Redux going to find a pick. It's straight off by Corey, who also is able to shoot through and take out Rustin. Bruno going to take out 7, but it's straight off by Kempeki. And Nature takes out Scuba, coming out of hookah, and very quickly this round is over. And yeah, this double initiator setup for TSM, or I guess both these teams have double initiator. But I feel like this pick of Gecko is working really well here on Bind. It seems like he's a good agent on this map. One of the only maps I feel like he works well on. Both teams have a Thrash. There's an Orbital Strike for Oxygen and a Reckoning for TSM, and it looks like the Thrash is going to be used by Verno for an aggressive push out of a short. But they're not going to hit anybody. In fact, the Thrash comes out from Oxygen, and it actually hits Oxygen, so they get more vision as to where Oxygen is than Oxygen gets vision on TSM. And they realize, alright, there's a lot there short, so we'll just go through showers. And they've taken site. Site has been taken. The spike is going to go down as well. Now it's once again being planted for CT, and it's up to Oxygen to retake this site. 4 are coming in from U-Haul. There's 1 in CT. Verno's been able to pick up his Thrash ultimate, and he uses it here. It does hit Kempeki, and they hunt him down. GMD gonna be able to take out Redux. 7 digs at Rustin. GMD's getting flanked. He's ready for it though. GMD gonna be able to take out Mitch and Scuba, both of the players who are flanking him, and now it's down to Verno in a 1v3. Spike is seen by 7, so he's just gonna hold it. Verno goes back on it, and 7 with the operator gonna take him out. And TSM, it's taken 10 rounds in the first half. This is exactly what we saw happen in the previous series, where G2, who were they playing against? Where Mad Lions had taken 10-2 against G2 on Vine. So we're seeing another dominant offense. And I don't know if the changes are making this map more offense-sided, or if these teams just aren't really able to find their footing on defense. Kind of like Split, where a lot of teams have trouble on their defense. But whatever it may be, TSM going into this defense, and Oxygen needs to win this pistol round to try and prevent TSM from just stomping them down. Oxygen going to be aggressively taking showers here. 7 looking to defend it. He's not going to be able to. And now Oxygen going to be able to get that spike down. Meanwhile, over in Fountain, Kempeki is able to take out Scuba. It takes quite a bit of damage in the process. And it does mean that he's placed nowhere near the spike. But it does even out that player count. Now TSM starting this retake. This post plant, though, is going to be really difficult to play through. Grenade does good damage to GMD and Nature. They are pushing showers so heavily, but Redux going to help block it down with the help of Mitch and Verno. Corey able to take out Redux, but Mitch is going to take Corey out. And 3 players left alive for Oxygen. Makes it a pretty good start to what needs to be an incredible comeback. But again, TSM is only 3 rounds away from a win. So Oxygen getting this pistol round is good. It's a good start. But again, they need so many rounds here in order to make a comeback. And I mean, this is just going to be so difficult. See Oxygen actually playing it safe. They're going to have 2 of their players saving with guns, with pistols, rather than rifles. And I don't know if I agree with that decision. You're down so many rounds. I don't know if playing it safe is the right choice. We'll see how it goes. Oxygen is actually pushing in through short, and TSM not going to stop them. There are 2 now rotating into CT. There's 2 in shower for TSM. Mitch and Rustin each find a pick. Mitch finds another. Nature finally able to trade off Rustin, but it's a 2v4 at this point. Nature's down to 10 HP. Kempeki, who could heal Nature, not going to be in a position to do so. And Kempeki takes damage from that Skydog. So this 2v4 will be incredibly difficult for TSM. Scuba going to be able to flank and take out Nature. Now it's a 1v4 for Kempeki. Not going to find anything else. Mitch going to take Kempeki out. And despite the fact that that was the forced buy from Oxygen, the two players who had the pistols did the most damage and got the most kills there, which is definitely weird to think about. Mitch with 3 kills despite being one of the only players with a pistol on his team, but he's able to pull through there. It's going to be a buy from TSM. It's going to be a bonus round from Oxygen, so TSM has the gun advantage here, should be able to take it. And we will see if they are. Nature takes out Redux. Going to prevent the push from Oxygen. It's a good start. Now it's going to be a 4v5 for Oxygen. It looks like Oxygen just going to have to back up because so much util is being used by TSM that Oxygen really is not going to be able to find any footing here. Now Oxygen getting ready to push into B. Alright, it looks like they're still doing a split push, challenging all of the entrances onto either of the sites. But now they're moving back away from B and more towards A. Rustin on top of the box, gonna get pushed back, using that Viper util. They're just shooting through the smoke. There's a little bit of damage there to Mitch. It's a push through U-Haul. They are spotted. Spike does go down. Corey from Shower is going to be able to take out Scuba. U-Haul has still not been cleared out by TSM. Rustin's still not cleared out either. And although TSM did have the player advantage, it has dwindled, and now it's an even 1v1. And Verno wins the 1v1. Kenpeki down. This could be a good start for Oxygen. TSM is... TSM is yet to win any rounds. In this half, but it's only been 3 rounds, so I can't, I can't blame him. Secrets for both sides here. TSM able to hit Verno with the Marshall. Just push Verno back. They don't want to peek that. Verno gonna have to go back for the heal. Skydog gonna be destroyed. Seven's still watching this. Doesn't get blinded. Not really able to do much damage either, though. Redux gonna be able to take out Kenpeki, but it's traded off by GMD. Rustin gonna take out 7. No trade comes through. GMD is getting spammed at. Not gonna get taken out. No, he does. He gets stuck on a wall while he's blinded. It's gonna be a 2v4 now for TSM. Corey's still on site to lock it down. Oxygen has not yet pushed onto the site. Just waiting for some util to get up, I guess. Now, smoke comes through. Util comes through. Verno gonna take out Corey. Now it's just down to Nature in 1v4, and he was over on A, just in case it was a rotate. Spike does go down. Now Nature just gonna hold exits. This is not looking good for TSM, at least in this half, or at least for now, I should say. I mean, it was just an eco round that they just lost, but they do need to figure out their bye rounds. They may want to take a timeout after this. They have not yet taken a timeout, and off of such a bad loss, may be a good choice. Do apologize if you can hear my dog. Nature just gonna die at the spike.
starting to get a little bit interesting, but we've only really seen one full buy defensively from TSM so far. Now this time around, they're going to have the operator in Seven's hands, which is going to be certainly an added X factor on top of having Seekers and the Thrash. In fact,
And TSM gonna be at a little bit of a tougher spot here. They do have one less ult. They only have Seekers and Thrash. Whereas Oxygen, who has Thrash, Orbital Strike, and Seekers. Corey gets caught by the Thrash. Redux gonna punish him, but Nature there to trade it off. Now no more duelists. Rustin, though, gonna be able to take out GMT. The spike gonna start to go down. So I'm not gonna stop the plant. Kenpeki gonna take out Mitch, who was pushing into Showers, and now it's gonna be a 3v3. But TSM gonna have to retake here. Verno once again gonna have that Thrash up. Nature gets caught in it, and the Orbital Strike comes out to punish him. Rustin gonna find that pick. Now it's a 2v3 here. TSM. And they decide to back up and save their guns. Seven only has an operator, but yeah, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I feel like TSM not playing this as well as they could. Imagine after this, they are going to want to take a timeout.
Plus he has Blade Storm. Kenpeki's going to be able to save the Phantom, so they might be able to work around these carried over weapons.
TSM should take this timeout here. I think that the main issue here is that Oxygen has just been unable to, or sorry, that TSM has been unable to, like, they're not denying those pushes in. Like Oxygen can just rush in, and TSM is not using adequate util to stop them or slow them down. And TSM will sometimes use a lot of util, and it does stop the push, but then they've used a lot of util, so then when the sides switch, Oxygen has nowhere to go. Scuba, is that an elephant?
An elephant? Is it like an Easter bunny? Oh, it is an elephant, isn't it?
It's cool. But yeah, TSM taking a timeout here.
Front side of its face. I didn't know what was going on. But yeah, clearly an elephant.
Love that. I love when, obviously, like during these timeouts, we've seen that player cams pop up and stuff like that, or even when players kind of understand, hey, I'm in a 1v3 with just a sheriff. The observers are probably on me, so, and they do something goofy. They put on a nice little show for us. I really enjoy that. I enjoy the fourth wall breaking from the players.
True.
I guess like I attribute them to be like robots in game where they just sit down and they're just so focused, but it's also nice to see them just be humans. And also, I don't know if that's a little bit of foreshadowing.
It's a showstopper for Redux to use this round. It looks like TSM going to be forcing a buy off that timeout. Nature going to have to go for a judge here, just doesn't have money. So we'll see how this does end up panning out. Oxygen going to be taking aggressive control of Showers here, and once again, TSM not really going to be able to stop them. Util going to come through.
They're going to get put in play somehow. Some weird voodoo stuff or something. It's going to be a character from New Orleans, Louisiana. And it's going to be voodoo stuffed animal stuff. Calling it.
And yeah, Oxygen just waiting out time, hoping that TSM will hope or think it's a rotate. That smoke comes out, and now TSM going to be ready for it. We'll see if TSM is going to defend this push. Nature only has a shotgun, so this is going to be difficult for him. He has to play this judge weirdly. Oxygen still taking quite a while. That spike does go down. Now this post-plant can be played. They could not stop Wingman. Spike is tapped. The util comes through. Redux's grenade gonna take Nature out. Spike needs to be tapped again. The mollies are coming through. And yeah, this is not gonna go TSM's way. Post-plant just played so beautifully. Scuba pushing through, gonna be able to take out 7 and GMD. Mitch gonna be able to take out Kenpeki. Scuba not pushing through, sorry. Scuba with the flank, gonna be able to take out 2. And then Mitch pushing through. Survivor Spit for TSM to use, Showstopper for Redux, and the Reckoning for GMD. So 2 ults for TSM, 1 ult for Oxygen. TSM is forcing a buy here. I think it's a good decision. You need to stop this momentum. Some way or another, one way or another, and Yeah, however you can figure out how to do that will help to try and get this map back in your favor. And it looks like TSM going to be pushing out super, super aggressively. The Reckoning comes out. And they don't find anybody to do damage, and Oxygen just going to decide, alright, we'll just push through showers then. And get Wingman to plant this spike. The Wingman comes through to plant this spike. Redux going to help cover him. The spike is going to be planted. Now this post plant can once again be played from showers, identically to how it was done in the previous round. Now the question is, will TSM be able to defuse this spike? Wingman goes to start it. Grenade comes out. Seven able to take out Mitch. Ooh, Seven gonna stop the showstopper from being used and push through. He's overheating a little bit. It's a 2v2 at this point. Nature able to take out Scuba. Now it's a 1v2. Verno has to peek this. It's being held by Nature though. Trying to wallbang it. Body block comes through and Verno thinks he's off the spike. And Nate Kempeki gonna be able to take out Verno, and finally TSM has a round here. But it's an expensive one. It is a very, very expensive one. And it looks like TSM is still going to force here regardless. Which will make this another expensive round. Viper's Pit for Nature to use. And finally TSM may be able to gain some ground here. I mean, they were up so many rounds to begin with. They don't need to win that many to try and clamor it together. At the very least, they need to get to that 12th round. But as many as possible is where they want to be. Viper's Pit comes out, so now they know short can't be pushed by Oxygen. It's only 7 to hold short here. Oxygen still has not done a long or a B push in the past like 5 rounds, so TSM is gonna just stay here on A. That's why they're placing 3 on A. You feel confident in this? Thrash comes through. It does clear 7, and Redux following it, going to be able to take him out. Thrash also going to find and get Nature. His team trying to cover him, but Rustin going to be pushing through short, able to take out Nature and Corey. It's a 2v4 now for TSM. If TSM loses this round, it'll be very, very expensive for them. And, well, Kempeki and GMD were over on B, so I don't think they're going to be able to win this round. Time not in their favor. This is not looking good for TSM. TSM going to take a loss here. Probably going to have to take an eco run next, which will allow Oxygen to get to that 10th round. And this comeback can start to feel alive. GMD holding that angle. Rustin just going to be able to outgun him there. Becky and Mitch meet each other. Mitch ready for it. Going to take Becky out. Now that TSM's on an eco round, this comeback from Oxygen, like I said, probably going to result in getting them to that 10th round. TSM will still have the lead, but it's going to be a very minuscule lead off of this round loss. The wave comes through. TSM looking like they want to fight for this orb potentially. 7 coming through with the knives, going to TP. Coming through that B-long teleporter, able to take out Mitch. Now Spike is going to go down on A as TSM is completely posted up 4 in showers. This is a big choke point. It doesn't look like Oxygen will be abusing it here. Sites been re-cleared, and Kempeki able to find 1 in CT. 7 gonna be able to clear Redux. This spike can just be held. This eco round may turn into a win, and it looks like it will. No, not quite. The Molly gonna defend that spike. Barely. Orbital strike is there. That's it. Wait, GMD does get away in time, but there's no time to defuse. No, and GMD will die to the spike. Although, The eco round nearly turned into a win for TSM. Post plant, although Rustin definitely had to use more util than he would have liked in that orbital strike, it does still result in a win.
He's had a couple of really big moments, a couple of really big clutch type situations, whether you call them officially clutches or not. This one obviously was officially a 1v1 or 1v2. Had another
2 ults for Oxygen to use this round to try and tie it up. Got Seekers and a Viper's Pit. TSM has Thrash.
And so here we go. TSM need to find something here pretty quickly.
Looks like Thrash gonna be waiting to gain some vision and thinking about maybe throwing Thrash out B. But there's nobody there, only one. Oxygen is mostly posted up here in A short. Thrash could have been better used over on A. No, Oxygen gonna start this push into A. Wingman gonna get ready to go for the plant. Although Oxygen's actually been pushed back. Good util usage, but 7, who's going for the flank, is caught by the Seekers. He will get away with his life. He may get put. No, he'll get away. Though barely. That's 4 going to be pushing long. Scuba, the only one pushing through Hookah. Thrash is going to be coming out here. Ooh. Does hit them in tree. Or actually, I think he got destroyed in tree. Redux, Shorty, going to take out Corey. It's going to be 3v5 now for TSM. And it looks like Oxygen, not only will they put TSM's Econ in a bad space, but looks like they're going to be able to tie this up. Comeback for Oxygen looking so alive here. TSM just needs 1 round to get it to that 12th round and prevent Oxygen from making a reverse sweep.
These two teams very close in the rankings, very close in the standings. They're first time playing against each other.
TSM is just in such a bad spot here. TSM trying to save their guns, but they're getting pushed here. Nature going to be able to take out Rustin. He will be able to save his gun, but could have been a 3-man save. Turns into a 1-man save, so TSM will not have a good buy coming into this next round. And it looks like they will not be able to prevent Oxygen. Not only have Oxygen tied it up, but they may not be able to prevent Oxygen from getting to the 12th round, although TSM is forcing here. They do not want Oxygen to get to the 12th round before they do. And I can't blame them. TSM, you need to push through here. I imagine... I mean, I would have taken my timeout already, but they do have one to use still.
I mean, look at this. Even this one's kind of tough. You got Gamon on the Spectre, so not the most ideal situation.
Nature holding down showers. Does some firing. And Shower's still not able to push through. 3 in there are sort of just staying there. This dog getting ready to come out. As well as Thrash. And it does. This Thrash going to come through. Not going to clear anybody, though. Rustin, though, coming from short, going to be able to find a pick. Redux going to take out Nature. Now it's a 3v5 for TSM, and this is not looking good as the spike goes down. It's looking like this forced buy from TSM was a bad choice. Not played well by Corey as 2 are there. 2v5 now. Looks like TSM going to continue to try and force for this. Kempeki going to be able to take out Scuba. 7 taps the spike. It's peeked by Mitch, and he gets taken out. You need to be winning your 1v1s if you want to be able to make a clutch here, but not winning these does not put you in a good spot. TSM now needs to win this next round where they have no econ, or Oxygen will have made an insane comeback to get Bind back in their hands.
I love this little switch that they do inside U-Haul. After these initial frags, you see Rustin take a swing, throw a couple of bullets down, and then lets Redux finish the job. Just like a little bait and switch. It's the finer details where this team play of Oxygen's actually coming together. And again, I think a lot
There
of it
is.
because even though they've made a roster change, so to speak, and some role swaps, they've done so
There's a
with
showstopper
right? Like
for Redux to use.
familiar with
So Oxygen has an ult. TSM has none. This is not looking good, as Oxygen has just been able to go A every single round with no pushback. Just able to just go right through. TSM not able to stop them at all. Oxygen's already in U-Haul. Spike is going to go down here. TSM has 3 in showers, who aren't going to encounter anybody. Now TSM is pushed back. They're very aware that there could be some in U-Haul. Still not ready enough for Verno, for GMD to win his exchange with Verno. Corey going to be able to trade it off, but the Showstopper comes out, and it does push TSM so far back. Nature, though, still in sight, probably deeper. And Oxygen realizes, oh, this wall is about to drop, though. Nature does get hit. Nobody's going to stop the plant. It's going to be a 4v4. TSM has to play this retake. Starts off good. Kempeki able to take out Mitch. 4v3 now. TSM take this to overtime, or are we just going to have to... Or is TSM just going to have to hope that they can take Haven? Time is of the essence here. Rustin going to take out Kempeki. Nature going to take out Redux. Now it's a 1v3 for Rustin. He does not have any post-plant util to use. Spike going to get held here. He needs to push through. He knows where 7 is, but Spike just going to be held, and we're going to overtime. As Corey takes Rustin out. Barely TSM has taken 2 rounds of their defense. Oxygen has taken 2 rounds of their defense. And it seems that defense on Bind is much harder than anybody was anticipating. Just barely TSM scraped by. And, well, you know what? TSM went into the second half, up 10-2. And we're in overtime. So it seems that this map may be a lot more offense-sided than it was before. I don't know if the changes make it offense-sided. I don't think they do. But it is a little bit offense-sided. I mean, Oxygen getting into overtime here is so important. Oxygen now on this defense. Back on it. Remember, this is a map where both teams had a much better offense than defense. I will say the mental game for Oxygen right now must be much higher off of such an insane comeback. That may be the difference maker here. First op pick. Another op pick for Redux. It's a 5v3 now. Oxygen should be able to easily take this. Will they, though? Verno going to be able to take out Kempeki. Now it's a 2v5. Mitch going to take out Nature and Hookah. And now GMD going to get pushed. GMD able to take out Verno. He's concussed, though. Playing in his cloud. Little orb. Does not have the spike. And Redux just going to shoot him through the smoke. And TSM going to have to push through again and try and win a defense. This is not looking good for TSM, I'll tell you that.
I mean, that is pretty nifty to pull that out in overtime. First time we've seen Redux have an operator the entire game. He pulls it out in one of the most rare occurrences.
It's already a long day, and it looks like TSM and Oxygen would like to make it longer.
It's going to, limit your armor capabilities, and he pulls it out and finds a hat trick to put them up ahead. Boy, oh boy. Here we go again. Can Oxygen finish it off again? The attacking side is the favorite side for both these squads, and Oxygen pull off a big.
It's like TSM gonna have to play this. Oh, Corey able to find a pick. He finds another one. Showers defended well. Oh, but Corey's gonna get caught and taken out. 7 though coming through to TP, gonna be able to take out Verno. Now it's gonna be 2v4 for Scuba and Rustin. Looks like we may be going through to another round of overtime.
Oh boy.
7 is still in that TP, and he has the spike. How did the spike end up in there?
Things you hate to see if you're an Oxygen fan.
This does mean that Scuba and Rustin have to either... they had to have taken TP there. There's no other way to get to the spike. And, well, they don't. Nature going to be the one to get the final kill on Rustin. This round goes to TSM, and they've pulled through on their defense. Gonna be going to another round of overtime. Just barely, TSM scraping by to finally get to overtime, and they win another defensive round. Oxygen taking a timeout. Honestly, okay, here's the thing. When your opponent takes a timeout, you also get to use that time as a timeout. And I think both of these teams need a timeout very badly right now. Both of these teams have so much they need to work on to try and just close this up. I mean, neither of these teams would like to be going to overtime here, you know? Neither of these teams would like to be pushing any further into this overtime. They just want to get it over with. Now, every 4 rounds of overtime, you get a new timeout. And they do not stack. So, Oxygen has a timeout here. In 4 rounds, they'll have another one. Same thing goes for TSM. They have a timeout they can use at any point. 4 rounds from now, they'll have another one. Or 4 rounds from when they use their timeout, they'll have another one. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I read the rules, and it still was a little bit confusing. There's also a lot of rules in the timeout or in the rule book that I realize aren't necessarily followed here, especially concerning timeouts, because it says you only get 1 timeout per half, but you can use 2 timeouts in the first half, for example, of a map. So yeah, you get 2 timeouts per map is essentially it, but that's not what it says in the rulebook. So I don't know. Reading the rulebook actually made me a little bit more confused. Verno going to be able to take out 7. Corey, though, going to be able to take out Mitch. The spike still going to be in the hands of TSM. Verno pushing out, and you can tell TSM was not ready for that. The GMD going to be able to spam him through the smoke, so it's still going to be kept an even 3v3. And TSM is committing to B as 2 push through Hookah. Rustin going to be able to take out Nature. He needs more. He's able to find it. Will he get traded off? No. GMD with the spike. Gonna have to play a 1v3. Once again, the defense pulling through from Oxygen, despite the fact that they only won 2 defensive rounds. Timeout did seem to be useful. If I was him, I would take TP. He's gonna try and clear further, it looks like. Throwing the orb down, and he's gonna go for the plant. They're going to allow him to get the plant down. And the operator on Redux is just going to be more deadly than what GMD can provide. And this round goes to Oxygen. Another defensive round. Will TSM be able to pull through another defensive round of their own? We will see. This fatigue, as this map continues, is going to start to wear on these players. Now, the longest overtime we've seen so far in Challengers went 18 and 16. And that was in North American Challengers this year. This season, I should say, of Challengers. Went 18 and 16. And that was TSM versus the Guard. So TSM is no stranger to overtimes, but I don't know if we'll be seeing an overtime that long if TSM will be able to pull through that much. Looks like Oxygen going to be challenging B here. Now, this is strange for the main reason, which is that the majority of TSM's round wins were on A, right? So pushing B here is interesting. Corey able to push out a Hookah. He does good damage to Scuba, but the Phantom headshot does not kill. And all of Mitch's heal is going to be used to get Scuba back to the 100. But now he has no shield. You know, Corey's definitely going to feel bad about that one, not able to find that pick. But looks like TSM's, or Oxygen's still just going to stay here in this tree entrance. Shooting through the smoke, 7 does a good amount of damage. 7 going to be able to take out Redux. Also able to take out Mitch before finally getting traded off. 2-for-1 special. Corey going to take out Rustin. Now it's a 2v4. Spike is down. There's one coming in through Hookah. Corey's not quite ready to flick up. Scuba going to be able to take Corey out. Spike is tapped. Nature going to be able to take out Scuba. Now it's down to Verno. Play this. He gets a kill, and he can get Thrash up. This clutch could definitely come through. And it does! And it does, and that's what a way to end it! As Verno clutches the 1v4, 1v3. Oh my god. What a way to do it. That is definitely a way to do it. For sure. And we're going to a second map. And I'll remind you, the next map is Haven, picked by Oxygen. And Oxygen just took Bind TSM. I think what ended up happening in that overtime is just because of the massive comeback that TSM had, or sorry, that Oxygen had, their mental was just in a little bit of a better spot. They had more confidence. And yeah, it meant they get a win there.
Rustin also, you mentioned it in the middle of the game, really stepping up big time, and this is so beautiful. Take one final look. Yeah, that is. That's just so tough. You feel awful there for Campecchi. What do? You walk away from it, or you try and run them down like you do a Sky inside her Trailblazer, a Sova inside the drone. Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, neither of those can lock you down. And we talked about kind of implications of this first map. We didn't know what to expect, but we do know that map.
Sorry, I'm like zoning out here.
We're gonna close it out in 2-0 fashion. It would be by winning Bind here. So we'll see if that prophecy comes to fruition after this short break.
With eBay Refurbished,
okay, here's the thing: is like, I mean, I'm impressed. That's the main thing. I'm getting like tired. Sorry. I'm impressed with the fact that Oxygen was able to pull it through there. Again, I said coming into this, I don't think Oxygen has it, because of the changes that they've made. But it looks like they are still a decently strong team. Maybe a little bit of a worse performance there than would have been wanted from each of the teams there. But we look at Bind, 15 and 13. I mean, just look at Corey for TSM with 26 and 19. But it's like I always say, you can't have one carry versus you look at Oxygen. They've got Verno with 22 kills. They've got Rustin with 20 kills. They've got Redux with 20 kills. They've got Mitch with 19 kills. Scuba falls behind with 14 kills, but still like a really solid across-the-board performance from all of the Oxygen players. Versus you look over at TSM, and yeah, you've got that carrying Corey. Then it goes to 20 kills on Campecchi. Okay, still a decent amount, but then you drop down. It goes to 18 with 7, or 18 for 7, 16 for Nature, and then 14 for GMD, which is like not great. Yeah, that's just not where you want to be as far as like the differences in that skill, or not skill gap, kill gap, in between those players, because it shows you're not playing necessarily how you should be, or where you'd want to be playing. So yeah, and I think at the end of the day, the main issue was just like when it came to the overtime, because of this massive comeback that TSM had been allowed to make, that Oxygen had been allowed to make, their mental was just in a better state. So they had more confidence coming into the overtime, whereas TSM just like they just lost so many in a row, barely able to scrape through. And I think if they'd been able to win that round and it had started to go deeper into overtime, then their mental would have been able to recover a little bit. But for the most part, it was at that point, once it went to overtime, like the mental just wasn't there, and it was just gonna go to Oxygen. They had better mental there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Twitter, see if there are any clips. So it looks like we've got one.
Moments ago, finally, the next fight is up, and it's Nature to do it. Verno tosses out his flash. Is that going to be enough? Lines him up, takes him down. Thrash available. No shot. The lockdown. And Verno gets it done.
Yep. That is a way to end it for sure. Let's see if there are any other ones over here. The 210 choke from TSM. Yeah. Yeah. It definitely just seemed like both of those teams did not know how to play defense well on Bind. I don't know why. Maybe they just didn't have as much practice as maybe they wanted. Which, considering TSM picked Bind, it's a little bit weird to say. Like you know, I don't know. It's weird. This week has been strange. We've seen some very strange things happen, like Shopify beating M80. Or was it a 2-0 win from Shopify against M80? I did miss that game. Is it a 2-0? It was. Shopify getting a 2-0 over M80. Moist Moguls beating the guard, continuing their flawless win streak. G2 losing to Mad Lions. Like, these games have just been they've been weird. They've been pretty crazy. Yeah, that's the most I have to say. It's been a very interesting week. But yeah, I've sort of expended everything I have to talk about. And I'm getting sort of tired here, so I'll just go ahead and throw it into a break until the next game.
Yet another lopsided half, but another game that goes into overtime regardless. As it is Oxygen who goes down 2-10 in the first half, and then almost closes it out in regulation. They were at 12-11, Tanner. They were ready to just walk away with the dub. TSM finally found life in the final round, forces things to overtime where eventually they do succumb to their injuries. And it is Oxygen who walks away victorious on TSM's map pick. The Bind pick coming in was already interesting enough, but then this very peculiar agent composition, I think, threw another spanner in the works.
It's very cool because although, you know, we talk about Pearl and what Pearl looks like and, you know, hitting the sites and stuff like that, but Bind coming back into it with minor changes, with new agents making their way into the mix, we still don't know what to expect. And you know, you and Dustin talked about it earlier, right? Do we get the Harbor because more teams have been figuring it out? Now we get the Gecko, which we weren't really expecting as a whole. So to say, like, yes, this was TSM's map pick, they obviously came into this one drilled with an idea, but that's not to say that Oxygen weren't doing the exact same thing, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think this game comes down to like a couple of critical moments. Anytime a game is this close, it is in the finer details that makes a world of difference. And I think it's the two clutches that make the difference here. It's obviously Verano's clutch at the very end of the game, 1v3 to close it. But Rustin also had a couple of pretty clutch moments to kind of help him get there. So definitely got to give your props there. Obviously, the Geckos reign supreme for both teams, particularly Corey, who's been so impressive throughout this split, showing his agent pool versatility. But in the end, Oxygen are the ones as a team that come out on top. But just having that little bit something extra in the extra rounds to get it done.
Yeah, and much like again going back to that first split, right, where or the first series, excuse me, where you take a look and you say, wow, this is going to be a huge learning experience, right? TSM are going to go back onto this one and say, we literally had no answer for these A hits, especially the shower hits, until we put Corey here. And then we were still kind of struggling. I think there's a lot to take away from this. And I think that this is a comp that we do see stick around for quite some time. I love the Brimstone also adding another element. And the way that Rustin was playing that in the attacking side was just tossing out the early Molotov, because then you could never comfortably put Wingman down or even play the tap. It just, there was a lot going on to where you put Wingman down early, then it forces Oxygen now to make a play. But you use that Incendiary, now you have what, 15 seconds where TSM are still having to make the play before that Incendiary's gone. Now Wingman can go and the spike is about to blow.
Yeah.
Here's the interesting thing. We love the fact that we see Corey playing the Gecko, but a side effect to that means that he's not available to play the Raze. Usually Raze is a really popular pick on this map, and we actually see that come in from the opposition. And whether that was an X factor or whatever, that's probably a non-talking point, as it's such as a minute detail. But like Dust said, minute details are basically what decides this game as it comes down to the wire. But still, it is an interesting side note, just the fact that 7 ends up still going to the Jet, whereas we have seen a lot of teams favor the Raze here, and it does introduce kind of just a layer of I don't even know what to describe it as. It just makes it a little bit more interesting. But we do need to take a look at the map pool just to remind ourselves where we're going next, as we are moving into the pick of Oxygen. And this one's Haven. This is a map they feel very strong on, but I got to point out a statistic here. In Split 1, we had 12 best of threes that went all 3 maps. In Split 2, we're already at 11. We've had a lot of 3-map series, and much to the chagrin of Dust, I feel like we're going to 3 maps again. I feel like we're going to see some map trading here.
Yeah, this is a tough one, because if you look at the entirety of Oxygen with all their different lineups through qualifiers to today, they have been pretty dominant on Haven. They have an 85% win rate. Their 2 losses are 11-13 losses to G2 and Turtle Troop. So even when they have lost, it's been incredibly close. They have definitely been a very proficient team when it comes to Haven. TSM, on the other hand, 3-4 record since the end of last year to now, when you look at some of the all-season events and then challengers. However, somewhat misleading, because of their 4 losses, 3 of them have been to either M80 or the Guard. And 2 of those losses to M80 were pretty close. So I think their Haven is probably a bit better than what their record would indicate. But certainly Oxygen on paper should have the edge as far as comfortability, having a proven track record of success. And after having a huge comeback like that on Bind, after TSM were so far out in front, you have to wonder how much win comes out of TSM sales from dealing with that. Do you keep your composure after having that happen to you? I mean, there's all kind of little mental things that go into something like that. Oxygen probably feeling super positive, being able to pull off the comeback, and then they come into a map that they know that they're very comfortable on. So I think the 2-0 is very possible here. I'm not saying it's for sure going to happen, but I think you like Oxygen's odds.
Oh, absolutely. It's hard not to point to that, but there's also something we have to remember. This is a different pool of players coming in for Oxygen. It's not the same stable set. Maybe you could make the argument okay, things will plug and play a little bit easier for us, so it's okay. But we haven't seen them run this team on this map. And anytime you change out a player, it can have drastic repercussions, especially on a map like Haven, where I feel your duelist is really pivotal. We've watched other teams where the duelist performance ends up being what wins them the map. You look at a team like M80 as an example, where Koala Noob is really good on the attacking side, running around kind of picking players apart piece by piece. He finds openings here and there, and it just kind of exploits the fact that the map is so spread out. I feel like if you don't have a really strong game plan coming in, if you're not well versed, if the communication isn't really where it needs to be, there's a world where this doesn't work out as well for Oxygen as it once did, because before it was kind of second nature.
Yeah, but I will say this, in the games that we have seen 7 playing the Jet, he has struggled. So far. I mean, granted, it's only been a couple of series, Shopify Rebellion series, the M80 series, and now obviously, we're in our 3rd series with this role swap. And one of those maps was on Haven against M80, where they got bashed and he did not have the greatest game. So, Redux, we haven't obviously seen him play Jet yet at this level. Obviously, he has a track record of playing a ton of Jet, at a lower level in the academy system for Oxygen, and he was very successful playing Jet. It's a lot of the reason why I think he was a prospect to get moved into the main team was a lot based on how well he played Duelist, particularly Jet. That's more than half his games are played on that agent. So, you know, this is a map where he should be able to flex that and be in his comfort zone. This is where Rustin can probably get back to playing that Killjoy, which we saw him play very well when he played that one series filling in. So it kind of goes both ways, I guess, Bach, as far as what you're talking about with the whole Duelist story.
Yeah, I do want to add, I liked what I saw. Although 7 hasn't had the best performances, I liked what I saw from TSM, the way that they were working him in. They had a really cool pistol strat where a player inside garage, 7 alone up towards B, the rest of the team out towards C. 7 dashes in, a cloud burst. It didn't work in that round necessarily, but then they went back to it and they found a timing for it to work, right? So now that they've had I expected them to go away from their Ascent comp because the Viper didn't work. I expected them to change some things, and in week 2, they didn't change anything at all. And now that we're in week 3, there's just more time for them to cement what could very well just be timing things, right? That's making this Jet not necessarily work for 7.
Well, we'll have
All
to
right. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of stuff to add here. I'm not super well studied on these players or these teams, just because they're, you know, some of the less interesting teams of the bunch. But let's just go ahead and get into the agent select, and enough talking. Let's start doing. GMD gonna be going on Astra, and it looks like Scuba gonna be going on Omen. Those are the two controllers. Now, Omen and Astra can be used interchangeably. Talked about it before. That is how it is. Nature and Rustin both on Killjoy, Kimpake and Mitch both on Breach, 7 and Redux both on Jet, and Corey and Verno both on Sova. So all of the picks are identical except for the controllers being Astra for TSM and then Omen for Oxygen. And again, those are two agents which can be used interchangeably. You do have to play a little bit differently with them, but typically teams will tend to favor Omen just because his abilities can be a little bit more aggressive, or can help retake a little bit better. They're just they're abilities that are a lot less focused around being a controller and more focused around you know, taking out the enemy, which at the end of the day, that's what matters. So we will see how these teams do end up playing it, and we will go ahead and get ready to start this. We'll see if Oxygen will shut it down, make it an easy 2-0 for them. I will say TSM's map pick went really, really close, but it did go to Oxygen, so I think maybe this could be another close one, but it could also go to Oxygen, as we know their track record on Haven is very, very strong. You know, honestly, I'm kind of hoping it goes to Oxygen. You know, make it quick. Make it a quick 2-0. Get through this. I apologize if you can hear my dog. He likes just barking randomly at the outside.
Again, we need to see 7 pop off on this Jet. He's had some struggles.
Doesn't even bark at other dogs. Like he can look out the window and he like doesn't bark at other dogs. He only barks when people. I don't know. I don't get it. Anyways, TSM starting this offense, and it's an offense-sided map, although barely. It is. And so TSM going to start this offense by pushing into A. Now there's only one on A for Oxygen, and it's Redux. Try and lock it down. Still not a whole lot of util used, but Redux does get this sneaking suspicion. It's an A hit, and this dart about to come out, along with the rotate from Mitch, will definitely help Oxygen be prepared for the A hit as those Astra stars go down and the push starts. 7 is seen. Redux doesn't care. He decides to go for the ones pushing long. It's a good choice. He takes out Corey and Kimpeki. 7 able to get a pick before Verno shuts him down. It's a 2v4 for TSM now. Nature going to find one and another as Redux takes GMD out. Not going to be able to find the pick onto Rustin. And the first round goes to Oxygen as they try and move through here and show that they are still a very strong Haven team, despite, you know, switching out a few of their players. Now, they did actually play with Rustin on Haven 2 weeks ago. I believe the first week was when they had Rustin and not Redux. And so, yeah, we did see Rustin on the team for Haven. Now, then he was playing the duelist role, which was interesting to see. But, yeah, just something to point out. We do have a little bit of experience with this new roster. TSM once again going A, and Oxygen is pushing out aggressively to combat it. Redux going to find one. Mitch finds one. GMD going to find the pick on on Mitch. Redux is going to be able to take out Kimbaki. Now it's a 2v4. GMD and Corey. Spike will get to go down somehow. Corey just gets spotted. GMD able to take out Verno. Corey is taken out, and they know exactly where GMD is. Scuba gonna shut him down. And this round goes with 3 players left alive to Oxygen. That's the majority of their players, so it's a decent round from Oxygen. And this bonus, well, although it should go to TSM, Oxygen should be able to put up a good fight here to try and shut it down and deny momentum for TSM.
Redux even has Blade Storm, so you can actually drop this Bulldog to somebody else, use the Blade Storm, and that gives them an even heftier bonus, I guess you could call it, as far as spreading out the firepower, not being stuck on too many SMGs. And so that is, you know, just pretty efficiently handled rounds is what I'm getting at from Oxygen here. As Mitch will get Frenzy, just to make sure he has full utility.
Knives for Redux. Going to be used this round to help with the bonus.
As we got TSM on full rifles.
Full buy from TSM. They should be able to take this round, but again, Oxygen has some good econ or some good guns taking bonus with to be able to put up a good fight. Redux pushes aggressively down C, trying to hopefully maybe find a pick, but not going to find it. Now just going to back up. TSM is thinking about going mid to B, possibly go to A. But as 2 in Nature and 7 are pushing up through mid to B, looks like it will be a B push. They're not pushing in yet. Maybe just catch someone rotating or catch someone pushing out. Redux pushing out of garage a little bit, hoping to find a pick, but not going to find it. It looks like they are going to be rotating towards A. The Sova drone does catch Mitch. Now TSM going to start this push into A with 4. It's only Corey making noise mid, and Oxygen has 3 on A. Blind comes out. Rustin going to take advantage of it. Only able to take out 7 before getting taken out. So it will remain a 4v4. Verno going to take out GMD. Now it's a 3v4. Nature going to take out Verno for a trade. Ooh, Corey ready for that smoke to drop. Able to take out Scuba. It's going to be a 2v3 now. And Redux and Mitch don't have the best guns. Knives not going to connect for Redux. And now she's down to Mitch with a Frenzy in a 1v3.
I thought when Rustin got the 1 kill in the dink on Campeki that there was actually a pretty good chance that Virdo and company would be able to actually hold down this A site. I mean, Scuba's doing a great job dancing around the smoke and staying alive, but in the end, he got found out. TSM clamped down.
Looks like Mitch just going to watch exits at this point. He knows he's not going to be able to clutch this up.
With 3 players surviving, unless Mitch can somehow grab an exit. Obviously, he's looking to go down with the spike for economic purposes.
Not going to find a pick either. Corey going to take him out. TSM will be able to rebuy those players that died next round. So it'll be a buy from both sides, although this bonus went decently for Oxygen. But, you know, did not get the majority of TSM's players. So TSM will be able to buy here, and Oxygen going to have to combat that with a buy of their own.
The real game Redux. Yeah, seemingly the only one that's really been played right now. 6-1 before his, I guess 6-0.
And TSM is actually pretty close to some of their ults. Cosmic Divide 1 ult point away. Hunter's Fury 2 ult points away. TSM could be getting those ults up pretty shortly here. TSM going to be doing a C push, it looks like. They've got the spike and 2 players going down C long. We've got 3 going in through garage. Killjoy util is destroyed. Rustin is seen. Sova util. 7 going to push him. Takes him out, but it's traded out by Scuba, so it's going to remain a 4v4. Spike not going to go down yet, but nobody's going to be there to stop the plant, so it will have the opportunity to go down. Sova drone comes through. It does see Corey, and it also sees 2 long. There's some good vision. Oxygen trying to figure out how they want to play this retake. Coming in, looks like they're going to send 2 through garage and 2 through CT. Maybe not 2 through garage. Scuba going to be taken out by Nature. Mitch going to peek out afterwards. Going to get taken out by Nature as well. Verno with the operator looking to do some damage. Site has been given to Oxygen, but they're just waiting for the tap. Now Nature going to flank Verno. Even though Verno's stunned, Verno's still going to be able to take Nature out. It's a 2v3. There's no time to defuse. They're just going to try and get away. GMD going to be able to take out Redux. Verno may get away with his life. Yeah, GMD just going to go Alright, I'll just save my gun. So, TSM off to a good start here. Though again, it's an offense-sided map, so TSM should be able to, at the very least, keep it even, but should be able to go into the next half with the lead as well. There's 2 ults for TSM to use now. Cosmic Divide and a Lockdown. But they know Oxygen's probably going to be on a save, so those ults probably won't come out.
Really good disruption there from Nature in that regard. Now they have Lockdown and Cosmic Divide, and they have a massive firepower advantage to try to take the lead with. It's just Redux with the Operator and some Sheriffs to try to hold out against TSM's attacking side.
Redux peeks out, takes quite a bit of damage, and does not find a pick with that op. Moving a little bit too much. Now, TSM going to start pushing into A. Further, Oxygen assumes that they'll back up off of that Operator contact, but the Cosmic Divide comes out to help A be pushed, and now Oxygen going to have to play retake as they've given side up.
They are going to be able to rotate into position before the spike gets completed, but retaking with just pistols and one op.
Now this retake going to have to start, and there's no flanks, so they're going to be caught in these choke points of Heaven and CT. This one comes out from Kempeki as the Breach Util comes through to clear Hell. 7 able to take out Redux. Verno gets a pick. GMD and Kempeki each return with picks of their own, though. Scuba able to take out GMD, so it's still going to be a 2v3. But Oxygen just going to go to save the Operator that Mitch has been able to pick up. And Scuba.
From Oxygen Esports that anytime that they get in a position where the Operator is not going to be great for anybody, they make sure that it's not great for anybody other than Redux, right? They say, hey, take this weapon and just go do.
Just going to die to the spike. Mitch going to be able to save the Operator, and as we move into another buy round for Oxygen, we'll see if the Operator is going to be utilized here.
Yeah, TSM's doing a pretty good job of not letting Redux get a look. Like, they're making it very hard on him to find an opening pick with this Operator. He's being forced to, like, push through smokes to do risky things.
Lockdown for Nature, Knives for 7. Punish Fury for Verno. So 1 ult for Oxygen to try and use this round. 2 ults for TSM. Although the Blade Storm may not be used by 7.
Bird as well, hopping out, finds nothing. And he'll back away from it.
No harm, no foul.
No vision really gained. TSM not going to push into C very much. Now they're going to rotate over towards A. Looks like that's where they want to head as the smoke comes out. And the Sova drone comes out to clear some space as well. 7 going to get darted. Know where he is. They send shock darts to try and fletch him out. It's not going to bring him out, but it does do a little bit of damage. 30 damage.
No, they're right behind him.
TSM now going to continue to push into A. Sova dart comes out. Oxygen's ready for this A hit, though. Concussion comes out. Oxygen getting ready to defend the site. Verno going to take out 7. That's a 5v4 for Oxygen. Redux with an Operator. Not going to be able to push out very far to the Breach Util, but won't matter. However, the Lockdown does come out. But not only does that clear, or give a little bit of clearance into A and make Oxygen think it might be an A hit, but it clears B, which is mostly what that Lockdown was utilized for. Now, the Hunter's Fury are going to prevent that plant slightly. More so just, like, postpone it. This plant does go down. It's planned for A-Link, though, which is where Oxygen is. Rustin coming in from C-Link, going to be able to take out GMD. Kempeki going to take out Rustin for a trade, but then the Scuba going to trade off Kempeki. It's a 4v2 for Oxygen. Redux going to take out Nature. Now it's just down to Corey to play this post plant. The Shock Dart comes through, not going to take anybody out. Scuba going to take Corey out. Mitch with 2 HP going to defuse this spike. And Oxygen tied it back up. And again, this is an offense-sided map, so the best case scenario for TSM is the best case scenario for Oxygen is trying to keep it even. And then TSM, at the very least, they should be keeping it even. they should also be trying to take the lead going into the next half if they want a good chance of, you know, winning this map. 3 ults for TSM to use this round. They've got a Rolling Thunder, Knives, Bladestorm, and Hunter's Fury. Oxygen has the From the Shadows on Scuba. But that's sort of a situational ult, so you probably won't see that come out, whereas the ults that TSM has may come out, or likely will come out. TSM just playing slow here, patiently, hoping that Oxygen will push into them. Nature destroying the turret in Garage. Actually did a little bit of damage to Rustin as well. Oxygen not going to punish that, which means that Garage control has kind of been given up to TSM. Ooh, backs turn to each other. Mitch and Nature pass each other by. Mitch can be able to take out Corey so that Nature's ready for him, and he's going to be able to trade Mitch off. Meanwhile, Seven going to be able to take out Redux. So you may be young, but I'm a better offer. The Rolling Thunder definitely going to help TSM take this site. This 2v4 will be very difficult for Oxygen to play. Smoke comes through. Scuba pushes through it. Takes it, and he takes out 7. Now it's a 2v3. TP to try and fake out TSM a little bit. Bruno gonna be taken out by GMD. Now it's a 1v3. Scuba able to take out Nature. The smoke drops. He's able to get a kill on Kempeki. Doesn't have time to reload, and GMD gonna take Scuba out. This round goes to TSM. It's an expensive one, but it's an expensive one for Oxygen as well. Two ults for Oxygen this round. They've got their Rolling Thunder up, as well as a lockdown. Corey has a Hunter's Fury for TSM, which could definitely be used to take out the lockdown that Russian has. So I'm looking like they want to lean towards C. There are 2 in A. Redux's operator not going to take him out. Mitch going to take GMD out. Traded off by Nature, and Redux not going to be able to trade that off, so it's going to be kept an even 4v4. Looks like Redux's operator needs a little bit of work. And no more Rolling Thunder for Oxygen to have either. It's not good, and now TSM can confidently take C. Garage control has been given up as well. The Scuba's watching it. Rustin going to be able to take out Corey. Rustin does get concussed, and Nature starts pushing through Garage, but Bruno's ready for it, and he takes out Nature. So this push into C has been denied, and now TSM finds themselves in a 2v4.
Now Kempeki and 7, they've backed away all the way out towards C-Long. They still have the spike. The 2v4 with 40 seconds.
Looks like maybe they're just going to play slow, or possibly even just go for the save.
Yeah. Again, though, beautiful paranoia from Scuba.
The operator watching C.
So just good awareness from Oxygen to kind of keep all their angles covered. Now they can just kind of break off, buy time. It's seeming like 7 just wants to save this operator into the next round.
Yeah, it looks like a TSM will be saving this these guns. But you can't blame them. Their econ's not great. So it may be a good choice. But this back and forth isn't good for TSM because, again, this is an offense-sided map. So TSM should be trying to take the lead going into the next half. And the fact that right now it's staying even, and it's staying evened up, is not good for where TSM wants to be. Now, Haven's not super offense-sided, so it's not a horrible thing, but still, it's not where they want to be. It's not ideal. TSM gonna have 2 ults this round. They've got a Cosmic Divide and a Hunter's Fury. Oxygen has 2 ults as well. Rolling Thunder and a Lockdown. TSM looking like they're probably going to be leaning towards maybe a B push. Looks like it. Maybe taking mid to C. Either way, they're sort of just sitting here in offense. It could be just a default play as well. Although it looks like they will be pushing through mid. toward, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a C hit. 2 through mid to go challenge garage, and then 2 going C.
They still don't quite know where TSM are as a
Still 2 ults for both of these teams, and both of these teams are on a bye. Both of these teams would like to win this. I'd say TSM needs it a little bit more for their econ than Oxygen does. Ooh, Oxygen gonna use that Rolling Thunder in garage, which should just prevent TSM from pushing in through garage very quickly. Nature, who has an operator, was definitely pushed back for a little bit. Now he's getting punished for it. Mitch gonna take Nature out. Punish Fury comes out from Corey, though, looking to punish those who were punishing the players through garage. Does damage to Verno, but not going to take him out, so it's going to remain a 5v4 for Oxygen. And Rustin digs out Corey, so now it's a 5v3. Spike is down, but Campeki... Wait, Campeki? I don't know. Somebody was trying to challenge mid for TSM, but was not quite able to. Trades are going through, though, but TSM not going to have the player advantage or even it out. GMD able to take out Scuba. Mitch going to be able to trade that off. And this round, going to go to Oxygen. Now they've taken the lead. This is definitely not what TSM wants. Would be Oxygen gaining the lead here. As, you know, Oxygen getting the lead is just a bad position to be in for TSM. Because, again, it's an offense-sided map. So at the very least, it should be kept even. So Oxygen's in a good spot here. They also still have 1 ult to use. TSM used both of their available ults on the previous round. So Oxygen, with their lockdown, gonna be in a little bit of a better spot. Timeout being taken by TSM, definitely a good choice. You're not looking in a good spot right now if you're TSM. Your econ's not in a good spot. Oxygen's is. Oxygen has a ultimate to use. The momentum that Oxygen has right now is really going to start to take off here as TSM starts to, again, their econ's not great, so they're not going to be able to put up a very good fight against Oxygen. So this timeout is going to be used to try and figure out how they want to play this offense. I think the main issue from TSM is that when they get picked off early, they keep committing to that site, and it might be better for them to either fake a site and try and rotate to other sites, or just be willing to rotate if somebody does get picked off, rather than just sticking a site. They also, I feel like, one issue they've had is when they're down players, they decide to send a player to like force a place where they know the enemy will be, and hoping to find 2 or more picks to even it back out. Which is sort of what you want to do, but at the same time, when it's not working out, you shouldn't keep trying to do that. You should just try and play post-plant, rather than be so focused on, I need to even out that player count, when that's not going to matter as much. Redux pushed up A long, gets flashed, he tries to look away, but does get flashed, and then he's punished for it. And now no more operator for Oxygen, and A long has been given up. Nature gonna have an exchange with Mitch. Gets Mitch quite low, but is taken out. So it will become a 4v4 where the player count is now even. TSM still has not taken A site, although there isn't a whole lot of util or players to defend it. Bruno makes his presence known in hell. Still gonna be able to take 7 out though. Rustin gonna be able to take out Campeki. It's a 2v4. Scuba catches Corey, and now it's a 1v4, which GMD is not gonna win as Ferno takes GMD out. And, yeah, that eco round did not go well for TSM, but, they did have the eco disadvantage. Oxygen has gotten to the 6th round, which means it's impossible for TSM to take the lead going into the next half, and at the very best for Oxygen, they could be taking the lead going into the next half. And again, offense-sided map, so this isn't a good position for TSM. TSM can still tie it up, though. They need to win 2 in a row to do so. And coming out of that timeout, we will see if they're able to. There's still that lockdown for Rustin to use for Oxygen. And all of Oxygen is fairly close to getting their ults up. That being said, TSM, Nature, and GMD are both close to getting their ults up, so we could see a Cosmic Divide come up, or a lockdown. Sovadrone does spot Redux, and he tries to stay up there, but he will just jump back down, because that Sovadrone just keeps spotting him. Which does leave C a little bit open, but TSM's not going to be pushing C. Going to be pushing into A. And there's 2 on A for Oxygen to try and lock this site down.
So we need to find something else to mention because I mean, this
Now
guy, we talk about
TSM
him, he does good. We go to the next week. We talk about him, he does good, and it's
getting ready to execute from long. GMD is low. He's down to half health, so this may not go well. Verno is flushed out, and they know where he is, so it's really not good for Verno, who gets down quite low to 30 HP. Mitch, left to defend the site from backside, does take out Nature before getting traded off, which puts him in a little bit of a better spot here. 4v4. GMD is still low, but so is Verno.
oh GMD, what are you doing?
He's trying to stick around because he's got low health. And he will just get out in time.
He may have walked back in at the wrong time. Redux here.
Concussion comes through. Redux able to push up pretty aggressively, but still no spike being diffused. Corey able to take out Redux. The spike's being held. They need to push it. He's going to be able to stick it. They're not able to stop it, and Scuba's defending it well. 4 kills for Scuba happens so rapidly. That spike is being retaken. And now Oxygen has the lead going into the next half. And that is really not a good position. This is really not a good position for TSM to be in. I mean, if you're Oxygen or you're a fan of Oxygen, you got to be happy about what's happening now. This is definitely a good position to be in. 2 ults for either side to use. Blade Storm for Redux. From the Shadows for Scuba. Lockdown for Nature. And the Cosmic Divide for GMD. Somehow, TSM is still able to buy this round, but Econ stability is absolutely not there for TSM, so they need to win this with as many players. Wait, what am I talking about? Econ stability. This is the last round of the half. You can tell I'm getting tired here. An ult orb is picked up by Oxygen as well, so Hunter's Fury gets up. And yeah, this will make it very, very difficult here. The Rolling Thunder comes through from TSM. Does clear B. But now they're going to push into C. And the Hunter's Fury comes out from Verno. It actually is going to take out Nature and does good damage to Kempeki and 7. The Nanostorm going to finish Kempeki off, so now it's a 5v3. Redux coming for the flank. He does get spotted. He does good damage to Corey, able to take him out. He is getting flushed out with Util, though. And it's a team... Actually, he gets flushed out by Mitch. Going to kill Redux. Mitch going to find a pick at the same time, though. 7 in CT going to take out Verno, but Cosmic Divide not going to help him out here. In this round, going to go to Oxygen. It's now 8-4, and it's looking like Oxygen may be able to get a 2-0 over TSM. Because again, this is an offense-sided map, and TSM is now on the defense of the offense-sided map. And Oxygen, of course, is very well versed on this map. So, I mean, this is just not going well for TSM. They struggled through bind and weren't able to take it, and they fumbled it.
And I mean, it was a worthwhile sacrifice, diving the closet player, even if it meant his doom. As that's a pretty big defensive half from Oxygen, already a map to the good, having won bind in OT on a big comeback. Now they sit 8-4 up here on their pick.
Scanning ahead.
Today's been a weird day. Anything is possible. We could see a stark contrast from
Oxygen starting on this offense, going to approach C.
on defense. And what
They've got 2 going down main and 3 going to be taking Garage.
internationally, at the highest levels, we've seen coaches fill in for players and do incredible, just like we're seeing here from Rustin, who's really...
Now Oxygen, Mitch going to be able to take out Kempeki. GMD and Nature each finding a pick, though. Redux, though, going to take out Corey and GMD. Nature able to take out Redux, which does keep it even, but Scuba takes out Nature, and now it's a 1v2 for 7. He's got a Sheriff. He could look deadly with it. A little bit too high. Spike still isn't down. Ooh, he catches Verno. Oh, but he gets blinded. He's going to have to play back. Scuba's going to be allowed to plant the Spike. 7 gets smoked off, but he's going to push through it.
7. There's a smoke. He'll sit in it.
Trying to play up.
Arcane Sheriff. Oh, and Scuba pushes through the smoke. And 7's waiting for it. So the 1v2 clutch comes through from 7 to keep TSM alive, and they need this pistol round to try and even that score back up. Well played. Tech pause comes through.
Essentially, like a freebie 2 versus 1 here in the end when it's all said and done. And you just kind of let 7 pick you apart. That's tough. Obviously, great play from 7, though. Give credit where credit's due. I mean, he, kept calm, stayed in the
I'm not entirely sure why Scuba decided to push through his own smoke. I mean, maybe he was hoping to get the drop. I'm not sure. It's just a weird decision. Could have probably just played from long. Would have been a better position, but it is what it is. Oxygen takes that round loss. Maybe there's a, he thought he heard something.
I feel like that's something that every time I say it, I think, man, I really don't want to. I'm not sitting here, well, oh, dang, that stinks. I really wanted Oxygen to win that round. No, we speak on from the position of the player, the team, the org, even the fan base. If you are an Oxygen esports fan, you hate to see that because you know how good Scuba can be. Unfortunately, like you mentioned,
Going pretty decently well for both of these teams. I mean, again, it's an offense-sided map, so TSM's in a bit of a tough spot here, but it's still a decent spot. It's still a decent position to be in.
So here we go. TSM buy up the SMGs and the Marshall.
That they're able to take the pistol round. TSM puts them in a decent spot, but they do still have a bit of an uphill battle, though not too much more work as they are able to have better guns here. Oxygen looking like they're gonna push through B. Push through 2B. Redux taking B site, and he's gonna be allowed to just get on. 7 though gonna take out Rustin in a lobby.
Makes good on finding Rustin before he could exit that A site. So player down or Oxygen.
Redux gonna be able to take out Nature. GMD though gonna take out Redux, so the player advantage is still gonna be there for TSM. Quite a bit of damage done to Scuba. Site has been retaken, pushing through garage. Mitch trying to get a kill there. Verno able to pick up a gun. The spike just gonna be held by Corey. Just looking for more picks, I suppose. He's able to find 2. Alright. The bonus next round not gonna be very strong from TSM. It's good damage. I mean, as good damage as you can have. So Oxygen gonna be full bind, completely full bind with full shield, and TSM won't really be able to put up very much of a fight. So Oxygen's in a decent spot here, as it's gonna be essentially an eco round from TSM on this bonus. So Oxygen should just be able to take this.
Just the one vandal on 7.
Aggression out towards C long, then they cut it. Look to play elsewhere. Paranoia comes through. Dark cover down, and another flex out towards this B site. We'll see if this is where they land after shock, and I believe that one misses just a bit. It allows for a safe plant.
And Oxygen has just been allowed to take B site. Now TSM just gonna have to retake. Again, they have worse guns here. Seven gonna be able to take out Rustin. Scuba and Redux, he's gonna find and pick. Corey takes out Scuba, which will keep it even in 3v3. Oh, no ammo. Ooh, the Cosmic Divide comes up. Now Oxygen gonna have to push through it. GMD holding it. And he'll be able to take him out. Time is running low, but it doesn't matter. Give me 1 second.
Wow, what a nail biter of a round. Oxygen, they get the plant. They seem to have the edge. They're getting some good frags, throwing in some good utility to keep disrupting the defuse, but then the Cosmic Divide comes down from Gamon. It forces Oxygen to have to press in deep. And Gamon able to finish the job there with the hat trick and the defuse with just 0.21 seconds left on the clock. A big round. And now they're back onto the full buy, including a Blade Storm for 7 if he so chooses to use it. Redux has his Blade Storm. Guardian for Rustin, Bulldog for Mitch, so a little bit worse for wear for Firepower for Oxygen. As they are wasting what seems to be no time trying to march up C here.
Alright, I apologize for that. I'm back. Alright. Oxygen forcing a buy here, despite losing that one. Pushing into C. Nature gonna take out Redux. It's gonna be 4v5 now. Oxygen now gonna have to play this down a player, but Scuba able to take out Konpeki. And now he's just gonna TP over to A. Try and clear this out. He's gonna be able to catch 7. Able to take 7 out. Now it's gonna be a 4v3. As Oxygen, although they did not have the player advantage, they now do.
This could be a brilliant response from Oxygen after a tough previous round.
4v3 here that Oxygen should be able to play well. Rustin on B lurking. Be good for a good flank here. Nature gonna be peeking it, but does not see him, so Nature gonna take out Mitch, but the Hunter's Fury gonna be able to take out Nature. The flank from Rustin comes through to get a kill on GMD. Corey gonna be able to take out Scuba. The re-entry starts, but it's a 1v2. He does know where Rustin is. The Recon gonna tell them where Corey is. He's able to get it half. The Nanostorm now comes out. And yeah, there's no time. At this point, Corey just gonna try and get away with his life. He's not going to be able to. Corey and Verno die. It's an expensive round for both parties. But I would say Oxygen can't afford it as much, but it's also, you know, they did win, so it's going to be scuffed. Both of their econs not in a great spot here, but of course, because Oxygen is already up rounds, they're in a little bit of a better spot here off of these wins.
They'll take their timeout.
Timeout coming through from Oxygen. It's a good timeout.
Man, a couple exciting rounds for TSM to start working the way back in. You see, obviously, on the player cam.
You look at TSM, and you can sort of see why they're losing. It's, again, that same thing they suffered from Unbind, where they've got a player sort of carrying them, whereas... actually, no, I would... No, so sorry. Unbind Oxygen had a really big carry. TSM, though, this time around, has a really big carry in GMD. Not 19 and 13. 8 kills above Nature, which is the next highest frag. So, yeah, TSM's definitely getting carried pretty hard here by GMD. And again, you don't want a carry. You want you want your whole team to be playing at the same level. You want your whole team to have similar amount of kills because it means you're trading each other off. And if you are going to have players on top, it needs to be your like duelists, your initiators, these more aggressive roles. Whereas for both of these teams, actually, those are not the roles that are on top, which isn't a great show of how powerful these teams can be. Oxygen looking like they're going to push into A. We do have Verna lurking C. Maybe hoping to get a pick. As Oxygen is going to be pushing into A. Now, it's a buy from Oxygen. It's going to be a light buy, or it's actually a forced buy, and like half light buy. It's like a scuffed buy, I'll call it, from TSM. Verno sends a dart into C, possibly trying to bait, or maybe just trying to make some noise, or even just gain vision. But TSM going to just stay on C and A. Konpeki going to be able to take out Redux, just barely. Redux gets taken out, which does mean that Oxygen going to be able to get the spike down, but they're going to have to play this post plant down a player. And this lockdown going to come out from Nature. Try and prevent the post plant from being played, but the breach util going to stop the usage, and that does mean that Oxygen can continue this post plant as they were. Ooh, 7 with the knives peeking out from heaven, trying to find a pick, but not able to. Mitch gonna shut him down, but Nature and Konpeki each trying to pick, which will make it a 2v4. The Rolling Thunder comes through. Mitch gonna take out GMD. Concussions are coming through. It's a 1v1 now, and Scuba gonna be able to take Corey out to finish him off. And Oxygen will take this round. There wasn't time either way. So it's another expensive round from both sides, but it is a win from Oxygen, where TSM not going to have the greatest econ. TSM may have to take a light buy or a save here to combat Oxygen. But Oxygen's econ still not really able to stabilize either. Verna's cam is once again gone. But yeah, it looks like Oxygen going to force a buy here, which they should be able to win because TSM's on a save here, an eco round. Which does mean Oxygen can inch closer and closer to the 2-0 win over TSM. Try and qualify here for playoffs. GMD gonna push out with the 2 other players, and they're gonna get that pick on the Verno. It's an early pick. And Corey gonna pull out the Hunter's Fury to do some damage. Rustin gonna take quite a bit of damage from the flankers, but he's still just hard focused on the one in Garage. Scuba coming in for the flank. 7 gonna be able to take out Rustin. It's a 3v5 now for Oxygen. And I'm not entirely sure how or why we're in this situation, but we are. And it looks like the roles are reversed, where Oxygen is defending these sites, and TSM is coming through offense spawn. Mitch is ready for the push through mid. He's going to find all 3 on 7, GMD and Corey, and now it's a 3v2, that gun diff being very prevalent there. Konpeki in CT coming in.
And that wasn't even Nature, right? This guy's got 12 HP. Sure, he picks up the rifle, but he has to be perfect.
Mitch gets concussed. Nature going to take advantage of it. It's a 2v2. And Konpeki and Nature each able to pick up a gun, and it looks like maybe at this point they may just have to save as time is ticking down. Redux going to be able to take out Konpeki. Nature going to peek out, maybe just trying to find another pick. He's down to 12 HP though. Could even get wall banged from the position that he's in. Looking for another pick. He's going to find it. He'll get away with his life as well, so he'll be able to keep that gun. But it is a win from Oxygen. So the force buy does turn into a win. As expensive as it is still a win. Oxygen in a little bit of a tough spot here. Oxygen in a pretty decent spot here. Up 11-7. They just need one more to secure, at the very least, overtime, and then they'll be one round away from the win. It's gonna be a buy from both sides here. TSM maybe gonna have a little bit of Oxygen maybe gonna have a little bit more health. There's 2 ults for TSM to use though. The Rolling Thunder and the Cosmic Divide will likely both be used this round. Oxygen doing a default play. But they are mostly leaning towards C, and that spike is going to get picked up, and it looks like Oxygen may be leaning into C. Oxygen actually going to pick up the spike, and now they're running it over to A. Now there's 2 on A, but of course they also have Konpeki in A link to use that breach util. The Sova drone comes out, and it doesn't see anybody. Now TSM back up a little bit. So Oxygen going to start this push into sight.
Detect anything, but Gamal having this deep of a spot on C knows that smoke that was lobbed there was a bit of a feint. And this allows the A defense to kind of stay in place pretty confidently, considering the Killjoy utility placement and the fact that Gamal has his deep C position.
7, this op just watching long, and the pick comes through. 7 just going to take Redux out. Now it's a 4v5. They blind him. He's going to be heavily pushed. They're trying to punish him for being there. Not going to be able to. 7 taking out Scuba. Rustin going to be able to take out Corey, who is watching sewers, but it's a 3v4 at this point. Verno able to take out Konpeki. It does even it out. That operator in 7 still looking so deadly, though. P comes out from Mitch, and, well, he's taken out. It's going to be a 2v3. 1 bullet left for 7, and it's going to find the kill. And now it's a 1v3 that Rustin finds himself in. Nature not quite going to get the ace. Or, sorry, not Nature. 7 not quite going to get the ace. Nature does take that kill. But the round does go to TSM. We didn't even have to see those ults come out. Oxygen's econ, which has never been allowed to stabilize, not stable this time either. Gonna have to take a save round here, an eco round.
Especially once he gets the first frag, didn't you notice there? And still Mitch is not really flash in the box or anything like that. He's just trying to walk through his smoke. It's just easy pickings.
This is a little bit of a tough spot to be in. Sorry, drinking water. This is a little bit of a tough spot to be in if you are Oxygen, because TSM is in a position to build up some momentum here and try and at the very least tie it up. This is definitely a difficult place to be. 2 ults for TSM to use here in the Rolling Thunder and the Cosmic Divide. Again, I don't think those will be used this round, so they'll probably be saved for next. And if 7 can get his Blade Storm up, we may have another ult in the hands of TSM going into the next round, which will be a buy from Oxygen. So this is a difficult position to be in. Konpeki going to be able to take out Scuba. The util being used to prevent the push into B. Konpeki is able to take advantage of it. Redux, who only has a shorty. Interesting choice there. Redux, who only has a shorty, looking to do some damage, holding these angles, but he's not going to find anybody. And TSM actually rotates over to A. I think they're expecting an A hit, but it's not. Oxygen is still thinking about re-hitting B. Nature is in C-Link holding it, hoping someone will push him. They won't. The concussion comes through. Rustin gets concussed, but the spike is still going to get planted. Nature going to be able to take Rustin out. Mitch going to get spotted by the drone, and GMD peeks out to take advantage. Now it's a 2v5 for these players. The Ares being the only rifle in the hands of Oxygen. And Verno going to find a pick with it before getting chased down by Corey. And Redux, who only has a shorty, not going to be able to do a whole lot, peeking out, getting taken out by the op from 7. And now we're going to this next round. It's going to be buy from both sides. Oxygen's going to have 3 ults to use. So will TSM. Although the Blade Storm may not be used by TSM if 7 doesn't have to. These ults from Oxygen, though, from the shadows, the Omen ult, could also not be used because it's a more situational ult. But the other 2 ults, the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown, could absolutely be used by Oxygen, and they could also be very, very useful here. And so we will see. We'll see if these ults do end up coming through. I imagine they will. Oxygen just needs to figure out how to play this. TSM's defense has been really good at reading and rotating appropriately. The From the Shadows does come out, and it places Scuba immediately on the B site, and he gets the spike down, and he's going to get out. The post plant can now be played. As TSM was reading an A hit, they put 4 to push up in A to try and punish a push from Oxygen, but nobody pushes there. Cosmic Divide, which TSM has, does come out, which does mean Oxygen going to have to either push through this Cosmic Divide or something else. I mean, the Lockdown does come down, which just play time a little bit, but they will still have to play time here. Now the Rolling Thunder comes out from Oxygen. It looks like the Rolling Thunder from TSM is looking to come out as well. Verno and Rustin each find a pick. Konpeki going to take out Redux. Rustin takes out Konpeki. Nature going to take out Rustin. Scuba takes out Nature and catches 7, trying to get away. And this round does go to Oxygen. They've secured the 12th round. And now TSM needs to win 3 in a row. It's not a whole lot, but they do need to do it. They need to win 3 in a row in order to clutch this up and take it to overtime if they would like to prevent the 2-0 win from Oxygen. 2 ults for TSM, Lockdown and Blade Storm. TSM taking a timeout here, and I don't blame them. The elephant from Scuba. I don't blame them taking a timeout here. Their defense was looking pretty solid towards the end, but when you're getting in this back and forth, it's never going to be good for you when you're down rounds. So TSM does need to figure out what has been working on their defensive wins. And I think the main thing, or the main issue with that previous round, is they hard read an A push. They were hoping to punish an A push, and it was misplaced. And then Oxygen was just able to take really, really aggressive advantage of that by just Omen TPing onto the spike, or onto the site, planting the spike, and then they could get out of there and play post plant. And TSM was not able to retake. So I think TSM needs to be, at least on that previous round, they needed to be playing more spread out on the sites, a more traditional hold. One thing they've also been struggling with is these retakes. TSM does need to try to either not put themselves in a position to retake, which on a 3-site map is difficult. You sort of have to put yourself in a position to retake, because if you just let your players stay on the site and try and defend it, they might die, and then you'll be down players. Or more likely is so they either need to just keep their players there and try and defend the push on, or they can try and play retake, but they just need to be more cohesive about it and use their util more effectively to execute well. Speaking of execution, Oxygen has been able to push onto C site. Now the defender lockdown does come out. Looks like Mitch may want to destroy it. And waiting for the smoke to drop, and it does, but Nature just going to take Mitch out. The lockdown won't be destroyed. Scuba is in B. Trying to go into B. He TPs right next to Kempeki, who is not ready for it. Kempeki going to take him out. Now it's going to be a 4v4. Nature's low, down to 30 HP off of that exchange with Mitch. Redux is taking a little bit of damage. The spike still isn't down. I think TSM is anticipating a B push, but it's just Scuba. He's been able to lock it down. Finds another pick on Nature. And he's still just ring around the Rosieing on B. He's going to find another one. No, he won't. GMD are going to shut down any hope of that. So it will be kept even in a 3v3 now. But A site has been given to Oxygen. So the spike's going to start to come down, but the Hunter's Fury are going to stop the plant. He's looking off. He does hit Verno, and he's looking to finish him off, but not going to be able to. So the spike will go down. Oh, maybe not the shock darts. The time is being played very aggressively here by TSM. But the spike does go down. Although Verno's been left on the site, 7 going to take advantage, find a pick. Redux able to trade it off, but then Jim D takes out Rustin at the same time, which does leave Redux in a 1v2, but the collateral headshot to finish it off. What a way to do it. And now Oxygen has taken a 2-0 win in this series against TSM. And, well, that's a way to do it. That's a way for Redux and Rustin being these new players coming into this team. It's a good way to show, yeah, we still have a strong Haven, even against a team as strong as TSM. And that's it. That's it for this week. And I'll go ahead and, well, we'll show the final standings. This isn't going to update quite yet, but it's going to look exactly the same as it does right now. Oxygen going to be above TSM. TSM down here. Yeah, so this is pretty much how it's going to look. I'll see you all next week. If you're a fan of Moist Moguls, you should be pretty happy about the way this week went, because not only is M80 no longer the top spot in Group A, but the Guard is not the top spot in Group B. Moist Moguls currently, if we're just looking at Split 2, Moist Moguls is in the #1 spot, and could very easily get first place here in Split 2, which will pretty much surefire give them a spot in playoffs. So if you're a fan of Moist Moguls, it's a good way to do it. But yeah, it's been a very interesting week. I'll do a little recap. G2 just lost to Mad Lions. That was today. FaZe was able to beat OR. Moist Moguls beat the Guard. That was yesterday. Yesterday as well, Shopify beat M80. Somehow, someway they did it. Turtle Troop beat Disguise, and we just witnessed Oxygen beat TSM. This is your final standings for Group A and Group B. Looks pretty different than I think we would have expected after last week, especially M80 losing to Shopify. I mean, that's a big upset. And again, if you're a fan of Moist Moguls, this is really good for you, because Moist Moguls may be able to take first place and continue this flawless run. They've got some easier games ahead of them. They just have to beat FaZe, and they have to beat OR. These are easier games considering who they've played against. But anyways, that's the end of this week. I'll see you all next week. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. And if you aren't, I'd hope you would consider it. And I'll see you all next week. Goodbye.